Ready for Miss Nguyen. Miss Nguyen.
Your Honours, if I may begin. Today we will continue the presentation of witness evidence in the Tibet case. There is a fact witness, Mr. Jigme Golok, who is present in court today to commence his evidence. This will be followed by expert Lugari Namjol Dolkar, who will be appearing on Zoom, scheduled for 10:30, and then after lunch there's another fact witness, Nima Lamo, appearing on Zoom with interpretation. The interpreter is in court today, and then that will be who's an expert named Ms. Darwin Charlene. She'll also be giving evidence on Zoom. So I'm prepared to commence the evidence of Mr. Jigme Golok.
All right.
If Mr. Jigme could take the witness stand. And we have an interpreter in the Tibet Amdo language named Mr. Norbu Sambal. So I invite Mr. Norbu to take the seats here.
So the volume, please. You must speak louder. Louder, please.
Yes, Your Honour.
And Ms. Nguyen, can you tell us, has the witness signed the waiver?
Yes, Mr. Jigme has signed a waiver, Your Honour.
And
I can indicate, Your Honour, that all Tibet witnesses have either signed the waiver or agreed to sign the waiver.
okay. Well, let me first turn to the interpreter for his oath. So, interpreter, would you provide your name?
Duktat.
What's your name?
Duktat.
Duktat. And do you solemnly affirm that you'll make an accurate, complete, and impartial interpretation from the English language into the Tibetan language? Is it Tibetan also? Is that the correct term for the language?
Yes.
Okay. The Tibetan language and from the Tibetan language into English using your best skill, judgment, and ability.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then I would turn to the witness, and please interpret this to him, but I'm going to ask the witness his name. Okay. And witness, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much, witness. You may proceed, counsel.
Yes. Mr. Jigme, where and when were you born?
I was born in Amdo, one simple family in the nomadic family in the Amdo area in 1972.
Could I ask the interpreter, please, to keep your voice way up? That doesn't help.
Okay.
That doesn't make you louder. Okay? Thank you.
My name is Kolo Jigme. I was born in the simple family in the Amdo area in Tibet in 1972.
Thank you.
Much better, thank you.
Can you confirm that you left Tibet in May 2014 and that now you are residing in Switzerland?
Don't you see it's in the Navanalo like Kiranki, the Swiss lecture in Badawesa? It's 2014, right?
Yes.
in 2015.
All right. And you are now residing in Switzerland?
단다 계란 스위스랜드 Yes.
And you have been living in Switzerland as a refugee, is that right?
계란 단다 스위스랜드 잡주시 주비에 Yes.
Now, Mr. Jigme, you've previously given a number of different, or I should say various statements and accounts about what's happened to you in Tibet and the circumstances which led you to be fleeing from Tibet. Is that correct?
계란이 아니 지금 아메리카 저쪽 나 이차도다 디니 디데기 이차다 지금 디네 망고지 디어리 디데 바르베사
Now, this includes various speeches and presentations that you have made before the European Parliament, United Nations aid in Germany and Switzerland, Amnesty International, and other human rights NGOs. Can you confirm that?
계란이 단다바도 송시나야다 아니 베들 돌아다 덴바라 되체디 유럽인기 저소치 인치기 저소 인치기 치슬레곤치 냠랭게 소치 아니 베징에 소바치 소바 신반지라 계란기 딘데 덴바라 되다 아니 디조나요 덴바라 베사 Yes.
And these previous speeches and presentations and accounts have been made published online. Is that correct?
단도 계란기 송시나요다 티와티네 나요 참 아니 이토라이 고여리 디덴바라 베사 Yes.
Now, Your Honour, just for the record, the materials that are filed in relation to Mr. Jigme Golok appear at NFE 5, Section A, titled Witness, and these are a bundle on pages 34 to 65.
So what was the page range?
34 to
34.
65.
Thank you very much.
And these materials include statements he's previously made, some photos that have been provided by the witness previously. Just for the record, I will be needing to show the court the photos at pages 41 to 42, and some speeches that he's given at the Geneva summits, as well as articles about his story.
계란기 단다바도 파티 템반다 아니 타다 냠레게 저게 송시다 딘데기 이차 망고치 그룹시제 니 단다 팀칼라 부여레스 이제
Mr. Jigme, you've published a book this year that you've spoken about previously. Can you tell the court a little bit about what this book is about?
계란기 딜로도스다 후말로 버르다 계란기 캡치핑이레스 캡티 카레미 마저기 팀칼 지금 어떤 나로시스
tempo machiloji sojine won chitong janga janga ke osala jana khatanzer chino ti ropcham ne tenda ma chunangame tenenga so dormo golo cheta sache sakara jana khatoro ni marse ta go dio to chine so tene arang ko gomba la gomba to chino ti ne tam tenda marang ko leka cheno tene jana kana chetong ko tani shab dablo an wo tension to cheno tendi ki tepsi
my book is about my life. Is more focused on since 1959, how the Chinese occupation and the repression came in Tibet, and then the other also I focus more on my family and also focus more on my where I born. It's called Golok Seta, where the Chinese Liberation Army came and occupied, and also the repression in. And I also focus on my monastery. The Labra Monastery is a Buddhist monastery where the Chinese Liberation Armies came and they torture in these areas. And also I focus on the Chinese torture for me mentally and physically. Then in another section, I also wrote about my LKC, which we also focus in the EU, UK, United Nations, and all these things. I focus all of them, written everything in my book.
All right, thank you. I want to speak a little bit about your identity as a Tibetan Buddhist monk. Now, you've been a monk since you were 15. Can you explain how it was that you became a monk?
걔랑 베베기 자와치기 어디서 뭐 조신하러 치사한 걔랑 공로 조망이 자와차샤 계속이 예당
네, 시험 때도 보관나 다무 남주 다무라 가장 거울 남미에 소리나 남주 다무라 거울 들리는데 나라 저지가 이제 진도대 저 남미기 지금 다보고 다니 나라 집단대 제안하고 미치가 나랑 그 막고 통로로 나라 총총도 저지야 거 쉬고 근데 파만이 저가 저지인데나 대쇼 관원이 이제 대쇼제 나라 나라 아장도 아장부터 따고 저가 내름도 백업해 먹고요 서로 담고 사비탄 거인데 대체로 지금 집이 대발라 가르미 다로 정하다서 아장도 같이 통해 그냥 하는 거 저지요 이제 그렇게 되세요.
Since at age 8 or 15, I become a monk at the Labra Monastery. Is not accepting me to become a monk because my monk is a monk, and like even the monastery and the monk's life is very difficult. So that we need permission from the uncle to become me as a monk. But to become a monk and like whole life Buddhist practitioner is my aspiration when I was small.
And why was it your aspiration to become a monk? What does it mean to you to become a Tibetan Buddhist monk?
걔랑 자와치에게 그 가신다 되기 돈 되기 잡종 내준 갈갈 자와치에 nen가데 가에서
저때 말하는 청동 근데 말하는 거 아마가 아장스고 타와서 청청 같은 지금 가려고 지금 그 향세다 되게 뭐 얼마서 청청 지금 만남 남진도 같은 야미를 걸어 동거요리 가르치고를 디바트고 가서 아마가 아장인데 티 향세가 가서 지금 가서 살라 마살라서 티가 그 말하는 생각하면 다음 시라 피시든지나 아마가 아장 가서 향세 장로다 가서 지금 딱깝거나 가셔야 노다 저것도 별이 생각나 아장 감바디마 박쳐시는 정도 된디도 보지 만도 삼지고 말하는 거든요 나를 저거지 마도 봐도 다지 해라 거요.
I think the most the positive impact is from my uncle. My uncle is very compassionate Buddhist monk. So even he have lots of repression and torture from the Chinese government. Still, he always take care of us as a very compassionate way. So this is the inspiration for me to become a monk.
All right. Now, I want to talk a little bit about your activism with human rights in Tibet. When did you start to become active in the area of human rights?
저기 단대기 전쟁이와디 아니 계란기 변한 리쿠피아다 믹스기 조합이 덕당이 돌아라 챌린한다 주소가 나와서 계지시기 근데도 계란기 지금 조합이 덕당한다 주소가 내가 제한테 가든 것도 인스
네 맞아 다네 노력 급지 다 급지 고니 혹시 또 와서 내가 맞을 때 나도 다니까 로청청에 되게 직대 뭐로 상고 사원도 지다보다 되는 전에 다들 경고를 들어야 돼 필리즈가 지금 그 급지 고니도 되야 야미 졸로지 맞아 만내가 급하게 기껏대가 나온 거 봐도 자만 용수도 봐도 뒤에 야미 졸로 못을 쳐 된디로 보다 대실 체로 말하면 샘나지 니가 제거 상다 나서 꼴도 막 그러다 말해 된다 나선 데서라 지금 샘도 땅하나데 지금 메라 요나 데가 이것도 돈이 되게 졸로 만내가 급하게 맞고 공부 야마 쳐도 메도 저 가르니 벌써 체로 땅에 되는 거 같은 거
So our activism mainly start in 90s. So since 1991 and between 1991 and 1992, so we started like the activism. The spark which came when the Chinese man who lives in near the Labra Monastery, so he started criticize the Buddhism, especially the one of mantra called Mani. So that he started he started criticize all these things, and these are the spark we are in the activisms against like his thought on the Buddhism and specifically on that mantra.
그렇지 돈이로 가서 이 모르거든 어디 빠르나서래 빠르가 빠르나거든 더그만 되다.
This picture is the one which we protest in 1990s.
Well, and the picture is a picture on your phone, is that right? You've just shown us a picture on your phone.
Di kirangi janagi kirangi nani chibi koti parching dewasa.
디 갖고 반대 좀 쓰러지요 맞디 갖는데 나가서 bomba 시험을 하고 그냥 그 야나체에 와가 너희들 지금 나 무슨 게르게 다 이니 정말 bomba 시험 그 바지 간체.
Yeah, this crime is not mainly focused on me, but like as a monastery as a whole, the China said like doing like this kind of activism is a crime.
All right. Now, Your Honours, just for the record, the image I think that Mr. Jimmy Golok was trying to show to the court is not. Look at it from his phone. I can to produce it, but it's not already filed.
Kirangi tanda parching di France di timkana puli channel la yomares. Yomares na France thinking.
야야야. konsultando나 디 갖고 봤죠. 야야.
So, Mr. Golok, I will take you through some pictures that you have previously provided to the court later on.
Kirangi timkana di juji any part that someone to chima di kali timkana tungi visa.
Now, you spoke about your activism having been started in the early 1990s. Did that continue? And are you still active today?
아니 말한 거 보통 랭거티 니그 지금도 급진인 뭐 급진하는 거좀 다 왔던 거 랭거티 실로나 나 랭거티 땅나 보고 데바테 다 된동 치던 거 레크적으로 원하는 데 다가라리 참 맞아 가지고 말한 못 되네 레크적으로.
Yes, I started my activism in the 1990s. Even today, outside of Tibet, I'm doing the activism and advocacy in the different part of the world.
Can you describe to the court what issues you have been active in throughout the course of your activism on human rights issues in Tibet?
Kirangi to ami toptan dan devi to ni any tandapatu leku kare rashpe dinga sochi timkana songo shesa.
어쨌든 그 나가서 레카 통통고 보통 거네 통거 통네 레카 저리 되니까 보통 나도 미토통 그 쇼미어 그다 같이 갈라고 그래. 맞아. 제가 쉐이와 때 걸어서 토탕아 제시 로미 토탕 그런 거 돈선 섬지 담바가 영적 사업자도 이거 봐. 통통도 맞아. 영적 사업자도 맞아. 보이가 게르니 되지 락송 보이도 게르니다. 그 총총 되지 나 근데 총으로 된지 맞아. 잠메제 로미 토탕 영적 사업자랑 그 통에 간지. 이난 돈선 섬지 담바디나네 본năng 대시트 건데 지금 되지니다 맞아. 토탕보 레저로 되고는 맞아. 페이지 권바가 나다 저를 로미 토탕 영적 사업자까지 돈선 섬지 담바도 맞아. 시토나 참 되니다 지금 아주 거리기리 가이기리 다니다 직주대랑 와래 무슨 그치 권한 어쨌든 감정 게니다 디바르트 아주 이렇게 되고 왔더니 bomba 소소라 거식들이 뭐 모두 총어리 또 소상마다 아주 지금 말이리 뭐네 직대 지 세트지야 당 되니다 지금 농배지야 같은 아주 이렇게 뭐가
My activism started since 1990s. And I remember that like we distributed the 30 articles of United Nations fundamental rights in Tibet, in the monastery and in the Tibetan society at large, because I consider that to give like the awareness about the fundamental rights of the United Nations is very important to know by the Tibetans. And also then we started working on the Tibetan language rights, Tibetan culture rights, and Tibetan Buddhism rights. And then mainly we focus on the rights and the freedoms of the Tibetan monasteries and monks.
Now, I want to talk about a protest that occurred in Lobrang Monastery in 2008. But before going to that, can you describe why 2008 was such an important year for the human rights movement in Tibet?
Nga ni tong ge ki nang lo la labrang la ngolo ja ta ti ngo ko ti kang la ke je she ki ta ba US ti ma shi bi mu nas ti lo ni tong ge ki ta sa che shi go chi mu ina tin so di pe la chom ba ina ke chi mo ka na chi ho res
re ta jami ko zong la ina re jana zong la ina re bo pa ko shiwa la ina re pe ka chim bo cha pi re bu ko ma su chong cham ga de de cha ho re jana ka san du na la ta ti sa che jer go to ni tong ja ka lo sa che jer go to ji wo sa yong zo re wo de chi da ni za mai long san chi da ni za mai ba jang chen chi da ni za mai ba gun de ne so tra ne ro ba ne rong ba 我是用做这个系的第一系的那个跟这个这边也几个经过了，第二个是跟从什么时候呢？还两个情况，等于这边张所长马王被我也特送的，他这的这个呢，不被伦敦的了，他什么别个情况上啊，他也特送的，等这个呢，情况这个有。
2008 mass protest is very important for Tibet and for the PRC, People's Republic of China. And I consider this as a very critical time for Tibetan people and also for the Chinese. The 2008 mass protests, which started from whole Tibet, from monasteries to the schools, to the nomadic areas, to the farmers. In 2008 mass demonstration, like it's not from the one area or one district or one prefecture. It's across the whole Tibet. And this mass demonstration is very important because I consider we remember the Chinese repression for the last many years. And also, this is also very important to give the awareness or the connecting with the younger generations, what is happening now and what's happened in future. And the third part is also important. What is the way for the future of Tibet? So the 2008 mass movement is very important.
This is around the time of the Olympics, is that right?
Took up the Olympic took up the Chakoyarawas. Can I say a little bit more about the previous question?
Yes, of course.
And if I can, may I continue from this? The 2008 mass movement is very important. It gives to the signal to the Chinese government, even there is lots of repression, torture. Still, we are not. We are not dead. So we are still working on that. This is the one signal we are giving to the Chinese government. The other one is we are telling to the world about the justice and truth to the world, that still we are under the repressions of the Chinese government. Even we are under the guns and bombs, we are here to tell the truth about the justice, what is happening in Tibet.
Can you describe events in Tibet on the 14th of March 2008, which concerned a large protest?
14 March?
14 March 2008.
계란기 질문.
Your Honors, I have a standing concern on this witness's testimony, that if all of it falls outside of the range of the indictment in this matter, which runs from March of 2013, as you know, until May of 2024. And I do understand that this issue has been raised with regard to other prosecution witnesses. And I'm only concerned that none of the evidence from this witness goes to the elements of the offense in the indictment. It is, as Judge Jacob noted, I understand, only to be considered in a contextual framework and not as evidence of commission of any crimes.
Your Honours, if I may respond to that. Yes, there is certainly a contextual element to events that happened outside the strict temporal jurisdiction of the date ranges that appear in the indictment, which started on the 13th of March 2020. However, the evidence is, the prosecution case is that before he became the president, he was elected into the position of vice president in 2011. And as in that capacity, there would have been things occurring in Tibet that became known to him in the course of his vice presidency. In terms of context, the evidence of Mr. Jigme Goluk's activism really leads to his arrest and his imprisonment, and the circumstances of his leaving Tibet, which fall within that temporal period of Xi Jinping's presidency and the indictment. And there will be questions flowing as to his treatment in the period of his post-release from, rather not post-release, his escape from custody. And these things are, in my submission, relevant to the charges of persecution, imprisonment, but not just those charges directly. They also go to demonstrate that Xi Jinping's policies in terms of securitization and Sinicization of Tibetans was executed on the ground, and that was the experience of victims like Mr. Jigme Goluk.
Just so I'm clear, Your Honor, I'm not in any way trying to limit this witness's testimony. I think we all want to hear from him. I want to hear from him. I know you want to hear from him. However, the relevancy, and I agree with virtually everything that the prosecutor has just said to you, save for the fact that it's relevant to the examination of the factual basis for any of the actual charges in this matter. So that, for instance, his election to a post in 2011 and what he learned both prior to what he thinks he learned and what he's describing to us, both post-2011 and up until the beginning of the date of this indictment, is interesting and worthy of consideration from a contextual standpoint, but is not relevant to a consideration of the facts of the case.
Mr. Mayor, you accept that you haven't read any direct evidence in relation to conduct of the accused after 2014? And if so, I take it you have assurance that that evidence is going to come.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right.
Thank you, Judge.
The question is, can you explain the events in Tibet on the 14th of March 2008?
지금 또 계획이 진다. 지금 제 주식 해주기
니동 시진핑은 니동전도 니동전의 중앙주시 전반을 선전 전반은 이 머리 됐었다 머리 잠이 채고니까 되라 시진핑 또 구전도 내려다다 나한테 시진핑 키워 시진핑은 니동 지금이 선정된 시진핑 그 내가 못 듣는 말 시진핑 그 엄마 니동 전에 그 중앙주시다 중앙주시 전반 중앙주시 전반다니 그러나 대식 남쪽에 동안 뒤가 퍼르 남도 포다 우거다 그래서 나도 땅에 그런 기능을 요새 그런 동안 뜻이 좀 많이 있어요.
May I say on this? The Xi Jinping is directly related to the events. So, Xi Jinping is directly related to the events that happened since 2008. Xi Jinping is a primer of CCP and like the right hand of the Hu Jintao. Whatever he exercised the power in Tibet and the rest of the other parts. So that fundamentally he is like same as the Xi Jinping who crimes against the Tibetans since 2008.
There were some massive protests in Tibet on the 14th of March 2008. Can I take you to those events and can you describe as briefly as possible what happened in Tibet on the 14th of March 2008?
일동 약다 선체 지지니마 라방고 받았구나. 이마텔라 니 그래서 제가 종이니마텔라 얘는 니와텔라 멘다 자우레 방고 주와레 특진 담아데 가서 특진 안에 거래 어떻게지네 잠이 잡는 신보대 니또다 종이니마텔 제 지지니마텔라 되게 시다시다는 자작처럼 말이에요. 종이니마텔라 뭐다 나만나 멘다 주와 특진 담아야 다 되게 가서다 가데라 하는 바 총아.
On 14th March 2008, the Labra Monastery mass protest begins. On 15th March 2008, during the mass protest of the monks and the Tibetans in the areas, the Chinese the repression directly came on that day on 15th March 2008. They started to put the guns, bombs, and explosions of fires started from the 15th March of 2008.
Now, you spoke about a mass protest beginning at Lobrang Monastery. That was your monastery, wasn't it?
Labrang ye tanamologia kena song Labrang kerang kombare was. Yes.
And what was your role during the protests that occurred on the 14th of March and the 15th of March 2008?
Labrang la se chupshi da jonga la ngologia to kerangi lenge di kades kerang karishin bes.
나 저도 제 종이니마 냠직제 냠직 단 내체제 보나 대체네 맞고 뭐 고소래 제 기진이만 냠직제네 말이 샤스 동안 그 마메 근데 제 종이니만 냠직제.
I'm not in the area on the 14th of March 2008, but on the 15th of March 2008, the Labram protest, I am the one of the leader who lead the protest.
You said that there were guns, bombs, and explosions that were fired upon the protesters. Do you know if there were any injuries or deaths resulting from those guns, bombs, and explosions?
메다슈야다 밤슈야다 아니 지금 메토리야다 무슨 제체로 왔을 때가 미 중요하다 네바도 같이 총성
뭐 라브라네 다티캡다 정말도 지금 정말 미야디 뭐 예시직 미야디 티캡다 다티 turti 약간다 뭐 무처럼 안 먹을라 말이고 또 나체다 같이 제라 아니 잠깐이야 근데 turti 약간 그렇죠 근데 민다 기나다
On 15th of March, during the protest in the Labrang Monastery, there's no death and more than 20 people are injured due to the explosions of fire and all these things. Like people can't see, they have like eyes problems and also like they have like kinds of
Sorry, is this 2008 though? Is this still 2008?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Your Honor, if I may, I just, as a point of clarification, Xi Jinping entered office as president in 2013.
Yeah.
Now, were you identified by the Chinese authorities as the leader of the 15th of March 2008 protest? Were you identified by the Chinese authorities as the leader of the 15th of March protest?
Tantaki, Chong about to be Tanta Christian, but Janaki and the Pombo to take a toy.
요대 맞죠 호진토 당티까지라 시진팬 기까면은 레카시가 지통만 니또 견미 다와 시진팬은 너니 좀 시진팬은 니 무지지 대 시진팬 거나 요 니또 견미 다와
Yes, all these crimes and all these things behind all these things there's like the PRC leaders, including the Hu Jintao and Xi Jinping.
Okay.
I-
Now, the
I'm sorry, I
question-
could not hear the end of what you said. Just if you could keep your voice up, thank you.
Yeah, like whatever happens like on the 15th March and beyond that, all these things under this like kind of attacks, there's leaders of Chinese, including the Hu Jintao and Xi Jinping.
Okay.
근데
And
엄마가 베이징 엄마가 당하는데 라브랑 용디다 베이징 엄마가 용데 베이징 엄마가 용데 너무 라브랑 라사졌던 고주 다살이 선도잖아 오다가 간다 여기 이제 그 엄마가 줄 가르치는 혼자 베이징 내세요 엄마가 밑에서 다살 랩송 삼아서 오다가 건 가요 그래서 콘치도 그러죠 베이징 엄마가 당하지 맞죠 라방 사자
The police and the armies which sent so even some of the police they are based in Potala, so they thought that they are in the Lhasa, the center Tibet.
all right. What occurred as a result of you and what happened as a result of your involvement as a leader of the protest on the 15th of March?
대 인도텔라 된다가 이동 야가다 생기니까 zamde 나스 당아래 다티바데 당아랑 게노데 나스 쿠버니 까데 먹고 청아래
Due to the leading of the 15th March protest at Lavra Monastery, like I was prosecuted on the 22nd March 2008, and then they started like the depression and all these things, torture.
Sorry, I was what?
Yeah, I was sentenced on 22nd March.
Okay. Can you describe what happened between the 15th of March and the 22nd of March 2008?
최종하고도 가르쳐서 최종하는 거 가지고 죽으라. 그래서 인산이 있습니다. 대버리는
What you were doing then?
티바라 담 마몬보스가 나톤 청아래 다 가서 점고지 얘기대로 다이노 가마라제 텐디체레 테카디다 zanzan롱롱로 지차가래 나마소 이나라 다지 다니 통작 오랑레스나초 네 다니가서 야노즈마 anga 다자 시스템들이 같이 보지다 마스텔라 달라야 프로그램 말하면 샘플 당해다 되지 가슴 저를 단지체돼 이kap다 또 자고야다 프로그램 되게 내가 제가 처음에 다디선나 좀 다들 도치다 저거 다 다음 보스 그 빠르게 가서 상마 빠르게 답송 되지니 다티바테 가서 잡선도 되지 다 그거데 네토가 마음에 들어 금마용 되네 작사가 상모 용네 좀네도 다디 냐사대서 가서 대서 잡선도 지 다지가 사강으로다 데리나 그 제냐 너무 머리 사슬이 좀 해봐서나다 야보고 그다음에 대지 냐사대라 잡선도 직제 맞다 다티바테네 대지 얼얼상상하고 정리니 이또데 제가 내신이 왔다 맞도 되죠 얼얼상상으로 제도가 산제자야 나도네 산제인데야 다들로 지금이면 그래서 요거저거를 살았어요.
Between 15 March to 22nd March, the Chinese police, they are searching for the leaders and also the protesters. And the another that things happening in 2008, the Olympic is happening that time. So we are doing like the mass, giving the awareness about inside and outside of Tibet. And then we are giving the news what is happening in the Lavra Monastery during that time to the outside also. And at that time, like mentally, I'm also preparing that to go to the prison. And like during that time, what is happening? Like Chinese police comes to the monastery, and also they also searching to the each room of the monastery and and then like I always prepare during the evening times. Like if like even they catch up during the evening, so we are always preparing for that.
All right. Now, you said that you were sentenced on the 22nd of March. So were you arrested as a result of leading the protest? All right. What were you charged with?
나 좀디데 믹서를 쉬우지 말이. 당가 타와서 와. 타와 लग나 찍자요 말 된디 당간 된디 지지. 대진에 나 좀디 갑텔라 년도와 특시도요래. 근데 아마금이 니디아스 제는 몰랐어. 바들이 된디진이 당가 좀 지금 하나마선다 다시 뭐네 지금 jarkabs 듣고 된디도 오지 그다 다소서 하지만 나 자와서 내리지네 막식 봐서 된디지네 좀 직접 말이 된디지네 직선 와지선 된디다 고 그만 하고 본 된디지네 다좀 맞네 나시 타다 동 된디지네
On 22nd March, actually I'm a monk, so I don't have any like arms and ammunitions and nothing else. So I'm really a simple monk. But during that time, more than 60 Chinese police and 200 armies came to arrest me. During that time, when they caught me, they put like black sack on my head, and then they took me away. Like immediately they started torture and all these things.
Okay. What did they do to you?
콘솔트라 가르치소서 심사위지라.
좀 살이지대가 가짜야 제가 나 코징가 뭐라도 그나 되지는 그게 최송되다 좀나 많이 됐다 동해랑 동네 컴바스 나이네 딱 럽동지네 딱 고크만 오건다 머세인다 야인다 오이나 시오 말다 동네 제네 딱 아잔다 너도 참아다 와서 올라가죠 뭐라도 좀 아마 어디보다 좀 맞지다 고기 참아다 착 올라가죠 어때리지니까 너무가 좀비가들라 뒤쪽 맞이 해보지 말이에요. 뒤쪽 제다 체크 된지라 맞아 못해. 점내 딱 뒤쪽 할지 잠못 뒤쪽 직접 가서다 컨션 갔다. 이 와서니다 보빠가 나나 보빠들 삼삼가 보빠가 다 말도 쇼거리다 소사다 다 참지나 보빠들 들지 랍송들 안 죽고. 어때리지니까 컨션 고니 그말라니 금발랑 식단이다 저보용도 착거다 참아도 맞춰 델리치네 샤야치가 다 넉살 보는데 다 너하고 너리 다 넉살 보는 데 봐. 가는 것만 또 교제 가르치는 동안 막 저 좋았어요.
They arrest me and they put me in the police van with like 2 people, and then immediately I came in on the van, so they started beating. Like they beating, and they took me to as I mentioned, the black sack is on my head, so I can't see anything. And like there are so many police around me, they keep beating. They are not talking at all. They keep beating and keep torturing me. And then that one time, I just feel that all my robes, all my clothes are wet with blood. And then then I can't see anything, and I just heard from one Tibetan police, and he's saying that now we need to stop beating, otherwise he will die. And the other police, they are saying just kill him. And I feel like this around 4 p.m. on that day.
Right. Now, where did they take you to after they got you in the van?
Such a quality song.
사실 30년 것도 년도하고 레코드 양모드는 한 바다 탑쳐서 디나트서 혹시 아직 나시 동사 텐디들이 사실 그 정도였어요.
They took me to the nearest police station at Sangchudong. It's not exact at police station, but there's another custody behind the police station. They took me there.
And what did they do when you got there?
아니, 백일날 저도 그냥 가르쳐 송사.
저기 가만 저기
되게 상처 종기 한다. 층가 말 이게 저도
저기 다가라 뭐 같이 그 농구에 야동도 보고 큰 막고 저거는 뭐지 근데 락사대 저거라 락사대가 락바니가 락사대 샬롬은 락사대 락사 근데 대공인들이 하라게 뭐지 근데 대 뭐지 근데 야동나 아 농구도 야동이라 맞으면 장주만 거지 대체네 낸다고 특별 드시듯이 자꾸만 낸다고 지금 시간도 낸다고 움직이고 낸다고 청하래 낸다고 더도 봐 더도 봐 돈이 소가다 들어서 많이만 뭐 뭐야 제면은 되게 더도 당다 백업이 돼서 얼마나 그래 내단도 거야로 되잖아 낸다고 지금
they took me to the custody, and then as I mentioned before, it's like they keep beating me, like they keep beating me, and there's some police they're taking from my hand from like the backside, and they keep beating me. The worst thing is like they're beating by the gun's big handle. When this kind of handles beating me, is I feel the torture. So like it's so difficult at that time.
Right. Were you eventually charged with any criminal offences, and what were they?
아니 고난 속이 그팀 가리라 된지 그 얘기 치상사.
다 뒤값에 참새야 돼 좋아지요 다가 좀 동아야 저런 거다 자동으로 좀 먹을 때 그 공천당 안 남는 저런 버리세요 정말도 넉살 거는 너가 그 모두 버리세요 맞도 잠바 가셔티 맞도 먹을 노트도 찌어 말다 다가는 좀 많아 니마도 주세요 다가는
So they keep beating me, and they're saying that you against the government, you against the state, and you are just a Chinese insect, and you know that the Chinese government is like a sky.
Did they announce to you that you had acted contrary to any particular laws?
Janaki tinda gel relaje kiranga diche sonwes. 그냥 유송치들라 개미기 딱 민주 프로젝트 같이.
다 시험기전에 지만 뒤값들라 다가 지금 그런 아까처 그 체력이 직진도 제한으로 저만. 근데 뭐 카버 잡고도 그 포리체 정도 근데 그 잡을 잡고 좀. 나 정말로 살짝 들리지도 좀 뭔가서 저는 근데 제가 제가 카버 가지 않는 그 사실은 다다 정권들한테 리카비 잡는 데 저런 데니까 데니 말이 잡고 కొంచెం 참아 빠져서 하면서 이제 내지는 통하지 않는 데니 제마도 믹서도 준 내지도 కొంచెం 잡습니다. 네 가리 현수 막 가리체 네 가리체 현수 하고는 현수 쇼던데 가산 던던데 좀 제가 좋아지고 말아 쓰면 현수 지금 되는 자살로 말이 이게 제체를 이제 가서티 당자지. 어제 제가 지금 바가랑 지금
Yeah, for almost 1 month they keep beating and keep torturing me, and they got like copy of my phone, like about like the bundles of the like copies. They took his phone and they copy everything, and then they are asking that even the officer of the Sanchu district have not called like this. Who you are talking with this? Why you are calling all these things? Who you are connecting with this? So they keep asking all these things, like who you give the informations and all these things.
Excuse me. Your Honor, you may have noticed that the witness during his testimony was demonstrating something, and I'm hoping that the translator could explain to us what has been demonstrated he tossed some papers on the desk, and so when he demonstrates, if you could explain what his demonstrations are, that would be useful for us.
And I can get shooting the stands all as well. I think it's in the terms of Harry days and the Japanese.
As if there's a record being.
Yeah. And the couple that they
아니요. 콘주 카브르 사차 정가다 현재의 주 카브르 당도 이 나로 마자 카브르 당도 카브르 주 콘주 효도 당 빠르고 카브르 잡는 비통 이게 받대로 지금 콘주 카브르 그냥 카브르 다음에 다시 고전에 들어오는 데서 인사 카브르만 되는 뭐 문제인데 내가 다 콘주 좀만은 하천 드리고 되는 거 되지. 담아도 잠바고 말에 콘주 카브르가 카브르 나도 다 년에 직관의 가슴 년 들지네 고치 잡는 방법이지.
That it is I'm showing the paper, the demonstrated papers, which I'm talking about. Like they took my phone and they copied everything in my phone, like the which I called, which I sent the text and everything, and they copied everything and taken on my text when I'm the interrogation, and they keep asking me about these things. Where did you call these things? Who you talking with this? Why you are giving these informations and all these things?
뒷값들라 고주 시험사에 카바라 뒷값들라 상시종 그 락사를 빼야가 지리. 맞아 카바리 잡고 됐다. 빼는 도보자 카바리 잡고 뒷값다. 고주 카바라 안장 마셔면서 마수가는 중요가 뒷값들라 중요해. 근데 준이 담아서 냐야도 가디나 팀이 카바라 안장 면서 기원이 맞어. 그러니까 저 카바리 때문에 저차비지 암초나 차디다 그 안장 마셔도 나야 주의 선지도. 대단하서 쳤다지네. 답변나 카바라 얘기했다. 그다 카바라 마셔다. 카바라 랑에서다 konchi na kacha ma셔서 되다. 나네 카바가 년다디지 야켓에서 통통가다. 데디티카 konchi 냥코는 맞어 하고. 근데 코너서 락터 지리제 맞춰라 무슨 그 냠냠라요 말다. 데디기 자 카바나 서 따가나 때지는 그마 타마 뭐고 패신저 뭐고.
Yeah, the one thing is like when you're talking in the phone with our friends or anything, there is always unknown number which automatically connect when we are talking to our friends or anyone else, and they are listening. So that we came to know that like is connect with the phone, so that we just try to put two phones together and then just listening. And sometimes we heard that some Chinese people are talking in that phone.
All right. When you're giving this evidence about you being listened to on the phone, what period of time are you talking about?
그냥 단단히 카바가 상인치야
비슷하다라는 이유한테 시험차니 일동 나와서 방지 조만이 나선도 니체 아니가 예시 니기님은 항상 자가 카메라 잠깐 좀 가지는 딸이 배우는 있을 때 담아자리로 돼서 좀 사보세요. 그러니까 카메라 좀 맞아요. 뒤에는 뭐시 인생이 나가다 뭐 카메라 배자고도 카메라 선택도리가 뭐시 뒤에 맞췄어.
So it is between the 15th of March to 22nd of March, and the 22nd of March is the worst of thing. Even I'm talking with someone, is like I feel like they are lots of disturbance.
All right. Do you know what the authorities did with respect to the contents of your phone?
That shouldn't be what I want to the chamber to Yes, I know that this is related to the Sangshu Long district police.
Sorry, do you know what they did with the contents of your phone that they took and looked at?
그냥 가발을 가르치려 해서
가발.
가발 싸움.
아니, 따서 konchi 뭔가 찾아가지고 대냥 대냥 되는데 konchi
So they are just searching who I'm talking and who I'm connecting with.
Okay. And the Dongzong police, what level authority are they?
Yeah. So regarding the phone.
Yes, you said the contents of your phone related to the Dongzong police.
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
그냥 가발만 이제 좀 가르쳐요.
말 가발 나왔는데 그 원룸 그니까 되다 저번에 오사용 정도 아무 간단히 나사도 소리 약간 제거도 소화가 야시 마시지를 더 이렇게 처음에 다시 한번 가도 소까지 지나도 또 소화에 컨시냐고 담아 세세가 가지 않죠. 이까지라 뭐 나도 쪼라 뭐 진리지도 간속 걸고 년도 공부하다고 야미스가 좀 지나서 좀 그런 거를 지금 뭐한테 정하다고 근데 그것을 소팅가 이마 진리지도 그때가 공간 뭔가 참 바꾸는 가르치는 거 재미있어 좀
And during the demonstrations, we are talking with like the Tibetans in the Tolman area, also like different kind of the part of the Kham and Anglo, and also Central Tibet. We are talking about the protests and all these things. and also we are giving the information to the outside Tibet, like Tibet. And during the daytime, I came to know there's one Chinese police leader in the Ganho district. It's called the name of person is called Jen. So he is like always coming after me and doing the surveillance.
I just want to take you back to your evidence where you said you were sentenced on the 22nd of March 2008. What were you sentenced for?
나는 이제 아니 한 조선한 그냥 마치 집에 로저 타운이라 공식 마카리라 이제 적성화 시작부터 나 보통 그냥 이게 지금 와서 이 카페디 좀비 카페 주베제베까지 가다가 마셔서 다가 가서 뭔데 좋아하는 때 지금 걸 맞고 못 하고 같이 지어셔. 이제 막 이게 지금 뭐지 그까지 시작해 봐.
Very good email. Thank you for sending it. You know, they sent that.
So initially they didn't tell me anything about these things, but later I came to know that they are putting me on the two different things. One is like leaking or spreading the national security. That another one is against the Chinese state.
Right. Now you were sentenced to how long in prison?
뒤는 나와 이게 나와서
The sentence is between the 22nd March to 15 October.
Okay.
What year is this?
That was the 15th of March. I think, the sentence was between the 15th of March and, the 22nd of March and the 15th of October.
2008, Judge.
2008 stop.
Yes. Now, can I just clarify with you, Mr. Jigme, what was the total sentence that you were sentenced to? Not what was the total time that you spent in custody, all right? So what sentence did you receive?
Yeah. Fundamentally, it's all about like checking my phone and looking like the informations, the people who have relations and what information I was giving to the other people. But in reality, they are saying that this is like the leaking the national security and the other ones against the Chinese government.
Okay, all right. Is it correct to say that you spent 7 months in prison between the 22nd of March 2008 and the 15th of October 2008?
Yes.
What were the conditions of imprisonment that you experienced?
다 선수들은 나죠. 니마 some 비슷한 선수들랑 그 원나 고산이라 다가란다데. 근데 다다시 소식은 이까들다 재미 같이 있어 오지 렌샤. 렌샤에서 내가 말을 처리했어. 근데 나죠 당사에서 종칸 다때 맞죠. 스톡한데 보더니 다 정말 니 some 드리븐도 들어봤어.
Now, I just noticed the witness is pointing to a bundle of papers on his desk. These are photos that have been on the case file. Can I just ask the court registry or clerk to prepare to place some documents onto the screen? These are the documents at, I think she's just left.
I think she just went.
What do
All
you
right.
want to do?
I want to place some documents on the screen, Your Honour. I can identify this as NFE 5,
Right.
pages 41 to 42, and these are photos that have been provided by the witness on the case file. He's got the photos in front of him, and I just want to have those prepared to be on the screen. If we can continue his evidence, please.
상추동 가추 차서 뒤지 가셔.
어때? 전에 나 같이 말을 틀리죠. 내차 말을 틀리. 손에 렌치 말을 틀리 손. 그때 말은 너무 급하다. 같이 먹을 상추도 그냥 야는 거.
상추 가추 쳐다 가추.
같이 내다가 이제 다단히 로고돼서 본다. 저거 아니 또가 다나 주타하고 담고 써요.
Okay, they took first they took me to the Sangchu district custody for the 4 days, and then they sent me to the Gachu. In Chinese it's called Lingsha, and they did the interrogation, all these things at that place.
Right. During your actual imprisonment, which you spent 7 months in custody, were you physically or mentally abused?
Kiran da dundingala junjulchi gapto la kirangi samlo da kirangi supula ani super kharetang sons.
그러니까 리다 세미니자 신앙이사 나셨다 빼식 친구 당해.
Like both they torture physical, so
Yes, I can see that the witness has got the photo in his hand, which is a photo from the bundle on the NFE 5 documents. If we can turn to page 41 of NFE 5.
And what does the photo show?
The photo is a photo of an iron chair. Mr. Jigme, perhaps if you could explain what is depicted in this photo.
All right.
Kiran mixing it and the chap could check on them, it didn't need to dig on and the Kiran
In particular, this is NFE 5 at page 43.
Yes.
Yes. 제가 급작한데, 제가 급작한 그 나쪽 땅슈 연랑슈대 나쪽도 나쪽 급작한 강 땅 다이저데 다즈고 권지시아 공비자고 말이죠. 뭐 말하자. 다가랑 강 땅에 이저디. 나 제가 급작도 통문 섬스디. 그건 아마 슈대래. 저가 강 토지 땅이죠. 제가 급작 남나도 또 나 얼룩 나가 좀 좋다던데 디나 아까 거기서 저디 다 강게 토세 토마티 당하잖아.
Okay, I'm one of the longest political prisoner who put me on this iron chair.
너로 당간이니까 강가당하잖아. 강가 제가 금조사때 네 너무 꼬투 너무 이공지요. 이공지적이다. 그거 말하나 저거. 그거 말하나 저도 예능한 저저디 디저디 디 그거 말하나 저저디 딱 그 샤디 말티 옹키치나 말아서 लगभग देखिए लगभग काम सारा वो जब तंदी लगभग अच्छा कालों दी
Judge Fonseca.
Okay, can we just get a translation of what he said?
Yes, objection.
Frankly, just raising a question. I see we're looking at a picture of a odd-looking chair. But what it's not clear to me during what period of time this chair is relevant. Can we find out from the witness when this chair was put into use as far as he's concerned?
Well, but, he couldn't have seen it before 2013 because by 2013 you had already left, isn't it? You'd gone to, as I understand your statement, but after you ran away from prison, you managed to escape, you went away to Switzerland, right? So from 2013, you were on the run. Then you went to Switzerland in 2014. So after 2013, you had no experience of the chair, is that right?
네, 당가티 cấp 나스 시우 당와 디토테 나와지비 단 니토자가 나와 지비 챙고디다 적극적이 당하자다 나와 비니마 제다마 믹서 그때 당가만도 디급들다 시스템 거가 나스 당다마다 제비 나체도 소소마 특성화돼 지가시 마송 인조 나와 지비 챙고 다가네 마 적극적이 당하자가
They torture me on iron chair. It begins on from the April, like first week of April, 2008.
No. But after 2013, you had no experience of this armchair.
You don't just want to like him like the young was. You just want to like.
알리미토 전제요 만다 저기
계란기 that the 중앙선이 동
야이가 정말 좀
don't just want to like him.
정말 마테네 디급들은 니토 조선거라
No, it happened on April 2008. Since April 2008.
Right, okay. So we can accept that the armchair has nothing to do with anything that happened after 2013. Ms. Nguyen, that's right, isn't it?
Well, Your Honour, the experiences that he faced in prison led to certain decisions that he made, and
No,
that
the
is going to be
decisions we made to run away
yes.
was made in 2012 already, which was before the accused came into power.
Yes,
By the
Your
time
Honour,
the
but
accused he had decided to go, he was on the run, and he went to isn't it?
yes, Your Honour, that's right.
So he has no personal knowledge, as I understand it, of what happened after 2013, when the accused, and we can call him that, came into power. Nothing.
She's not.
Because he was away.
Tonight,
Well, Your Honour, I don't think it's correct to say that he had no personal knowledge. He had no personal experience of any kind of
He
torture.
has experience of what happened before, but in relation to what happened after 2013, the best he can say is that while he was in Switzerland, he heard from people.
Yes, Your Honour, that he
All right.
received
No, that's
information
fine.
from certain,
Let's understand where we are
yes,
directly and completely. All he can say is that he heard from people that these are the things that are happening. And you're going to pretend that there is no reason to suggest that these things didn't happen, right? And hopefully you will build that argument carefully.
yes, Your
Carry
Honour.
on, yes.
I think the witness should be given an opportunity to give some context to the decisions
No,
that he
yeah, but
made.
you've been busy with context now for an hour and 10 minutes. So I hope at some stage you will get down to the real evidence. In how long do you think you will get to the real evidence? You think in
Your
about half
Honour,
an hour?
Possibly another half an hour.
Okay, so let me time you and see where you are in half an hour.
All right.
Right.
네, 단지 적극적인 나처럼 그러면 시진핑은 단단히가 제요. 시진핑 뜻밖에나 맞춰 보박은 나서 옛날에 시진핑 따라 맞춰 제식 람식 거랑 단지 세치식 니타는 로도 사우던도 맞춰 니토 약간던 디가가 니토 전에 시진핑 로지처럼 저 두다 디가가 시진핑 간까지 큰데 시험부잖아요. 이 니토 전에 거랑 중앙 그 뜻이 좀 봐. 뭐 당보 후진토리 니와 시진핑데 디 있는 거 거랑 아무도 거 강내나 거랑 레카까지 되고 거랑 시진핑 약경아직 때에는 또그 니또 지금 선체다 거는 그 시진핑 아시아에서 저거는 안에 이렇게 당수 싸워라는 말 시진핑은 매주 처만 났던 요리 니 getting 때는 나 가산되나 캡처를 이용하라 로모버를 가지고 또 처만 되어 났던 들 때니 이제 단비 이런 거 단든 시진핑은 내가 요노 간제 요 시진핑은 내가 단데 요대 요리 티카데가 시진핑 동이 위시 좀 말에 나쁜 직접거나 후진토다 공이겼더니 컴먼 거 땅이고 그런 저 뭉튼 마서나 내가 제일 듣고 말 중앙 그 요래들 니 차오라 대지리 그 단단 그 시진핑은 내가 요래서
Regarding this issue, I want to say that I call this one road, one policy. That comes from the long way, from under the one philosophy, under the one policy, all these Chinese government policies come in Tibet. So that from the Hu Jintao to Xi Jinping, everything is connected. Everything's continuity. There's nothing separate between these things. I also want to say these things. Why I can't come to refugee here? Why I run away on the mountains for 2 months, no food, nothing. So all these things are related back to what happened in 2008, so that we can connect. We can connect back to the 2008, 2009, 2012, 2013, 15. Everything is connected.
Right.
All right. Now, you were tortured on the iron chair. Did you want to say anything more about that before we moved on to the next topic?
네, 적극급적 다들 마오시나 디수다서 상황을 봐야 돼. 이게 적극급적데 다만 잠을 미던 너서 공부하다가 나치 땅땅시나 나가서 되나보다 고 말해. 야나서 텐디스래. 옛날에 내가 또 잠든지 적극급적데 또다 내 카메서 따다 디수 코팅에 사실 몽고도 동아다 잡아서 상황이 사실 지금에 따라서
So there are so many tortures I had experienced during this time, but I just want to point out regarding this iron chair. So I was hung up with the two of my hands on this chair, and then they put the light and heat from the in front. I can't feel anything like that, just like the feeling of I lost in that twin.
Can we just move on to the next photo? Can you explain if this is the way that you were treated when you were under these torture sessions? The photo, for the benefit of Judge Zach, depicts a person who is handcuffed to the front of an iron chair with his feet within the middle of the chair, also shackled, and his bottom on the ground in front of the chair. Now, Mr. Jigme, you said that they placed light and heat in front of the chair. How did they do that?
급전인데 런저가 디 땅라 올라오는 뭐 점점 침보 시작하거든 디 땅라 올라오고 시작하거든 올라오니 저기 올라오다가 동가서 저거거든 데이디 올라오고 뭐 저거니까 뭐니까 아니라도 상황 간다는 나빠쳐도 데이가도 올라오더래 일단 대체는 나마다가 저거는 대체다 다 나빠서 되나 저거래 디 제가 간나 시작가 알론이 바라는데 되는 제라 그것도 좀 바꿔 감무진 나마 탕마 donut namto kama donut chaga ye naw shi da tati so gani harche nam na ro shi ta so ta da ye naw shi chaga ta tika tela ta nas jamba da olok pa jaga ta ma jiya to so ribu ta chaga ko no mo kang chek khora nam ta ko nazik jamba de su nasyo kora tendi na nasyo ta ta ha le jiksa wa ji
The worst thing about this iron chair is they put me 2 handcuffs on the dead. The steel mark is on my both of left hand and right hand. And the worst thing is happening from left side and right side, they put the bright torch, which comes heat and also which comes the light. So physically, due to this, the light and heat, I can't bear of these things. So the longest hours is from 9 to the morning, and then it goes to the more than 7 times. So that still I have mark on my left and right hand side and also on my feet.
대신에 데리 타마제다 다데 나초 통큰 거 년도가 돼서 된다리 유단 투자리 이 마티냐 나초 통큰 소데다리 코마 나초 통큰 소데 다 카산데마라고 로지 타가랑 코랑 로지 가제타가 유단 투 코랑 제르자마 코랑 로지 타가랑 요
All right, now Mr. Jigme is pointing to the photo at page 45, which is the next photo. Can we get a translation of what he said, please?
This one is the officer called Yudin Tu. Like he's the one who tortured me during that time, like with the iron chair and the shackles. And now and he's like against the province, and like he's working like CCP since 1993.
Tene kanga de chak kap chak de yalo chak de lakba ni de ta chak ni along ni ran de jang ne na ma jip tak song ta ta mone ta de che le zo ma ta ba ro chi ni nga zo ngai na ma za da di chang ka ki ma ni ta ne ta na jima de zo ta so chama ma ta long song ta sa mu ko.
For the record, the witness has just stood up and placed his hands behind his back whilst demonstrating something.
Yes.
Mu da ma de all one.
Yeah, if you go back to that iron chair, one of the worst thing happened is like they, yes, this one. So they put me to the directly opposite side of my body. They put me from the backward. They put me the left hand, right hand on the top of the chair, and the feet on the other side of two chairs. And during that time, I only feel the blood. I don't feel anything, like they totally bled, and even I can't remember much during that time.
Tenda mukul lama ti kya wo za ta tumo odo kol cha de ti wa ta ma ta ba yang song sa da ne sa wo chi ma song ni ta yen jang wo chu za ja song za da da ti se ka di za ja ne da sa wo ta ko de ti ti ne ta ni ma ta ba yang song.
During that things happens, then like when that time happened, then like suddenly the white ray is coming in my eyes, and after that I don't remember anything. So that means I feels like I'm dead during that time.
All right, thank you. Explanation. Now I want to take you to some other. You were eventually released, and then you were imprisoned again for a second time in February 2009. Is that correct? All right. Now, this time you were imprisoned because you did an interview with Radio Free Asia. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were imprisoned for 3 months, correct?
Yes.
Now, there was a third period of time that you were in custody, and this occurred on the 23rd of September 2012. What happened on this occasion? Just briefly as you could, please. 23rd September 2012, you came back into custody.
My third time imprisonment, then before that, I know that I'm preparing to go to the prison. So I mentally prepared for that time, because like during that time, we have no freedom, especially environment, language, religious, and culture rights. So that it's the right time to fight all these things, and mentally and physically, I prepared for that to go to the prison, and also I came to know that like Chinese police who always come after me and looking for what I'm doing and everything, so keep surveillance.
When did you come to know these things?
di kirang katu hako sonsa.
다 다와 나비 니또 지기 다와 나비 새로 지기 직성이라 가서 거미 영초는 타가 당네 가서 총도 신청해. 디카텔라 맞다 거미 영초 렌탕 그 제가 다 참고를 말아 다 보잖아. 영초 렌탕다는 총도 신청해. 디당에 거기 내지어래. 다 뒤에 년도가 년도가 디나네 뭐 그치기 좀 가져 잡고 말자. 너무 가서 그런 주 뭐 parchi sama kare tamane robaz ko logol sam cher samare te chine nga su tik kap ne da khonsa da tang do mo sam to do ta ting ne ko na su nga su rodiga tachi che wono da dorje le da mo ni nga cha jinde che de me ha ko o ten di ten chine nge ha ko so
I came to know that these things happening from May 14 and 15, 2012. During that time, we have one meeting on the universal freedom and justice. So we have group of people, we have talking about all these things. And during that time, even the meeting, the Chinese police came. And what happened, they came to our rooms and the Chinese police took my laptop and also they took another laptops and laptop and cameras they took away, and during that time I came to know that there is a Tibetan police called Dorje and one Chinese police who always come after me. Whenever I go, they always coming after me.
Right. Now I want to take you back to your third time in custody. You were in custody for 7 days before you managed to escape. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you escaped on the 30th September.
Yes.
What were the circumstances that led to your escape?
tata netan ben za ta ko le nga cho nga ta ko sa to khana ma ne to da ma song ka de ni chi ta ne ka ko le a ta nin zi ke mo ne to chi zi ya wen ye che la chi zi mo nya di kham ba chi na mo ni ta te chi de nga song khana ga de ya chi jam de ta chi do ya chi sa wa na ta ko me song khana se song khana ga de ya chi jam de ma chi ji song khana ja ga sam lo chi ta na wa le तचेदी तक पहुंचू लेकर चेक तम शावा चेक तम छमा ता दा मन जगह ना खत जगह ना मन चाहे ना करे चाहे ना कंत्र सेवा छे सब जिता करे छे जेवी सेवा चिके नि मा जानक जप्तन दिशन दे जप्तन दिशन छारना का मा लांडू का मानछ 년샤 페이스 저리시 되죠 간 맞서 네 다시 연구했더니 같이 때문에 머리 사차대 ती मानखास गना सोने ता छरा थापसिन थेंगो ता काशा मंबोस बि जेरम ताने ना चुटा तंगो माटी कबे खालारा टप करे काशा छाता मा टाटिना दा मा तोंखाना कंदिया ग चीजे वो चेन करचिना चे छोकरे जना छो ता तोंखाना कंदिया ग किछो ता छार समरे छरा ता छि मम लो थामाची ग को तारे ता छरा दि ठोक म दो छरा दि ठोक म ता छरा तोंखाना कंदिया ग छि जक मा दा मा मानखास तो छि ता ग लो को दरे दो ता खोजु काशा ग 좀 मंबोस ग ते छो दा 최소 년간 갖고는 더 많은 거 사업해 보여 갖고 있다 말로부터
Yeah. Like it's a custody. They put me on the during the third time. So there are 16 police, and the outside they are looking they're looking at me, and in the room there are two police. They always coming after me wherever I go, and they are always looking at me. But during that time, I mentally prepared that I will stay my rest of life in prison. But at that time, what happened is that we are talking about the 30th September 2012, right? And as most of you know, that the 1st October is the foundation day of the PRC, People's Republic of China. And during that time, the police as custody said that you need to go to the Lingsha hospital. It's a little bit far away from there, and they are threatening me for my life. Now, you are more than 3 times in the police station and custody and interrogation centers, but no, you have no place to stay in this. Now you need to go to the hospital and check what things happening. Then I came to know that my life is going to end, so that I decided to escape from the custody.
대다 당하는 그 최소가 다 예르제구나 데리다 다 로야가 다사모 당하래 담이 야나마레 로사 당마 로상다 로사 콜리라 까마레 तेजी तब कोर्ट ताता दा वर्धने ची कोर्ट रगना मारदा ता छोटा ची को सब सामो टेम परने त छचन नवशगला तेजी छचन रो संशन ना रो गना ते न्यतो राग ना रो को ता राग ना रो गोदी न्यतो का छने ते रा संशन ना रो गोदी लाम खाने छक जेरा रो तेनी ता जी जेरा दा दो रो तेनी निशिया जी ता जेमा छक ते कंसक जे जो कंसक जेरा कोरे तेनी जी ते कोर्ट दा ता छक जेरा रो तेनी जी दा दो रो तेनी जी रासो ता ते मैं कोई तो तामुजी ने कोंचु फिने दा ला जमीला रो तेनी को जो ती लोक ना माचु तो मेटर बेतो तत्ती तल जमदा दे तेनी दा माचु दे सेवा सेसं지 담비 참모 तीच चिनी ता जमा सोनो ते अनिनी तीचला ते दरे ता तेरे चका जेरा को दो को ता काला कांच चिनी ता लामरोजी ने चिनी ता जेरा ता कोने ता मेती 시작적으로 당한테는 권제도 삼아보니까 나머지는 뭐 강박 거거든요.
After that, I decided to run away from the custody whenever I get opportunity. So, like the Chinese custodies are not very developed like the Western, so that we need to go to outside of the custody, the courtyard. The toilet is outside of the custody. So during that time, I got one iron stick and stone in that night, and then I took in custody, and then I try to escape whenever I get the opportunity. So on 30th September, during the 12 a.m. midnight, then the police they go to sleep at that time, and then I use the iron stick and stone, and fortunately the the metal opened, and then I got to opportunity to escape.
Okay, I'll let you go, but I'm going to have to direct you to a few areas because we are unfortunately just running a bit short on time. So if you could translate the next bit, and then I will be asking the next question.
Yes.
알레 테네 막 컴바 거버디 때지네 네 함디 야라 건디지리 다지 다가 축축 다가 지켜도 다노 저도 식게나 난 년도가 뭐하고 된대 좀 통과돼 막 컴바디 많아나 자 쇼지 이제 단디 컴바가 디지털로 거래 따때지네 다 자우지네 다서도 고지 년도가 거기서 디야 야가 마찬가지로 뜻세도 단디 konchiti techine ta techu lamjiti da boy boy maso ta teni ro chine ta lamkaya de khamba go tini ma lamjiti ni khamba go ne tas khamba go ne ha ta teni ta lamka jongna maso teni da rga ma yaram go teni go na to dire teni da loksi da jada rga kam ne ta teni ro chi da re.
And then then I came to outside. I heard the noise. The Chinese police in the midnight they play mahjong. Mahjong is a game that they stay together and they play the mahjong. And fortunately that this is exactly at that time. And then I got from the custody, and then I go towards the main road, and then I run away towards the mountain. Then I stay on the mountain. Yeah, 1 year and 8 months.
So when you got out of custody, that was a very planned escape. I must congratulate you. But when you got out, President Jinping was not in power yet.
Kailangan tanda din yung hanggang sa was ina Xi Jinping ko siya maris. Yeah. Tigi ta chuto aro katakan.
di 조금
그냥 곧 되도록 English 유에서 이게 시제비가 가르쳐가 그래서.
안ተ 시즌나 고 또야데 마 시즌벤데 마 페솔라 가데 뭐지 땅거베 소티 뭐 시즌벤 요래 티카테나 당도데 시즌벤 야라 시 투시 당원 요지고 티그 람카타도 나왔다 시즌벤데 소 담아카데 마 고베요다 시즌벤 또는 나랑 그 미가 같은 고베 시즌벤데 요 말다 나 로고야데 캄바디나 고 로고야데 시즌벤데 나라 nga cheso wala chi chego ni da nga go ba de ja de che go me ya de go
Yeah. Go out of custody is not totally related to the Xi Jinping, but it's totally related about my life, safety of my life. But from here onwards, it's totally related to the Xi Jinping.
Your Honour, the prosecution case is that in March 2008, Xi Jinping was the vice president of China. So whilst it may not relate to the exact period of time that he's been charged, it goes to his knowledge and it goes to his power and his authority that he had during that time as well. Now, you escaped to the mountains, lived there for 1 year and 8 months, and you eventually were able to cross the border into India and make an escape where you now live in Switzerland. Can you confirm that that's correct?
Can I dig on that to any teaching, any collecting Switzerland that you want to do at the Dembarvesa? Okay. Can you talk a little bit about this?
Yes, can you just confirm the question that I asked you?
And then she did Dembarvesa. Yes, it's confirmed.
Okay. Now, Mr. Jigme Golik is now holding up a notice. This is a document that can be found at NFE 7, page 1, if that can be shown on the screen, please. What is this notice that you are holding up, Mr. Jigme?
마 르동 tuini jini kade jong nga thangma ni soti jere ji soti jini nga tuare ji 르동 tuido dikapela ta khona khoro ma de ichada ni chatare ichada ni na karla ujna golong jing masala ma tse masala ma de ba che to ma te jini golong jing me thwa ta golong jing me rini sati ta ji che na jami gomo chhe che ta ba ta de ta khoro sindiri chapter che ore 다 코너스 니 이차를 가리지는 장원에 멋을 넘으지 마음 양한테 가리지는 딱 보여주는 코너스 멘다지 없쳤다. 마 르나 년도가 람상 멘다 작쳐서 멋을 니 지사랜디 코너스 람상 멘다 가져 좋아요. 데리기다 조라다 때문에 만 이차를 잡으래. 다다다 시진병 자 정도 조라 아니야. 나 소야 소치지야 조라 아니야 차가래.
So I'm holding like two papers about like the wanted warrant letter, which I came to know after 2 months when I was on the mountain. So this warrant letter which mentioned that Golo Jigme is a murderer, and why they are saying these things is like this is the threat of my life, and it said that any of people who see Golo Jigme, they are going to pay like 20,000. Sorry, the translation is a little bit incorrect. It's like 20,000, not 200,000. 20,000 yuan. So whoever see the Golo Jigme, so that then I felt like my life is threatening. Whoever get me, they have right to kill me.
All right. So just to summarise, that notice that you were holding up, the one that appears at NFE 7, page 1, is a Chinese warrant for your arrest, which says that you committed the crime of murder and that the authorities will give anyone who gives information about you 20,000 yuan. Is that a correct summation?
Yes. Don't use the Finnish. Yes.
Okay. Now, you were holding another
And what
document.
is the date of that notice?
Yes, what is the date of this notice?
I'm sorry, Your Honor,
Your Honor, there's a translation of this notice, which is also on the case file. It's at NFE 7, page 2.
Yeah.
And it says that the notice is dated the 27th
Next
of
page,
November 2012.
2012. Okay.
Yes. Now, the other document you were holding up is NFE 5 at page 46, if that can be shown on the screen. What is this document, Mr. Jigme? What is this document? Can you explain to the court, please?
아니, 내 이차에 맞서 법 로지 수도 자료인데 아니 너
This document appears to have some Chinese text and a photo that appears to be you.
안돼
Do you know what this document says?
너 간수 장신그 가버 제제나 다데 공간에 땅다 다가랑 되지 땅상이요. 고도지메 내지서마다 트니 똑그러니 시다다
Yes, this photo and this text message, they sent by the Chinese authorities to all the people in the Gansu districts. They send the text message everyone in this districts, and this photo is someone screenshot and sent to the one of big media in outside Tibet.
All right. Do you know what this notice says?
Sorry.
Do you know what the notice says in it, in the Chinese language?
기나 다다 내 샤죠 내가 찍어래 난 고도지메 난 다다 코로나 네 라방 거 자와에 노 파이타스 조정선 간지वर के नो 근데 그냥 지금 지금 로장제 근데 잠바가 양치 로자제 오늘제 다티 티 망도다 근데 다고 담 무슨 이전데 근데 코로나나 뭐뭐 틀리 시작하다제 다티 그거
if I may.
안다도 상관이에요.
Yes.
What we're about to hear is the translator's translation of the witnesses' reading of the Chinese on the screen. And what Mari said is simply the translator's reading of the Chinese on the screen.
That may be an easier way to do it if the court permits. Thank you, Your Honour.
Just let's ask the translator, can you read what is on the screen? And can you translate it for us?
Can you translate what it says?
Can you translate this document?
Yes.
Yeah. Translate.
Right.
So this one is exactly this.
Well, tell them.
I need to
Just
read?
tell them, just tell them.
Okay. Golo Jigme in Pinyin, commonly known as Loza. Loza is his other name, also known as Golo Loza, Jigme Loza. A male, 47 years old, Hangzhou village, Rinchin Township, Seta Country, Ganze Prefecture, Sweden. Monk from Labrang Monastery, ID number 513333 1965 021 216216. This person is suspected of international homicide and
Sorry, that's intentional homicide.
intentional homicide and is now wanted. The unit that captured Golo Jigme or the individual who provides the clues will be awarded with 20,000 yuan. The contact number is 13529629133 Gansu Province Police on November 27, 2012.
All right. So what was your understanding of this notice and what did you do as a result of this information, Mr. Jigme?
예, 2000년에 뭐 예전 단 저장하다요. 마다 말아 내가 치고 말티 나 뭐고 지니 담 들어셔네 다시 텐디 담다 시고 치던데. 담 많은 거 매체가 난 삼로 살아 걸부터. 삼로 살아 간지나 담 가서 만데네 다 년도가 나오네. 막 최소가 니역제야래. 다치 롱바 잠바가 다 콤바잖아요. 다치 마피오게 다마 멤다가 다자야 시 소야가 비치다. 다 소바 다 오사니와 근디가 사무로 짠 마서다 셜로스가 콤바게 작탑스가 가리로 지고나 띠나다 사무 콤바 동어지 자가야다 지기야.
So this warrant is like turning point of my life, and I came to the conclusion that this is the right time to take refuge to the other place or other country. Now there is no more place for me in Tibet and in Tibet.
All right, thank you. Now,
Did you kill anybody?
Can I be saying this?
뭐세요 말이야. 나 공주 니즈 상체래. 나 셜로가 걸어서 대모토 존나 대모 고체를 뜻이제. 염제 장소도 상탄에 나는 그 먹을 먹어지야. 고사 랍트제죠. 나도 뭐세 이제나 정거리를 봐야 돼.
No, definitely not. This is just accusation. So I give the testimony to the United Nations and other countries. There is no any evidence on this issue, like the killing people.
No. I know that there is no evidence. That's another matter. But I'm asking you straight out. Did you kill anybody? Yes or no?
Can I say?
I just, as defense counsel,
No.
I have to say that before any witness who's been put under oath is asked that question, they need counsel appointed, and I'd ask your judge respectfully to withdraw the question, or ask me or somebody to represent him.
I would join.
I think somebody should represent it because we all need to understand, is the contention that the notice about him was false or not false? Because if it was true, okay, it was true. If it was false, then of course, although it was before 2014, they're spreading false rumors about him because he was a monk and a monastery. So I need to understand that. And if anybody wants to represent him, they may. The prosecution can represent him because the prosecution is reading his evidence.
Your Honor, I'm quite happy.
Do we need to understand whether this notice was false or not, or you say it doesn't matter?
It does matter, Your Honor, and the evidence.
It does matter, all right.
The evidence that Mr. Jigme has given is that it was false. Just to respond
It was false, but he hasn't said so yet.
He said he didn't kill anybody, it was just an accusation. And then he further said there's no evidence of that, and that. I understand the Defence Counsel's concerns as a matter of procedure. In this case, I think that right to be given independent legal advice can be waived in circumstances.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me. I've now been in a number of cases in which the issue whether or not somebody has killed another human being has been raised. That is a right that can never be waived. And to assume that it can is a dangerous precedent.
Your Honor,
Indeed.
that's understood as a matter of procedure and principle, but the evidence
Excuse me.
here is that he denies it, and his evidence is that he did not kill anybody.
At that level, I'm certainly satisfied with his answer, but the chamber is not. The judge has said that independent of what anybody has said, and independent of whether or not you assert that the accusation is false. Please translate this for me.
But my understanding is that.
I want to know, I'm sorry, Judge.
Sorry, my understanding is, I'm sorry, just one minute. My understanding is that it's evident in effect is that he did not kill anyone. Now, do you want the prosecutor to clarify that again? Or
No.
do you accept that? That is evidence. It may be true or not true, but that's another matter.
Your Honor, I think we should move on as quickly as possible.
Right. So let's move on. Let's accept that he has said he did not kill anybody. That nobody trusts anything about that because he has said he did not kill anybody, and we take it at face value.
All right, and so as a result of this accusation that you killed somebody, which you did not do, you then decided to leave Tibet for your life, correct? Now, the period of time that you lived on the mountains and then eventually fled to Tibet was the period of time that Xi Jinping became president. Would that be correct to say?
Yes.
And you continue your activism outside of Tibet, and so you are aware of what's going on inside Tibet. Would you say that's true?
그냥 표현 하나 모든 단대고 돼야 지금 인센트 하나 표현하는 거 모습하게 되는 그냥 그 이제 말해서. Yes.
You've given some statements previously that since Xi Jinping has come to rule China, there has been some changes in relation to policies and practices concerning monasteries and religion. Can you speak to those issues?
시제빙 레반이 제제 믹스기 아니 곰바다 추부터라 나 주슈치고 쇼다 지고서 리덴 바레 기나서 시르시
덴바리. 사실 그래.
시진펜 다 실탄 그 야미 따다미 거 마셔줄래 다티 제실랑치 그 세치티 타네 코라스 머르다 추릭 참에 타데 또 코라스 답시소 되래 옛날에 시진펜 덴네 땅아서 공부하다 뱀선치 잡고 라론 공부하다 가서 뭐네 공부 제슈 잡고 지래 디 공부가 나가다 노래 그런 법정진은 자와야 요거리 디 자와로 절제하는데 자와 총소도 너가 먼저 가시지 근데 다 가려가 버잖아 남튼 정보 전대 제지죠 남튼 정보 전대 제지 남튼 정보 전대 제지 된다 그 정보가 다저다 다 줄게 말려는 텐디지래 데이터 그런 그 실타가 남튼 자와는 대발고라고 다들 그런 그 삼비 제사가 정말 많은 봐서 남튼 정보 전대 제지 되겠다 그러나 남편도 자와랑 맨날 좋아요. 남편 공부하셔서는 잼ton 잡다. 엄마한테 공부들이 자와들이 다르지. 잼ton 강랑 지가 다 잘했다 보고 그래. 근데 다 잘진다서 상관은 있는
As I mentioned, like the PRC or CCP, they're always on the one road and one policies. The policies and everything is continuous. How the Xi Jinping, Hu Jintao and Xi Jinping did. Especially since the Xi Jinping came on power, there are lots of restrictions in the monasteries, Tibetan culture and Tibetan religion and Tibetan language. I give few examples. The one thing is like me, like many of Tibetans monks, they become a monk in the very early age. The Xi Jinping came on power, the only Tibetan monks who get 18 years old can get get to the monasteries, so that they wipe out the Tibetan monks fundamental religious education and the practices till 18 years old. The other thing is due to the Chinese policy comes from the patriotism and nationalism, and they changed the Tibetan Buddhism into the Chinese characteristics Buddhism. So that means that Chinese PRC is like the atheists. They have no religion. They didn't consider religion. That's why they believe that Tibetan religion is also against the national security.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. What is your knowledge about the colonial boarding schools and the policies around that under the period of Xi Jinping?
Can I say one thing about this? The monastery?
Yes, please do.
공부하는 다 연구하면서 또 소들이 간수 간장 그 공부를 너무 공부해서 못해. 네.
The witness is pointing at NFE 5, page 47, if that can be shown on the screen.
공부고.
Yes, please continue.
후모보다 다 공부로 터치네. 니통 저거 니가가 공부하는 다 당 재미 호탄 말이야. 공부 자와 총. 이나네 자와 진이 주 장가가야 가 근데 장가로네 자와 니즈 동아리. 동아리는 재미 좀그 다이 공부하다 남미라 장가동에 비셔서 쇼로다 자와는 야비 장만이 또 칼상 때는 이렇게 저 니와 칼상 때는 다 공부하고 좀 다 총총치가 이렇게 맞아. 뭐 저기만 저 그다가 제가 맞아. 전에 홍보보여야 되다. 시진핑 로드부터 거란데 간혹 그렇게 그렇게 주지로 홍보보다 본디서도 나서는데 점점 참고는 저 야는 좀 남자 쪽으로잖아. 남자 쪽으로 데려가 시지 거는 거 저 공부해서 나 만들진다 그런 걸 락터체고 되지리. 나는 뭐 본디 담에 제고 노트 땅가서 나 뱀선 라브랑 공부 뱀선 시작하는 게 시작거든. 홍보보여야 돼 봐. 맞아 군대다 도프라다 또 수상 간로 그 리정다 또 맞서 진행 그 만나 소식 간데 차고.
So the person on the screen is called Hu Mobo, and he's a Han Chinese nationality and the secretary of the Gansu prefecture. So he is the one who is the practicing and the Chinese policies in the monasteries. He go to the monasteries. He do all the things. He do the political campaigns, and he always look in everything, whether they have like the Tibetan monks under the 18 years old and everything. So that he's the person who is go to all the monasteries, and then it's something against the policy of PRC or anything, then they directly threat to the monastery about all these things. So that he is doing more about like talking more about the Chinese propaganda, nationalism, patriotism, and all these educations in the monasteries.
All right. Do you know what period of time he was secretary of the prefecture and what his roles are in relation to the party?
코난 단다기 단다 코난기 네토치거라 이 가두니 차엠베다 단디 잘라고라 이게 단den게 어디 같이 버려서
다리 뭐 가디자 랭크 때까지 그러면 나 사고 심화성다 꼭 가상되는 건 했던데 약간 그렇게 다 당해 주지고 나 공천 당근 거또 따다다다 말하시고.
I have no like exact date that when he take the role, but right now he is the main secretary, the main person who is implementing all these policies in the Kanlo area, especially all these monastery under the Kanlo prefecture.
Mr. Nguyen, when it's convenient, about 10 or 15 minutes time, tell us when we could have a little comfort break, when it is convenient to you.
If Your Honour wishes to have one now, it would be convenient, but I do probably have questions another.
10 minutes, right?
Let her finish the questions.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, please, and then, yeah.
Yes, all right. What is your knowledge with respect to the colonial boarding school policies in Tibet, as succinctly as you can, please?
단서 호텔에서 당 몇뱀서 시켰고 다른 단서 호텔에 나가 하고요. 단서 호텔 당라 딱 이제 본물 또 잠이지요. 다 람칸이 저거데. 아주 본물 그 같은 이게 리정데 딱 네네네요래. 지군데 지금 호텔에 나고 군데 메까지 호텔 메까지도 소소 머리가 말썼다. 머리 잠했다. 머리 잠했다. 시지다 시진빈 가상이 말했어요. 차가운 거면은 뭐 맛을랑 뭐 뎁스지야다 또 시즌벤다 나보나부터 득슈이 차고 가서 내가 했던데나 이름 예스 지금이 남도 랑마 득슈이 차고 했더 가리진에 차고 저렇게 맨니 랑마 차고 맞서 뭐었나 차고 통하여 그래 지금 참아가 항상상도 제거다 맞서 뽑아다 사건도 차고 매빠고 뭐 싸면지야 되게 락들지고 다디 다다 롭다다 단도 롭다데나 angé labrang sachaga samkhok robbaz ke chimsang kamkhak pension jininge jini match.
Okay, I want to give one example about the Labrang in the Labrang way I was born. In the I want to give one like the example from the nomadic family and what's happening to their family and their life. But before that, I want to say that like the colonial boarding schools and this policy is coming from the long way, and the colonial boarding school and especially Xi Jinping's policies, they want to destroy the Tibetan language, Tibetan culture, and I call this is a slow death. So we see the bloods, guns, and all these things, but like the destruction and genocide of Tibetan language and culture is worse than that. This coming through the two things. One is from the monastery. We talked about monastery before. The other one is a school. In the schools, now they're changing a lot. They put all the Tibetan kids to the colonial boarding schools, and they're teaching more about China, Chinese nationalism, patriotism, and they are not teaching about the Tibetan language and Tibetan culture and all these things.
When are you talking about? Are you talking about now?
Yes.
And you're saying that you learned all this because you hear what is happening and nobody can say this does not happen. Is that what you're saying?
계란기 주소 단다기 마스터다 주소 시어라 되게 주소 가두시기는 시제비 주소를 들어와 디디 계란기 고아장에 주소를 모니터 좀 그래서
문이 좀 버려. 다 보다 다다 군바 마랑 군바 가랑 군바 나도 좀 버려. तनी तक होता दादा दादा रोबा का देता है चमसांग चिकन है तमें अपने जो चीज़ है रोबा संभव को रोबा का नामी आमाग पगती तंदो होता ना जो को तंदो होता पगता आमाने रोबा का आमाती जैसे चीज़ है वो तब पगता तागे योंदी कपेला आमाग जैसे चीज़ हो पगता आमा जैसे चीज़ हो तब ते चीज़ वो ये फोकस या छोको मारता तेरे का नाम का ठीक चीज़ होता मृग खासा तेरा था तेरे सावाने वो जमीन चेया बता से चीज़ खासा तेना चक्कर है दी तादा गुंडे का ना तो से दवा निया सब का ना तो दे तादा रोबा का ना तो नाना दा तो का ना तो तेरे खासा तेना चीज़ें बैंक करा मास्टर तम बोलने तेरे को मारम मुक जिग ना कौन हो रुदिन तो ये तो
this monastic things happening in the February and March of this year, and like we are talking about the colonial boarding school is what is happening now in Tibet under Chinese repression policy. Let me give one example, one very small example of the Labrang, one of the nomadic family. Most of the nomadic families, they are stay in the pastures for the thousands of years. They are not connected with the Chinese culture and Chinese language. So that most of the nomadic people, they didn't talk in Chinese. What's happening now is like they need to send the kids to the boarding schools, and when the parents they go to meet them, they need to speak in Chinese. And in the initial time, they are allowed to talk to take the translator between the kids and the like child and the parents, like mom and the son. They have translator, the interpreter, because they are not allowed to speak in Tibetan. And now recently, what is happening is between the mother and son. So these things is the language genocide is what is happening is now.
Right.
Would this be a good time for a break? Okay.
Yes, that's it.
But Kristen, you are going to hopefully get someone who has been there during 2013 onwards to give us evidence of what happened, if that's possible. If that's not possible, let us know, all right?
Your Honour, the evidence that I wish to adduce from Mr. Jigme, which is yet to be adduced, is in relation to communications between Tibet and the outside world.
Yeah.
And that's now, and that's past 2013.
Yes, but will you have any evidence of somebody who can tell us from actual experience what's happened after 2013 or not?
With respect to what issue, Your Honour?
With respect to the issue of the evidence that this witness has been giving in relation to what's happening at the schools, etc., etc., etc.
Well, Your Honour's already heard from the witness Dondup Wan Chen yesterday about his nephews and nieces who were subjected to these colonial boarding schools, and that's happening. That has happened after.
Are you going to have any more
2013.
actual evidence of what happened?
No, Your Honour, not in relation to the colonial boarding
Not in
schools.
relation to what happened since 2013. The only evidence you have is the evidence that was read yesterday. Just to understand where we're going.
Yes, Your Honour, and evidence that has been placed on the case file from reputable Human Rights Watch and other NGOs that speak of interviews with many people who have experienced directly the experience of boarding schools. So there is
So you
documented
will
evidence,
introduce
Your
those
Honour.
reports in good time.
I have introduced those reports in the opening, Your Honour.
All right, no, that's fine, but I haven't seen it. That's the only trouble I have.
Yes.
But hopefully we'll get the document one of these days and look at it. Okay, how long? 10 minutes?
10 minutes is great.
10 minutes?
Yeah, 10 minutes. Thank you, Judge. That's right. The dwarf English.
All right.
Be seated.
If I may continue directly with the witness. Mr. Jigme, the next topic that I wish to take you to is the communications between those who are inside Tibet and the outside world. Now, you've had difficulties whilst living in Switzerland to communicate with your family who still reside in Tibet. Is that right?
Yes.
I followed you to the court counsel.
You've stated before that your own brother has been arrested and interrogated for speaking with you. Do you agree?
Yes, it's true. They took him custody and interrogated 3 times, and they took.
When did it take place? When was your brother taken into custody and his phones taken away?
Mainly this happened between 2018 and 2019, like they always call him to the custody and taking his phones.
Okay. How did you come to know that your brother had been taken into custody and his phone taken away?
그때 그 각을 조성 대치대야 코로나 나오기 전까지야 코로나야 된디들 돈으로 조성 코로나 보모를 쓰는 디돈이야 건축 대치대야 가서 가셔도 진하고
Yeah, when these things happen, then he's talking with like his daughter or through the other families.
All right. And how were you able to communicate with other family in order to know what's happened to your brother inside Tibet?
어떤 자전부터 소리 상마 변천으로 지지하고 변천 자전부터 소리 선질 배수고 이다음에 이제 지가 시장에 공사 뭐 가고래 뭐 무슨 뭐 되지 다 조정이 다 변천으로 지정하래. 대립선 사다 러시아나 다가라 지는 공사에서 뭐 다다나 멕시코 대회나 그런 문제시들어 그 살찌들이 지는 섬으로 아니 돈이 사실도 좀 문제시 한바 제가 그러다가 같은 블록 담배도 같이 쉐어 덮어서
This mainly this happening to my brother. We are talking about this, but this also happening with my other families and the people in our village. Especially in 2021, more than 20 people in our village, they have got problem who are talking with me.
Okay. Now, you've recently received a message from your friend about some communication issues. Can you tell the court about that?
그라 예비차라 그냥 게 조금씩 레 조금씩 게제 직시도 와서 되게 돌아가 강의 같이 그냥
그때 그 단위성 참석과 이제 김토 가서 김토도 좋아하는 계란되었는데 김토도 나오고 나오고 되게 그런 가버나 년치로 되게 작성 콘치티 다때 년치도 실어가 계란서 되어 있는 년치 있어요. 단위성 가서 공부도 좀 하고 나서 이제 또 그 단위성 참석해서 그 되게 좋았고 다 마치가 돼. 이런 거요.
Yes, I got a last message from one of my friends in 2021, which mentioned that like everyone is looking for you are talking with the Jigme and they're searching for that. And what Chinese government do is those people who have connection with Jigme, they in Chinese it's called hubo. It's like the like the register certificate. Here I think in like biometric certificate, something like that. That documents they put like they put in the blacklist who have connection with Jigme. And at that time there's also happened that they asked to upload a new app, so which connect and which check who is talking with on WeChat.
Sorry, did you say the app is WeChat? Is that what you said?
The WeChat Teresa.
미쳐서 위치를 앞에서 위치를 따야 위치를 연결이 되는 게 앞에 있어요.
So WeChat is the main application we talk with the family in Tibet, but like the software which one is the app which surveillance to the WeChat.
When you say the evidence is taken through WeChat, what do you mean? What do you know about WeChat in relation to the Chinese government's control?
Jangan sungki WeChat tanjin da tinsuki tholakan tanjin khanda chigi stick to get the job.
예, 맨날 뭐 पंजाब 위치를 가버랑라도 삼아 그래서 아버지가 이제 또 와서 이제 비나서 근데 पंजाब 단저 요새 참아디 나요. 같이 저거 게 참아디 나요. 근데 이제 또 와게 돼요.
For example, there is an app for the Chinese police, and if they put like, for example, my sister's WeChat number in that app, then automatically that shows to everyone whoever he's talking, whoever she's connected. So, yeah, these things happen.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge in relation to the Chinese government's control over WeChat?
Jami shongi WeChat la tanzin khanda chigi tingan kangi kharishin desa.
근데 년도 와서 대체 나다고 혹시 그런 위치를 쾅 나와 근데 다니 그 대체 지어서
There is a separate department in the police office who are just monitoring the WeChat. The WeChat.
All right. Now, is WhatsApp used to communicate with people in Tibet?
Can I give the WhatsApp key?
그래 생각이 그 진짜 와서 나 가지고 가서 생각도 나나 나서 제 전화를 나서 배시 진짜 인터넷에
나서 제 전화
나나
이동
나서 제 전화 다 가서 대체 다 와서랑 오늘 좀 위치랑 다 뭐냐.
So WhatsApp only worked for a few months, and we used to use the Signal is another app to connect with one. We stayed a bit longer. That was stopped in the March 15, 2023.
All right. Now, and when you say it was stopped, do you mean that the Chinese government did not permit its use within Tibet any longer? Is that what you mean?
그래 내가 좀 봐요. 맞아. 생각도 나 여기 그 시작부터 맞거든요. 안 좋아. 이하잖아. 그 하는지 듣는 거. 이제 어떠래? 얘들만 mamos끼리 듣고.
Yes, it's true. The Signal is only working in the iPhone in Tibet. It also stopped by the Chinese government.
All right. Now, outside news media is also restricted in Tibet. What media is available in Tibet?
Chilogi sanju girum chigora. Tinto sama pena kaka yorwasa. Chilogi sanju gilam kandach pena do tikoresa.
그 산지에도 좀 CNN, BBC 다 보고받으면 살카오를 지가 보고받은 저기는 정말
Yeah, all the major newspapers like BBC, CNN, and all the media today in Tibet is not allowed to see in Tibet.
All right. In your previous statements, you talked about VPN and how difficult it was for Tibetans to use VPN. What's the reason for this?
Katin kirangi VPN yora, article like kirangi kita share sonsra. Tingan tu pebata dewa ta pebigi dipishu kanda tangi yoresa.
비저 비비안데 때 비저 단위도 봐. 대체 내려로 해야 지금 그 상황 땅도 보는데 대체 신의 대다 그거 쓰는 거 정말 다양한 거 때문에 지금 너무 다들 상황 땅도 보는데. 그셔 땅에 비비안데 제가 Ini baca ada dia cerita sampai sini ini cerita semua cerita kemudian dia kapten yang si
So VPN is the only way to use the WhatsApp and other like to go to the medias, but like not all Tibetans inside Tibet who can use the VPN because there are the few reasons. Because we have mentioned before, like many of the Tibetan nomadics farmers, they have not much education, and the technology itself, and also all these things.
In your previous statement, you said that it's actually a serious criminal offence to use VPN. What's your knowledge about this?
I think like VPN
어떻게 학교 선배 비면 학교 선배가 약속 상황 시작 다 다가나 약속 그 답시나 안될 제거는 이득 제거나.
So if someone knows that, if the Chinese government, Chinese authorities caught someone using the VPN, then it's considered as a crime of leaking the national security.
Leaking national security information, is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned before that you had a recent message from your friend in 2021 saying that people who are in contact with you are on a blacklist. Have you heard from this friend since that message that you received?
그러니까 근데 또 야지 마담 내가 제가 점투나에 다시 봤을 때 이거는 뭐야 야도마도 집 맞춰 왔더니 그 다음에 코로나 다시 좀더 톱라도 맡아봤는데 거기서 되니 그 다음에
Yes, I got like last message from one of my friends in 2021, and whoever connect with the Golo Jigme, they put in the blacklist on the register certificate, and some of them also get problems to send the kids to the school.
Okay, the question is, have you since received any further messages from your friend, that friend?
이게 타마디 레터를 그냥 이건 이었습니다. No, he already blocked me after that message. Even I tried to send him some voice message, it didn't reach out.
All right. Now, after you left Tibet, when you're living in Switzerland, are you aware whether the Chinese government is still monitoring you?
그냥 스위스는 시아산이 그냥 회사지 스위스는 대사회의 단계 연락이 그냥 당신 지구와 그냥 소통해서
근데 내가 계속 방송 보지 그랬더니 저기 메가바트나 빠르게 담아지가 제랬더니 니톤 사시나 사니 간디 런던에 됐다. 담아 성장 말하고 멍청하서 저든지 이제는 자수도 이런 왔다 갔다 할 때 나랑 됐지.
Yes, like people always following me during the meetings, conference, and all these things happening. It's very normal for me. And the first thing case happened when I give the first testimony to the United Nations at Geneva. So I'm with the Rota reporter, and then because that someone is taking photos and following us. But the worst thing that happened is that in 2021, the drone issue. They sent the drone like on my house, the courtyard, and I feel like after that issue, then I feel that my life is threat. They are coming on my door, and that there's always following. But now the drone and the technology thing that I felt really threat for my life.
All right. Did you see the drone that you say was placed above your house?
계란 기강은 아니 다 drone 기강이 계란 통신 회사.
통신대 니톤 스탠딩 코드 이런 자수. 근데 통신 건강이 년도가 맞죠.
Sorry, I will correct. It's not 2021. It's 2022. Yes, yes. When I felt like the drone is coming, then I also took the picture. It's with me.
Okay, you took a picture and it's on your phone. Is that what you're saying? of the drone.
Kirangi drone to dread can cover me, but there are the Yes.
All right. Finally, I just want you to confirm that you were involved in the making of the documentary film Leaving Fear Behind. Is that correct?
Kirangi and the Jigde only dinner. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Jigme. That completes this witness's evidence in chief, and he will be available for cross-examination.
Thank you very much. Defense, please.
Thank you. All right with the court, I'd prefer to do it from my seat here. Is that okay?
Yes, we understand that.
I'm accustomed to standing, so I will. But I'm also accustomed to looking at my witness as I'm examining them, so I can do both from here. Thank you, Judge. The last question you were asked related to your participation in the making of a film. Can you tell us what your participation was?
Kirangi dig in the future. Yeah, to record the video.
When did you record the videos?
Okay, my main work is to take the video and to do the interview.
Just the verb,
Sorry.
to take the video and,
And I introduce them and take video.
understood. When did you do that?
It start from October 2007.
October 2007
Yes.
until when?
네, 일단 그다 저안이 진이가 나왔습니다.
Yeah, for the two months from the October 2007 to December 2007.
Thank you. And how many videos did you take? Let me ask that a different way. How many people did you interview?
Can I make the teaching in the inside?
나 사실 사실 제스모도 뭐 섬지 소나는 유지해서 삼성.
Yes, like it's around 35 to 40 people.
I see. Not as many as 100.
Can I make gas chimevesa? No.
And what did you do with the recordings that you made?
Can I get recording chira shimbakachi inside? Only recording and interview.
Understood. And once you recorded them, what did you do with the actual recordings?
그래, 년랑 산을 때 내가 년랑에 다다 돈을 같이 나왔더니 돈을 같이 게 별로 같은 거 아니면서 레저도 너무 어디 되지죠. 맞아.
I hand all my recordings to the Tundu Wanchin lab.
To who?
I record all my interviews and all the videos to Tundu Wanchin. Tundu Wanchin, we talk about.
Wan Chen, who
Yeah,
testified
Wanchin.
yesterday, understand. And do you know what he did with them?
Could 같이 그냥 갖고 위해서.
그 당시로가 그냥 그런 거 당당 뭐 그penja 될 수 있나요? 그 그렇다고 해서 가서 내가 제가 당당 뭐 그것도 그 그렇다야 돼 그렇게는지 근데 자주제가 대그를 그때 초라지 그런 kellen지 그럴 때는 템 소송하다 말하시고 때문에 아주 무슨 대식이요.
Yeah, I only know that when we were working together, he said that he has one relative in Switzerland, and then he will send these documents to the Switzerland. I know only that.
Understood. And was Wang Chen with you when you were making all of those recordings?
Kirangi partya the tuat ang kap Tundu Wanchin kirangi player besa. Yeah. No, he's doing his own.
You were by yourself.
Kirangi kirangi ni the tuat ang.
근데 감당아 로바 시다요 로바시 이래요. 나를 때 돈을 하시는 네.
So I'm doing on my own with some other people, not with 21 Chennai.
I see. And was anybody else making recordings for that film besides you?
Kera main batandu nyen nenyi mishemba yorwesa.
Don't watch it, then you mind with it.
Kwe main.
You're don't watch it on a senior Robasini, Marang Shibuina. Kamka, Marobami, Robert, that Kamka, Chimprata, Polabjani, or Robert, the Tomato, and Shibuina.
So mainly I'm doing the recording myself, but there are some people who help me on the way. But on the other side, there's a Tundu Wanchin have someone who's working with him in the recording and the interview.
So, understood. And when were all of the recordings finished?
And nyen ne sama katu sa songse.
Marambata that is the Chini, the Jim Nani, the Chini Nishi Chilani to watch Nishi Katin Southern Nishi Nazga, Are Nishi Nazga Kulaza, Ali Nishi Nazin, the Nishi Yagata, you don't get Sela Tivaza in the whole time.
So I don't remember the exactly. It's around that in 20th December. Yeah. In the 20th December.
Of what year?
2007.
2007. Thank you. And I want to make sure that I have the dates correct here. You escaped from the interrogation center in September of 2012. Is that correct?
Kerang kama dinata nagita chiwatan santuati ni don't tuni kichina kuare wati demba.
Traveled through the mountains for a year and 8 months after your escape. Is that correct?
Kerang pagi tuni che logic dawaje la pagi dika na chore wasa di demba wes. Yes.
And you crossed the border into India in May of 2014. Is that correct?
Kerang jagar ke sansan la jodoh ni don't chupsi kichinda ngawa na wasa di demba wes. Yes.
I have no further questions of this witness.
I just want to know from you, does that mean that you are going to leave no evidence to show that after 2013, 2014, the whole attempt to how shall one put it out, the whole attempt to convert Buddhism into a kind of Chinese Buddhism didn't exist. You're not contending that at all.
Are you asking that to the
I'm
defense or the
asking,
prosecution?
is it your contention? Because you see, we want to take that into account because we want to take into account all the circumstances. And one of the circumstances is that you do not begin to contend that the Tibetan Buddhists have no trouble at all. You do not intend to contend that they enjoyed free and proper religious rights and that all these allegations are invented, hearsay or not.
Your Honor, I disagree with your proposition, and at this point, I have no intention of discussing at all what the defense contends. I'll do that in my case.
All right, you'll do that in your case, but so far you've not put it to any witness that nothing has happened.
I have no obligation to put any, I'm sorry, excuse me, I need to speak to my colleague.
All right, so, all right, so you have no obligation, that your position is you have no obligation to put anything. All right?
Your Honor, you've heard the objections that I've made or the points that I've made during the course of the direct examination. The points that I've made is that we have heard no relevant evidence with regard to what occurred during the dates proposed in the indictment. So there's nothing to put to this witness or any witness until and if they talk about something that's relevant to the dates in the indictment.
Okay, that means that, all right, let's leave it there. And
Thank you.
We will make of that what we can, and work it out. But I just want to say to you that, that proposition is highly questionable, to say the least. But I don't want to say anything more. I just give you notice that it's a questionable proposition. Speaking for myself, and we will leave it there.
With that, Judge, I only want to suggest that we consider whether what your question is requiring is a shifting of the burden from the prosecution to the defense. And of course, as you know, the defense carries no burden.
This is not a trial. All we
In
engage
any hearing, in any court, between a prosecution and a defense, the prosecution carries the burden.
All right, but we will make, all the prosecution has to prove is that it has enough to issue an indictment, and you've not put up anything to show anything to the contrary, but leave it there.
And just to be clear, we're not suggesting the defense has any burden here.
No, no.
And those of us that have done international cases often run into
Yeah.
people from systems where there's an expectation that the defense needs to put
Yeah.
its case to a witness in order for the witness
Yeah.
to say, I disagree,
That's
etc. And there is that expectation, and it's a discussion sometimes between American and English lawyers, because we have a quite different view on that. So, but understand, please, that the burden is entirely on the prosecution
course.
here.
Of course, the burden is entirely on the prosecution, but we've got to take into account evidence as it is in all the circumstances. And without giving you a version, the expectation that that a case would be put if it existed is, I would suggest to you, a reasonable expectation. But
Let's get some clarification, Jim. I understand that there's been a spirited discussion on same issue you just raised as to whether or not the defense has any burden, and specifically whether the defense is required to put their case to any specific witness. I've been in a number of tribunals where that issue has been vigorously discussed. It's clear from what I'm hearing right now, Judge Jacobs comes from a tradition where one puts their case. And in fact, I understand that's his tradition. As a matter of fact, I did a trial for a number of years. I did 2 trials in front of a judge who presided from South Africa. So I'm very familiar with what he is suggesting. In the instant situation that we are in, and I understand once again that we're not in a trial, I would like at some point, if it's at all feasible, for a standard to be promulgated at some level, so we have some guidance about which way best to either present or argue our position. Because at this point, once again, we're left in a position where we're trying to catch up to understand what the legal standards are. And by legal, I'm using the term quite loosely, understandably, because we are not in an official court, but what the legal standards are under which we're supposed to operate. Because in the absence of it, in the absence of those standards, it makes it more than challenging to respond to a series of issues. I'm not asking that to be done in 30 minutes. I'm just raising it as something I hope the chamber considers prior to the issuance of a verdict, whatever that verdict is.
We'll say something about this in the,
yeah,
certainly before you,
sure.
at the beginning of the next session this afternoon.
Thank you.
All right.
Might I only conclude by saying that we've heard from 1/3 of the issues to be raised in this hearing already. And respectfully, Judge Jacob, there was no request of anyone to put a question to the prosecution witnesses during that. And I certainly would hope that you would not hold that in any way against the defense of that that issue with regard to Taiwan. And if there had been an expectation that we conform to that particular expectation, I would have appreciated knowing that that was the case before we started. I cross-examined a witness already in this case, and as you know, I did not do that. I have had no expectation of doing that with any witness, and if you're telling me now that you're going to be concerned about my not doing it, perhaps we could recall witnesses, all of them, and permit defense counsel to conform to what your expectations are.
Well, I'm not concerned about it. I'm just going to take it into account as a factor. I'm not concerned.
I'm asking you not to, Judge. I'm asking you not to take it into account because none of us prepared for you taking that into
We will
account.
make that decision after we hear all the submissions.
Well, but just understand from, assure counsel that for my part, we won't burden anyone with anything that they're
Yeah.
not aware of at the time that these witnesses are before us. That would be unfair.
But I do appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I think what is now becoming the refrain is the concern, the issue of the use of procedure and the kind of procedure that is used as substantive effect is becoming clearer and clearer and clearer as we go down the road.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, the prosecution.
Prosecution on redirect. Yes.
No, Your Honors, I just wanted to regarding the standards that we are using in this proceeding. These proceedings late, but we did discuss this and it's been settled in our March pre-confirmation hearing conference that we were applying the substantial grounds to belief standard, which, and I'll just read to ensure we're all on the same page, a standard that's been established by the ICC in the Katanga case, Prosecutor versus Katanga. And I just want to quote from Archbold's International Criminal Law, who summarizes that judgment. If I may read 3 sentences to confirm that we're all operating on the same page. In order for the prosecution's evidence to meet the threshold of substantial grounds to believe, the evidence must go beyond mere theory or suspicion in order to protect defendants against wrongful and unfounded charges. Charges that are merely theoretical or conjectural will therefore be barred from proceeding to trial. The main purpose of the confirmation hearing is to ensure that only charges which are sufficiently supported by available evidence and which are clear and properly formulated be submitted to a trial chamber. And I end that quote. And if I just may add my own interpretation of that, it's a very low evidentiary standard. The only standard that's any lower than that in international criminal law is the reasonable basis to believe standard for issuing arrest warrants. So there's a very low burden that the prosecution has to meet to get these charges confirmed on Friday.
We understand and agree with everything that our learned friend just read to you. It has nothing to do with what we were just talking about, but we do agree with that.
No, I was referring to the comment by Counsel Gregor Guysmith, not with respect to your comments. Grigor.
Okay.
No,
All
I
right.
confirm there's no re-examination unless Your Honours wish to question Mr. Jigme Golok on anything further. We can probably proceed with the next witness.
Do you have any questions?
So I have one question to ask the witness before, then you can decide whether anybody wants to redirect or answer any questions further. Is it true that now you have been away from your country since 2014? Away from Tibet?
Can you repeat?
Have you been away from Tibet since 2014 is the question. Have you been away from Tibet since 2014?
Yes.
That's the question.
That's the question.
The answer, Your Honour, was yes.
Answer to that is yes, all right. And are you staying away from Tibet because you like the idea of being away and because you have left your country and you have got a new home? Or are you staying away from Tibet for another reason?
Ya, masuk bapak dan tamas kita berusaha mana.
There is no place for me to go back till we get the freedom or the self-determination. So this is the only way how to survive myself.
And if you had got evidence that the position in Tibet has changed completely, and now Tibetan Buddhists had the freedom to practice their own religion without any obstruction at all, what would you do?
Yes, I already give the evidence about what is happening in Labrang Monastery and what is the policies and especially the Humobo who is implementing these policies in the local areas in the Labrang and the rest of the world, rest of the Tibet.
Yes, but the question I'm asking is if, just listen carefully, if of China issued a statement officially to say from now on, all Tibetans are free to practice their religion of Tibetan Buddhism with no trouble at all. In fact, we encourage the Dalai Lama to return and everything is back to normal. What would you do?
Okay. Janaki chuluk around non so juayes na jamgrum je phela pecho ko yo na gi so chona kan kha chen esa
저번 주말보다 저번이만 말해도 그래요.
yata kada chen
아니, 다들 그 출입 거라가 나도 말이요. 출입 거라가 나도 말이 옛날 근데 그 상가가 나던 지세를 저번 버지를 보는 것도 본인마다 말할 거라도.
if there is a conditions where His Holiness the Dalai Lama return to Tibet freely and exercise the Tibetan religion and culture, everything. It's not only the religion, like the major, the political, economics, and everything. If this day happens, I'm ready to return back.
Tell me, do you know many other people who have left Tibet for the reasons you have?
There's
Objections from defense?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm unfamiliar with a process in which, in an adversarial system, the prosecution attempts to introduce inculpatory evidence. The defense tries to mitigate that and introduce in its own part, in its own time, exculpatory evidence. And the bench ordinarily is impartial in that process, sits back and receives the evidence and weighs it, as you say, from time to time. At the end of the day, when all of the evidence is in an impartial weighing of what the parties have introduced to you. We're witnessing here a determined effort on the part of the bench to exact inculpatory evidence from this witness. It was an absolutely marvelous idea on the part of the prosecution. It would have been a wonderful approach to the case, but they didn't take it. And it's inappropriate that the courts step in and assist them in their work.
The court is not an umpire in these matters. the court is here to do what it can to achieve justice. And that is the basis on which the court will proceed.
May I,
We are going to contribute towards the achievement of justice. We are not going to be like umpires in a sporting match. This is much, much more important than a cricket match or a soccer match or a rugby match or something.
may I respond briefly?
Yes, yes.
I couldn't disagree more, Your Honor.
Mm.
You see, that's true, it's an important matter. It's true that the most and the best evidence should be heard. But what is also true is that it has to come in before the court within a framework of rules and regulations that preserve the integrity of the evidence and, most of all, the rights of the accused. And when the bench says, no, 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 I am stepping off the bench, I'm stepping into the fray to ensure that we're going to get to the bottom of this. That's not the adversarial system.
Well,
It is the end of the appearance of impartiality. This is the role of a prosecutor.
Are you finished? We've taken your objections into account.
May the prosecution.
Yeah.
We respect the adversarial approach of many of the world's great legal traditions, including the common law of Canada, the common law approach of the United States. We're not in Canada, we're not in the United States. We're at an international tribunal. We are a mix of different legal systems.
We're not in Kansas either.
We are, actually.
Yeah.
We are in a mix of different legal systems. And I would ask that defense would please cease continuously attempting to impose their adversarial system upon the rest of us in this court. This is a mix of systems. And what we're trying to do here today is follow Article 61 of the Rome Statute. And this is a mix of adversarial, inquisitorial, and other systems, and we should respect that in moving forward. And we would also add that despite these constant attacks about ignoring procedural due process, the defense doesn't cite a single rule from the Rome Statute or from the Charter, the statute of the Court of the Citizens of the World, from which these proceedings take their guidance. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. And if there were any injustice to be done as far as the defense was concerned, we will be the first to step in, even if the prosecutor says that our role is neutral. So let's leave that there. Okay. Are there, yeah.
Your Honor, I think we will get some kind of direction prior to beginning the next.
Yes, regarding this issue of the need to put your case, right? Yeah, I understand that we do have
I do appreciate it.
a common law, we have Dutch Roman law, we have civil law, we have a variety of different systems in which judges, certainly from my experience, often ask the toughest questions that seem very partisan in international courts.
Absolutely.
I've practiced under most of them, and as a matter of fact, some of the toughest questions that I've ever had were American judges.
All right.
Federal American judges. So, my learned friend across the aisle does not necessarily either have the experience or appreciate how the adversarial system necessarily works in the United States,
All right.
because it is a nuanced system.
All right. Now,
Are there any
Can I-
questions arising?
can I
Or you-
just, no, I just want to get an answer to my question, which I was interrupted on. Do you know anybody, many people, or know people who, of your own personal knowledge, who have left Tibet because of the kind of oppression that you have been talking about?
Yes, sir. Yes or no?
Do you?
Yes.
How many about?
Because yes. around 100 and 200 people.
Okay. Any questions arising?
Nothing from the prosecution side.
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. Right. Thank you very much. And I think that this witness may be excused. Thank you very, very much for helping us. And we will take account of everything you've told us. Thank you.
Your Honour, I'll be prepared to produce evidence from the next witness. She's going to give evidence by Zoom, and she's been waiting around, as I understand it. Her name is Nagari Namjul Dolkar. She's an expert witness.
And I didn't
Point
follow
out,
that.
Judge, it's 12 o'clock noon now. Just in terms of scheduling, when do you intend to take a lunch break?
According to the agenda, it seems to be 1 o'clock as I read it.
That's fine.
Is that right? Prosecution, is it 1 o'clock?
I believe it's 1:30.
Eh?
Your Honour, I
I'm
have it
sorry.
written here as 12 to 1.
That's what I thought. It
So
says 12 to 1. Yeah.
I would be happy to have lunch at 1.
I think 1 is better. We need
I
to
think
make some
if you can
progress.
reorganize your affairs and make it 1 o'clock and we have evidence to keep us going, let's get as much evidence as we can under the belt before we eat.
Yes, if I
I
could
mean, the
just,
witness is waiting as well.
Yeah.
the current witness is waiting.
Right.
If I could just get an interpreter, Mr. Samuel, to be in touch with the witness who's supposed to give evidence after, to just let her know that we're running a little bit late, 1 hour behind, so that she's not expecting to be on Zoom at that time. That would be great.
All right.
Thank you. Your Honour, the next witness is Langari Namjol Dolkar. Whilst the court staff are preparing to have her on Zoom, what I do intend is to play some snippets of a video that I had filed on the court file. This is NFE 2, Section 3, in the video section, and it's a TEDx talk given by this witness.
This is Dolkar is the surname, right?
Her surname is Dolkar,
Right.
Dolkar. Yes, Your Honour.
Okay.
It's found at NFE 2, Section E, and it's a TEDx talk titled Humans Without Rights, Life of Political Prisoners. This is a 20-minute video, Your Honour, but I'm only going to be playing certain snippets, which go for about 8 minutes. And the snippets that I play will just assist with questioning of her evidence in chief. TEDx video, Humans Without Rights, Life of Political Prisoners. And during this video, I'll just, if it could just be stopped now. I'll let the court clerks know when to start and stop. So we can start now and stop after 1 minute.
Volume?
If the audio could be increased, please, the volume.
Can we play from the beginning?
Yes, that might be a good idea since the audio was very soft. If we could just start from the beginning with the audio louder.
I belong to a country that I'm never seen. I was born in Zara, but connected to it through my blood, my tears, my dreams and my hopes, passed on to me by my parents and to them by theirs. My country is Tibet, land of His Holiness 14 Dalai Lama, the land of rich Tibetan culture and language, of centuries-old Tibetan Buddhism. I'm connected to it through the stories and memories of collective hardship, of painful experiences, as well as joy and eternal hope that binds us. One of such memories that connects me to Tibet is my late father, my Pala, Being a Tibetan, but above all, being the direct descendant of Tibetan kings and the grandson of a great man who fought as a general against the Chinese Qing occupation of Lhasa in 1910 to 12. Mapala, a man of principle, integrity, and courage. He was brought up, instilled with a sentiment of protecting his people, and hence, in 1959, during the Chinese occupation of Tibet, he decided to stand for Tibet and the Tibetans. Pala gave up his family inheritance, his power, and decided to join the Tibetan uprising. He decided to support Chuchi Kangchuk, the Tibetan guerrilla fighters. The Haidari Palace was turned into a
Now, if this one could just be stopped,
imperialists.
and if we could start at 5 minutes and 20 seconds.
Prisoners. One of the criteria that is given by the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe shares a better right of who they are. So, according to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, political prisoners are someone whose detention violates basic guarantees in the European Convention on Human Rights, particularly freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, freedom of expression and information, and freedom of assembly and association. There are those whose detention is imposed for purely political reasons, and the length or conditions of detention is out of proportion to the offense. He or she is detained in a discriminatory manner as compared to other persons. And finally, the detention is a result of judiciary proceedings and connected with the political motives of the authorities. Yes, who all
Right, now, if we could stop it there, between 8:15, 8 minutes and 15 to 9 minutes and 30.
As the president of Gujusu Movement Association of Tibet is an organization of Tibetan political prisoners based in India. It was established in 1991 with an aim of creating an overall rehabilitation of Tibetan political prisoners in exile and creating a common platform of Tibetan advocacy for them and represent their fellow inmates and fellow Tibetan political prisoners back in Tibet. During my service, I was very fortunate enough to be able to interact with them, to understand the reason behind their advocacy, the reason behind their service and their sacrifice. And it's painful to know that they have been imprisoned and they have been tortured for simply exercising many internationally known human rights. And the advocacy of non-violence, which has been completely criminalized simply because of its political content. International media has.
All right, the next snippet to show is, 9:30 to 10:47.
Access in Tibet, unless it's a guided tour, and any Tibetan who speaks without confirmation to the Chinese officials will be persecuted. And one such example is of Dashi Wangchuk. He appeared in a documentary and an article by New York Times in November 2015, in which he spoke about the freedom of language, where he said that whether it's government or in school education level, Tibetan language must be allowed, must be used. And because of that, it was criminalized and he was secretly abducted from his home without the acknowledgement of the family, who were informed only after 2 months. And after spending 2 years in detention, he was formally put up on trial, and he was sentenced to 5 years.
All right. The next segment is 10:47 to 13.
The main purpose of torture is to extract information. Torture includes beating with sticks, electric pots, submersion, subversion, dogs, and exposure to extreme temperature and malnutrition. For women political prisoners, particularly girls and nuns, they are sexually assaulted. They are raped with electric batons, and many times Tibetan political prisoners do not have any access to their family members, no access to trial or legal representation. And the other purpose of torture of Tibetan political prisoner is to instill fear in them, so that in future they are not able to gather courage to protest against Chinese Communist Party or the Havan policies.
Okay. If the segments between 14 minutes and 50 seconds and 15 minutes 45 could now be shown.
Situation of Tibetan political prisoners is extreme, where they face intimidation, they face lack of job or work, or they're unable to, the Tibetan monks are unable to go back to monasteries, and they are unable to begin a new life, and they are constantly being inspected, they're constantly under surveillance. So Tibetan political prisoners, even if they...
Please play from 14:20 to 16:20 to 16:50.
So I'll just continue.
Impact of imprisonment lasts lifetime for not just political prisoner himself or herself, but his or her family members too. I recall meeting Miko Nai, who is one of the most well-known Burmese political prisoner, and he told me that the most
Okay, I think we can
difficult
stop
thing for him to endure
17:45 to 19:15.
When the basic rights are criminalized, an environment of false sense of security is created, where one starts to believe that as long as you follow the rule, nothing wrong is going to happen to you. However, you don't know when your existence itself becomes a threat to the propaganda of an oppressive regime. And when that happens, your gender, your age, your status, nothing can save you. Even a 6-year-old can be imprisoned, like with the case of the 11th Panchen Lama of Tibet. The 11th Panchen Leadership Nyima, one of the most important religious figure of Tibetan Gyaluk religious tradition, is one of the youngest political prisoners of the world. At the age of 6, after 2 days of being recognized as the 11th Panchen Lama, reincarnation of the 10th Panchen Lama, he experienced enforced disappearances. We do not know where he is, and for the past 25 years, his case of enforced disappearance has been pending at the United Nations, whether it's at the UN Working Group of Enforced Involuntary Disappearance or the UN Rights of Children. A US data analytics firm called Freedom House, for a 3 straight year, called Tibet the second least free country in the world next to Syria. However, according to the latest finding, Tibet shares the title of the least free country in the world with Syria. I genuinely believe, and so does every Tibetan, that our vision is for peace, freedom, and democracy. And for us to find a true healing, there is need for those who perpetuate torture to take accountability for their actions.
All right, thank you. Now, if the registry could call through to Ms. Dolkar, she is waiting on her computer. The witness appears, Your Honour.
Okay. Ms. Dolka, can you hear us? Can I ask again? Witness, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, thank
Am I
you.
audible?
Yes. Would you state your name?
Mamia Jawada Giri.
And my name is Judge Rapp, and my job here is to swear you, to have you make the solemn declaration for your testimony. Do you solemnly declare that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may proceed, Constable.
Yes. Can I just check whether I can address you as Ms. Namjal? Is that the correct way to address you?
I think you have to speak up.
I cannot hear.
Yeah.
Can I just confirm that I can address you as Ms. Namjal?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Ms. Available, and I do apologise that we are running quite late. I know that you are very, very busy. So without further ado, can I please start by getting you to speak to your education, your qualifications and expertise on human rights, political prisoners and Chinese policies and practices in Tibet. Please note that the court does have your CV already. And Your Honours, for the record, this is at NFE 5, pages 30 to 32.
I think I can partially hear what I'm asked right now. So I want to begin by thanking all the judges for your time and for your patience. I'm President Jama, a Tibetan student activist, a member of Tibetan Parliament in Israel, and a daughter of a former Tibetan political prisoner in Israel.
How long have you been a current member of the Tibetan Parliament in exile?
I've been elected twice, so this is my second term and my 8th year as a member of Tibetan Parliament in Zion, an elected member of Parliament in Zion.
Just let me know if you cannot hear me properly. Can I get you to speak about your education, your qualifications, and your expertise on human rights, political prisoners, and Chinese policies and practices in Tibet? If you can start by... Sorry, please proceed.
I'm trying very hard to hear what I'm asked. So am I asked about my education qualification?
Yes, I'm asking you to please let the court know what are your education, qualifications and expertise, your specialties on Chinese policies and practices in Tibet.
So I am a student of English literature, a postgraduate, master's in English literature. However, after I completed my education, due to my personal background as a daughter of former political prisoner, I was elected initially as the vice president and later on as the president of Buddhist Movement Association of Tibet. It's an organization formed by former political prisoners who were able to escape from Tibet and base themselves in India. So it's an organization that had been formed since 1991. So I was the first non-political prisoner and a broader political prisoner to be elected to the position. So during my tenure as the president and vice president, I was able to work with many former political prisoners, was able to focus on research on human rights abuse inside Tibet, was able to go through many testimonies of Tibetan former political prisoners who have suffered under Chinese persecution and who continue to speak up and protest against Chinese Communist Party's human rights abuses.
Yes, and you've given numerous presentations at international and global conferences on policies, practices, human rights, and Tibet Chinese political issues. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. I've been fortunate enough as a Tibetan activist to be able to take part in many UN site events, many solidarity conferences and Tibet-related events, where I was able to interact not just with Tibetans from Europe, but also the other nations who are fighting the Chinese regime and who have been not just Tibet supporters, but in focusing on what's happening inside Tibet and in China as well.
Yes. Now, the court's just seen snippets of your TEDx video titled Humans Without Rights, Life of Political Prisoners. Can you confirm that this presentation was given on the 15th of April 2021?
I'm so sorry, can you see it again?
I just wonder if this is going to be a continuing issue, Your Honours.
Speak closer.
Can we turn up, that doesn't go to that. Can we turn up the microphone
This microphone is
on
not
this?
working. It's just for show.
Is that the microphone that's being used? When I was giving my questions yesterday, was it turned this way?
Yes, because there was an interpreter. Remember, there was an interpreter and he had to tell them to stop.
It's not picking up.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I could certainly move myself, or I could even maybe.
I guess the council can close it with computer.
But the microphone's in the front of the computer.
Which is why I wonder if we turn
So if
it.
we turned it, we don't, I
Then
mean,
we-
the judges are prepared to watch the witness behind us. if
Oh, let's do that. Yeah.
If you move the, yeah.
Well, let's try this, and then if that doesn't work, we've turned it.
You can put it right in the corner of the table here. Can you do that? Or wherever you want, but that's going to be better.
All right.
Let's
Now,
just see if she can hear you better now.
And we promise we won't talk.
Thank you.
and don't knock the laptop off. Now, Ms. Namjul, can you see me and can you hear me?
Did she turn her camera off?
No good.
No, we're trying.
There she is.
I'm sorry about that.
No, we do apologise from our end. Can you hear me and can you see me?
I can.
Yes. All right. Sorry, I was just saying that the court has just seen snippets of your TEDx talk, which is titled Humans Without Rights, Life of Political Prisoners. And I wanted to see if you could confirm that that presentation was made on the 15th of April 2021.
Right.
All right. Now, you have been a member of the Tibetan Parliament in exile for 8 years. Can you firstly explain what is the Tibetan Parliament in exile?
Oh, so Tibetan Parliament in exile is a very important part and structure of the Tibetan government in exile, which has been a vision of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama of how he saw Tibet in future, of how he wanted to implement democracy in exile and hopefully in future free Tibet. So in 1960, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama decided that there should be a democratic polity which will be able to represent the people of Tibet. So when I say represent the people of Tibet, I just don't mean the Tibetans in exile around the free world, but I also mean the Tibetans in occupied Tibet as well. where even though we are elected by vote by the Tibetans in the free world, we represent the structure of Tibetans inside Tibet as per the traditional region of Tibet. So this is how we are able to function. We don't just focus on the welfare of the Tibetans in exile and the developments in exile, but also focus, also cater, also represent the Tibetans inside Tibet in terms of the human rights abuses, in terms of their silenced voices, which could be catered around the free world. So this is the main focus of the Tibetan Parliament exile.
And how exactly is the Tibetan Parliament in Exile funded?
The Tibetan Parliament in exile is funded under the Tibetan government in exile, that's CTA, Central Tibetan Administration, is primarily funded according to the voluntary contribution made by the Tibetans around the free world. Of course, we live around the world where we pay our taxes to the respective nations, but then we voluntarily pay our contribution for the exile government to function. So that's our primary fund portion. Other than that, we have got many projects, basically humanitarian projects, developmental, social, educational, religious projects, which are funded by various organizations around the world.
All right. Is the Tibetan government in exile also known as the Tibetan Central Administration?
Right.
All right.
Central Tibetan Administration.
Thank you. What geographical areas are serviced by the Central Tibetan Administration?
As I mentioned earlier, when we go literally, government works for the people who elect them. So we are functioning in India, so it's not possible to have two governments within one territory. So we are functioning as an exile government, which is working not just for the Tibetans around the free world, but Tibetans inside Tibet. So we are primarily elected by Tibetans in India, Nepal, Bhutan, and other tribes. We work for them, and they are to elect us as their representatives, and this is how this very virtual government continues to function. And I always say that with much amusement that the world had become accustomed to virtual function because of China COVID, but the Tibetan government in exile has been functioning as a virtual governance since a very long time. Since our nation has been adaptation and they've been functioning in exile. So this is how we have been functioning in all these decades.
All right. How many Tibetans in exile are there in the world? Are you aware?
So fundamentally, we are about 1.5 lakh, which is about 150,000 Tibetans in the free world. So this is a number that the exile government has so far, which fluctuates up and down.
What was the number?
Right. I think 150,000.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
150,000.
Yes. You said earlier that I think, or at least you've given an affidavit in which you've stated that your parents have both fled from Tibet, and as a result, you were born in Tibet. Is that correct? Oh, sorry. In exile in India. Yes. Yes.
Right.
What is your experience as a Tibetan in exile in terms of your identity?
So in terms of identity, I would say that we have a very strong notion and pride that we are Tibetan. And I think that identity is something that has been ingrained in us for the longest time since we were born. And there are times when we feel very fortunate that we have been born on the free soil. However, there is this same status of being lost, of not being able to be born in your nation. So I've always stated that the fact that my right as a Tibetan to be born on my fatherland have been taken away from a foreign occupier. So this is a pain and a scar that I carry with me, and I believe that as our generation continues to grow in exile, it is a pain that we continue to carry. in an attempt to try to represent the Tibetans inside Tibet, trying to stay connected with them. This is emotion of being lost, yet be very aware of who we are. So there are, so really mixed emotion when it comes to identity as Tibetans.
Thank you for that. Coming back to a question on the Central Tibetan Administration, is this administration recognised by other states?
I would say that formally, because of the fact that this exile government is established in exile in India, within the territory of India, it is not possible to recognize it as an exile government, quote unquote. However, we also have to acknowledge the fact that the existence of the Central Tibet Administration as the true representatives of Tibetans inside and outside, and the primary function that we have been carrying on in all these decades have been recognized as an information that has been catered and been given to many governments around the world. However, because of the fact that, because of the growing power, perhaps the growing economic power of Chinese Communist Party, of China as a nation, many nations have been very, very careful, cautious of how they would recognize us formally, whether as a government or not, but then they never shied from mentioning that we are the true representatives of Tibet inside Tibet and that the establishment is called a Central Tibetan Administration.
Yes. The Central Tibetan Administration also has functions to enact rules, to frame laws and regulations and issue policy decisions. Would you agree with that?
The Tibetan Parliament inside does, yes.
Thank you. Now, you also stand for the voices of Tibetans around the world, including those in Tibet. And as a part of that, there is also an advocacy component to your role. Can you speak about that?
I think that role is something that is carried on as a main task of any Tibetan around the free world. There's a saying in the Tibetan community that Tibetans in exile are born as advocates and born as activists. And fire of the suppressed and silenced voices of Tibetans inside Tibet. We take this role very seriously, not just on form platform like the opportunity I've got today, but on many informal platforms like when I, as a student, went to my college in India with the Indian students, I would never shy away from mentioning who I am and where my background is and how I've come about in India. So I think our advocacy remains 24 hours, literally. And this is something that all of us, each one of us Tibetans, take very seriously.
Thank you. Now, when one looks at Chinese media, Chinese government policies and documents, there's often a reference to the Dalai clique. You've addressed this in your affidavit. Are you able to explain to the court what the Dalai clique is a reference to?
Dalai clique is a very, I consider that a very scornful and a derogatory term that the Chinese Communist Party and its representative choose to use when they're describing his 14th Dalai Lama and the exact establishment that he set up. We are all aware that when various dictionaries, including Cambridge Dictionary, describes clique as a small group of people, who spend their time together and do not welcome any other individuals in that particular group. So for me, I paradoxically find TCP's authoritarian Politburo headed by Xi Jinping more as a clique on this city because the exile establishment that is following the 14th Dalai Lama has set up on a very democratic system has always continued, and we continue to welcome anyone to be aware of us. We welcome any individual who come by where we are established to please come and know about us. Please come and know the truth that we come in with. So I think this is a term that Chinese Communist Party has never shied away from using, especially when they're talking about any form of protest that is taking place inside Tibet. If I can mention about self-immolation that is taking place started inside occupied Tibet since 2009. I recall the Chinese Communist Party's mouthpiece very clearly accusing the Dalai clique, quote unquote, for manipulating. And recently, when the representatives or the youth delegation came to Dharamshala, they again used the word Dalai clique. So this is a term that they never shied away from using. But I want to make it very clear that it's also supporting the Dalai Lama with its vision of democracy and equality. He completely relinquished his political power in 2001, but particularly in 2011 when he very openly made a statement that now the power lies with the people and its elected leadership. So I'm not sure if it's correct to either use the word clique to Dalai or she. So I think I'll stick with she clique.
All right, thanks very much for that very comprehensive explanation. I just want to take you back now to your role within the Association for Tibetan Political Prisoners. You took the role of president between October 2016 and December 2019, is that correct?
Right.
And you were also vice president of that organisation between 2013 and 2016?
Right.
You've mentioned to the court, and the court's also seen what you've said in your TEDx talk about the function of that association, and part of that function was advocacy and information gathering about political prisoners in Tibet. Can you explain how the association was able to garnish information about the number of political prisoners within Tibet and the conditions that they were under?
So my realization of the strength of human resources have been particularly strengthened, especially since I started to work with Bujisu, Movement Association of Tibet. Because as an organization, when it comes to monetary power, that was something which was almost missing. But what we had as an organization was the human, the human power, the human resources, in terms of the testimonies of the political prisoners, in terms of the connections that they shared with political activists, not just around the world, but actually in the occupied Tibet. Because even if they were not formally or politically connected with the Tibetans inside Tibet, they continue to receive information of the conditions of various political prisoners, of their whereabouts, if it is public at all, of their release from imprisonment, of their certain arrests that has happened. So I think as an organization, we've been able to get support in terms of information because of our strength, because of our authority that we had on our human resources.
All right. Now, in your opinion, are there any differences in the number of political prisoners under Xi Jinping's leadership, either an increase or a decrease in the numbers of those politically detained or those who are detained for reasons of their expression, opinion, or conscience?
So before I answer your question, I think it's very important to specify that under Xi Jinping's rule, what we have noticed is an increased clampdown on information, a push on disinformation. We've noticed how under Xi Jinping they were able to invest a lot of resources into controlling the information, into making sure that information that is contained within the territory remains within the territory. And I think that was the problem of suppression that we faced as an organization, because during his rule, what we were able to see was the resources we had, the channel or the tool that we usually used was through the social media, like WeChat, which is at the moment in India banned because of the political expression that the government of India wanted to use against Chinese Communist Party. But it was a very important tool, including many other social media, where we were able to get lots of information in terms of the status of, the overall political climate inside Tibet. But what we saw during Xi Jinping's time was an increased clampdown on information, which led to a complete black hole This is how I described it. Of how it made it very difficult for us to stay updated with the data that we have collected in terms of comfort prisoners list and the data. So that was a very difficult period for us because usually whenever we are talking about research, we talk about data. We talk about the increase or decrease in number of any research that we are engaged in. However, what was difficult, what was becoming very problematic for us as an organization, as a researcher, as an activist, was the fact that because of that channel that he had created, very successfully and systematically created, it was becoming very difficult. I think that truth remains today of how when we're talking about a self-formulation. Self-formulation is a process where a Tibetan had burnt themselves on fire, calling out for Tibet, calling out for return of the scholars supporting Dalai Lama. What we saw was how such information of a Tibetan burning themselves, which initially when it started off, we were able to get information quite frequently. I recall initially when I started to do research, we were able to get information in a day or two. We would know, okay, self-formulation happened today, or self-formulation happened 3 days back. And gradually, by 2014 and later, it became very difficult for us to get more information, where, when it comes to self-formulation, pretty much we would either never know about it, or, what we know of is how we got information pretty much after 2 years or 3 years, because as we continue to collect numbers, not just about self-formulation, but also about Tibetan home calls for prisoners, we are hearing of somebody else after so many years. We are not getting any update on somebody who was previously detained, not even arrested or sentenced, but detained. We don't know the whereabouts of that individual. So I think that had become a trend, a very sad and realistic trend under Xi Jinping, and I think that is very dangerous, a very clear message to the world that it is a dictatorial regime that not just Tibetans, but the Chinese themselves are living under.
So is it true to say?
Excuse me. Sorry.
Objection here.
I would just, the question that we just had a literally 5-minute answer to was, has the number of political prisoners gone down during the tenure of Xi Jinping? And I'm hopeful that we can get an answer to that particular question.
So, Ms. Namjul, is it true to say that you do not have current numbers of political prisoners in Tibet today?
I'm afraid that is the case because we're not able to update a rightful number of the Tibetan political prisoners or Tibetan political prisoners data.
Thank you. Do you know whether conditions for political prisoners within Tibet have changed when one looks at the treatment of political prisoners before Xi Jinping's rule as president and after?
I would say that what we have noticed, what we are proud of as humankind is how we have been able as humankind to use technology and science in the betterment and development of, and making the lives of human beings and various beings around the world more comfortable, more livable. However, we also must acknowledge the fact that with that came various forms of torture, with that came various forms of inflicting torture upon human beings. And what we noticed was, especially under Xi Jinping, how the Tibetan political prisoners, they started to experience a different kind of torture and different kind of unjust treatment of Tibetan political prisoners. I usually do that by comparing the testimonies of Tibetan political prisoners of the 50s and the 60s and the 2008 and the afterwards, or the very limited information, however we get up to date, of how Tibetan political prisoners have been treated. I'm sure we have just heard the testimony of a former political prisoner before me, and I hope that gradually we'll be able to get more information from more updated former political prisoner of Xi Jinping's time also. We're looking into how the strategy of the Chinese prisons treatment of Tibetan political prisoners have been very sadistic in a way of making sure that the pain that they inflict using all the technology or various forms of machines or drills on the Tibetan cultural personnel would lead to them giving up. And this is something that I've noticed, that, you know, like that strategy has been strengthened of how they would use that to increase fear in the Tibetan cultural personnel, for them to give up, for them to inform themselves that, you know, this is not worth it. The pain is not worth it, and hence we should stop it. So I think this strategy of making carrying that fear within each political prisoner, beginning from their arrest, beginning from the interrogation session, the detention and sentence of years and years. This is a plan that has remained. And we've seen that, especially during Xi Jinping's time, of how they started to use different forms of different methods, different tools of torturing Tibetan political prisoners, to the extent where I recall a former political prisoner who has been so encouraging, so courageous, you know, saying that, you know, I just hope that I die. I'd rather die than continue with that kind of pain, because that person would not choose to surrender, choose to subdue to what is expected out of him. So that person would rather, that political prisoner would rather die. And that is one of the testimonies that I've heard. And this is something that they have to go through. And I can't imagine the things that I've heard from the testimonies of female political prisoners, especially when they're younger, the kind of torture that they went through, which is equivalent to sexual abuse, of how they have used various tools to penetrate the sexual organs as well. So it is not just physical torture and the mental and emotional torture that we have to go through. There's sexual torture as well for the female political prisoners, especially when they're so young, especially as children as well. So these are the pain that each political prisoner, apart from the actual torture they have to go through, not to leave aside, you know,
Can I just?
the level of food, the level of quality food. So I think those are things that have been strengthened, you know. The rule of Xi Jinping is so proud of the so-called development that they've brought about. But we don't see any of those things in, you know, Chinese prison, where, you know, inside, especially inside the occupied Tibet. Because we see less and less amount of facility in terms of securing any form of life through the Tibet. This is what is painful for us as particularly as a daughter of a political prisoner. Because every time I hear those testimonies, I know that those were the pain that my late father also went through as a political prisoner himself. That's what my mother went through. That's what my entire family went through in their fight against the Chinese occupation. And for the future of Tibet, every time I get to hear about the testimonies of Tibetan political prisoners, with all the strength I try to listen, but I know that this is their lives under Xi Jinping today.
Thank you for
That
that.
constitution that has called him the future, until he dies, that the constitution of the nation has mentioned his name. After Mao Zedong, after Deng Xiaoping, his name is mentioned as the leader of that nation. So that man will continue to control, continue to torture the Tibetans inside Tibet as long as we become a threat, as long as we become a voice against his authority. And it is not fair. It is not right that such a leadership, such a dictatorial leadership, such an authoritarian leadership gets all the welcome, the red-carpet welcome of the international community who speaks out, gets all the support, and not even a question of any state courts around the world.
Thank you very much,
Everything is
Ms.
done against our
Namjol.
people.
Thank you very much for that. I do have a number of other matters to have your evidence address. Just on the topic of the treatment of political prisoners under Xi Jinping, in your affidavit, you said now enforced disappearance is the way of propagating fear. This is paragraph 25. Can you address why you say that and what you mean by that?
If we look into the case, the recent case of a Tibetan information that we've received from a social media of a Tibetan lady called Momaki. She happens to be a sister of a very high-profile Tibetan political prisoner called Gojitashi, who was a very well-known, very rich businessman who was engaged in lots of humanitarian work. However, he was arrested years back, and it's been more than a decade. And it is exactly during the time of Xi Jinping when that individual had been gone missing. We know that he went through a case. We know that he went through a case, but then the family is also saying that we didn't know the whereabouts of the individual right now. We don't know exactly where Momoki's brother, Gojitashi, is right now. We also have many cases, many similar cases of Tibetan political prisoners who went missing, where their family members have not known where they are. And they would only get information about Tibetan political prisoner, their family members, after maybe a few months, after a few days, after a few years of, okay, they are arrested, they are detained, or they are sentenced in particular jail, so you can meet their family members. And in the case of Momoki, she's not even allowed to meet her brother.
All right.
So there are many cases like that where the families remain unaware of their existence or imprisonment or whereabouts of their family members. So we have many cases like that. If I can connect it with a very well-known Tibetan political prisoner called Panchen Lama. So his case is also that of enforced disappearance. We don't know the whereabouts of Panchen Lama. And he's been missing since he was 6 years old. So we are today, ironically, celebrating his birthday without even knowing whether he's alive or not, just on the basis of the word of Chinese Communist Party, where they're saying, let him be as an individual, nobody should be asking about him. So we have many cases like that. Any individual who becomes a threat in terms of their voices against the power of Chinese Communist Party, we don't know what will happen to that individual. And I've stated that in my TEDx talk about Panchen Lama, and there are many such cases, evidences of Tibetan political prisoners who have gone missing. Singers, Tibetan writers who have gone missing, simply for expressing who they are, simply for expressing their love, or their want for the unity of Tibet, or their quest for return of his whole supporting Dalai Lama back to a free Tibet. That becomes a challenge for Chinese Communist Party.
Thank you very much for that.
Enforced disappearance.
Thanks very much for that explanation. I just want to move on to the next topic. We are a little bit time constrained, so please listen to my questions and answer these questions. In your affidavit, you speak about attacks on the identity of Tibetans. Can you address what these attacks involve? And for example, you may speak on a number of different topics: religion, language, schooling, political prisoners, which you've already touched upon, and culture and tradition. So attacks on the identity of Tibetans.
I think this is what is most dangerous thing that is happening under Xi Jinping's dictatorial regime. There were times when we were scared of the death of Tibetans. What we are facing right now is this fear that's been instilled amongst all Tibetan individuals in terms of the extinction of Tibetan identity. Because Xi Jinping is focusing on integrating the identity of every being within its territory, within its occupied territory, to be recognized as one individual Chinese being dedicated to that particular constitution and dedicated to him. Now, what is happening inside Tibet is they realized with all its might, with all its power, that over the generation, over the 3-4 generations that has come since the occupation of Tibet under various Chinese leadership, is Tibetans have never stopped to give up who they are. As Tibetans, we celebrate, despite everything that we go through, we celebrate who we are as Tibetans. Even today, the language that we have, the songs that we sing, the food that we eat, the religious leader that we worship, is part of who we are as individuals. That's part of our identity. And And that has become a threat to Chinese Communist Party. And hence they realize that the way to consolidate their authority is by turning everyone under its regime as one. So what they have done is they've started to attack the schools, they've started to attack the monastic institutions, they've started to instill that lesson, that propaganda of Chinese Communist Party, of where we're looking into a case right now of more than 1 million young children, Tibetan children, beginning from preschool till the age of 18, being sent to colonial boarding school. We call that a state-run boarding school, but it is certainly the incident that we've seen is certainly that of a colonial boarding school, where what we are doing is making sure that the identity, the story, the history, the pride that we carry as Tibetans, as who we are, is completely erased. And what we are studying as children is firstly a language that is Mandarin, that is Chinese, not Tibetan, not the language, not what we speak, not what we write. And with that comes our history. With that comes our identity. With that comes our celebration of who we are. And that has begun on Tibetan schools right now. And I believe that is very dangerous. And that is leading to threat on Tibetan identity. And we're getting more information about enforced snatching, enforced stealing of Tibetan DNA, beginning from students as well. So there are many cases that we're looking into. We're looking into cases of the monastic institutions, which has been a seed and the most sacred space for Tibetans to practice our religion as Buddhists and study our history as Tibetans. And that institution, that sacred institution, has also come under attack, where they made it mandatory that a Tibetan boy, a Tibetan girl.
Just
sorry.
1 minute, please.
Ms.
Just 1
Namjoon.
minute, please. I want to hear what the defense has to say. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think the question related to colonial boarding schools, we've heard a significant amount about that. We're moving on to DNA and other issues now, and it is just past 1 o'clock.
Thank you. That's a fair observation. Ms. Nguyen?
Your Honour, the question was about attacks on Tibetan identity, and it was an open question that allowed the witness to speak about a range of different matters. It is just past 1. It's I recall Your Honour had indicated that we would have a lunch. I understand that Ms. Namjoon is in process of arranging some travel to overseas. So I just wonder whether we can ask her as to her availability to reconvene if it were the case that Your Honours wanted to break for lunch now. So
My apologies, but I have a meeting at 5 o'clock, which is after 28 minutes.
all right.
Yeah, she's 28 minutes. She's a
I,
meeting in half hour.
I could wrap things up in 10 minutes, Your Honour, and then there would be some time for cross-examination.
All right.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Namjoon. We will proceed to continue with your evidence. Now,
I mean, would you please explain to the witness that time is limited, that her answers need to be limited?
yes. We're mindful that you have a meeting in half an hour, and we also are stretching the lunch break. So if you could please just listen to the questions and answer the questions asked. After I complete your examination in chief, the Defence Counsel, Mr. Dan Arshank, will have an opportunity to cross-examine you as well, and we have approximately half an hour to do all of that. So, I do have a couple more topics.
The court should be aware that I expect my examination to be significantly longer than my last examination.
Well, and do keep in mind that if the witness should be subject to cross-examination, or will have to disregard her testimony. So.
Well, it's a matter of weight, really, Your Honour. Yes, I will try to wrap this up in 10 minutes. Okay, Ms. Namjoon? Your examination in chief, that is. All right. Now, throughout Chinese state media, Chinese government documents and the likes, the issue of religion is often conflated with national security and extremism. Why is it that Tibetan identity is such a threat to the CCP? And why do they consider Tibetan practice of religion to be a form of extremism or a threat to national security?
That's very ironic in a way because we're talking about a religion which is known around the free world that encourages and that propagates love, compassion, and peace. And that has been an association of Tibetan freedom movement, since the beginning against China's Communist Party, where we made sure under the leadership of the 14th Dalai Lama that non-violent active resistance is a tool that we use, especially when it comes to Chinese Communist Party. Hence the focus on dialogue with Chinese Communist Party, and that has been a very instrumental message that we have picked up from the philosophy of Buddhism, and that has been the case. However, we also know that in occupied Tibet, when we are looking into various forms of peaceful protest that is taking place, whether in the form of actual protest on street, or whether it's self-immolation, we have always seen honorable monks and nuns out on the front row, where they have come out speaking against the regime, exposing the regime for the true face that they are. And hence that becomes a threat, again, to the regime itself, to the power that they are trying to propagate, and to the identity that they are trying to spell out. And the whole notion of civilization and the assimilation that they are focusing on is in a direct dichotomy to the Tibetan identity, particularly as an identity as Buddhist. So I think this is the reason, and this is in fact the reason why Tibetan Buddhism and Tibetan Buddhist practitioners become a threat to Chinese Communist Party and Xi Jinping.
All right, thank you. In your affidavit, paragraph 34, you talk about a speech that Xi Jinping did in July 2021 when he visited Tibet for the so-called 70th anniversary of the liberation of Tibet. And you addressed how his speeches include him asserting repeatedly how happy Tibetans are, using terms such as national unity and harmony existing together, and terms such as modernization and development. How do you see these types of speeches that he gives?
It's in direct to what he does is practically impossible, because what he does is he's comparing Tibet today to Tibet 60 years ago. What I always remind China is compare China today to China 60 years ago as well. Whether since the power of PRC has come about, or whether the Cultural Revolution began in China. So what was the condition of China at that time and its people at that time? We're talking about the starvation and hunger that the Chinese people went through under his leadership. When such thing was going on, we as Tibetans have never heard of such a situation. China claims that since its regime has come over, they have brought about development. I look at the contradiction. I believe that if Chinese government, if PRC, if the Chinese Red Army had never controlled, have never occupied Tibet, we as a free nation would have been given our time to develop ourselves, to bring in modernity in balance to who we are, culturally as well. So that opportunity was snatched away from us. So such kind of dialogues or such kind of predictions that he comes about in terms of the development that they get brought about is nothing but a charade for all the benefits that they themselves have gone through, for all the economic development that they have gone through with all the exploitation of the mineral resources of Tibet. So how is the Tibetan people benefiting from it? I see that only the Chinese Communist regime is benefiting from it. They talk about all the economic development.
All right, I need to
How
ask.
does it come about benefiting the Tibetans?
Thank you. So your evidence is it's a charade and it's in contradiction with what's happening on the ground. Now, Ms. Namjol, I do have a final question for you about paragraph 35 of your affidavit, where you say Xi Jinping aims to hold onto his power forever. What has he done toward this goal, and why do you say that?
This is not a secret. It's been an open information to everyone around the world of what happened at the Chinese National Congress. We know that since the inception of Chinese Communist Party's authority in the form of People's Republic of China, the individuals whose name, whose identity have been enshrined, have been mentioned in the Constitution, have been mounted on, have been shopping. And now today, it's Xi Jinping and his thought. So this is what is mentioned, and what he's been trying to do is making sure that he remains in that authority forever until he dies. And we've seen that with many other authorities. And what he is doing particularly is making sure, in the name of fighting against corruption, is taking off all his enemies. You know, and this is not a theory that we have come up with. This is actually in front of the whole world.
All right, sorry, the question, Ms. Namjol, the question was, how has he taken steps towards the aim of holding onto his power forever? Has he made legal changes? Has he changed the constitution?
Yes.
And what's happened in that regard? Just
as I
very
mentioned
succinctly,
already,
please.
As I mentioned already, the mention of his name as the leader is something that should be taken note of. Because we have never seen any leaders, apart from, as I mentioned, Mao Zedong and Deng Xiaoping's name mentioned. And they are known as the so-called paramount leader of China. And now Xi Jinping is the paramount leader of China according to his constitution, which he has changed.
All right, and what changes has he made to the constitution?
Mentioning his name, mentioning his thought, Xi Jinping thought, and making sure that he replaces the paramount so-called position that many other leadership has held in China, in the recent history of China, and he is trying to take it over and ensuring that his position, ensuring that his name, ensuring that only his trusted individuals remain in power is an exact move.
All right, now, Ms. Namjol, you've mentioned the phrase Xi Jinping thought a number of times. Can you explain what that is?
Xi Jinping thought is a very socialist ideology with Chinese characteristics. What he's explained many times is also comparing the Chinese democracy, the democracy with Chinese characteristics as well. So what he's trying to do is making sure that there are traces of economic development visible in front of people, and making sure that people know that that is what development and that is what equality and that is what democracy looks like, as opposed to the actual focus that we are paying on human rights, on human values, on equality and justice. So for him, that Xi Jinping thought is about that sort of characteristic socialist democracy. And for Xi Jinping, that thought is the most important move that he has come about with, so that his people remain happy, telling themselves, fooling themselves that yes, indeed, they are living in a very socialist democratic nation where their business are taken care of, their well-being are taken care of by the leader.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Namjol. That concludes the questions in examination in chief, and I'll now pass the floor to my learned friend, Mr. R. Shank.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ms. Namgyal, can you see me? And you can hear
Yes, I
me?
can.
You can hear me all right?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Yes, I do.
I'm going to ask you some questions that I hope are simple to answer and simple to answer as in a short amount of time because we know that you don't have much time. You've been offered as an expert in this case to speak on human rights and Chinese policies and practices in Tibet. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right. But you are not an unbiased expert, are you?
I'm certainly an experienced expert, if I can put it that way.
I didn't understand your word. You're an experienced expert. But the expert opinions, the experienced expert opinions that you're prepared to put forth are exclusively, and I'm not being critical, but they're exclusively from the Tibetan position, correct?
I would say they exclusively to the should that actually exists.
Are you able to express the PRC's positions without reference to the Tibetan positions?
I'm aware of it. It is something that I read. It is something that I try to understand. But I also know that it's something that is not in practice. I know that many of the information that they should be putting out there is not out there. There are some of the information that they are not putting out there.
So I'm going to interrupt you. What you're telling us is that while you may be aware of what their positions are, you are highly critical of it. Is that correct?
Certainly, these are true.
Yes. And you told us that you, as a Tibetan, are born an advocate, correct?
I believe so.
And as you sit there today, you are still, of course, an advocate. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. You were asked a question of whether you can explain why the PRC feels threatened by the Tibetan position. Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
Would it be fair to ask you as an expert whether you agree that stability in the PRC area is an issue of extreme importance to the PRC government? Would you agree that stability is an important concept? I understand that you feel the need to qualify your answer as an occupier. And I wonder whether you're capable of answering that question without that qualification. Would you agree with me that the PRC values stability within the PRC area?
Any ruler would, especially if they have the baggage of being a colonizer, they would.
So your answer to my question, are you capable of doing that, is no, you're not capable of doing that. Is that correct?
I believe I am. And I
Oh,
understand
shall I ask?
important for them.
I can ask you again, if you like. Would you agree that stability within the PRC area is of high value to the PRC?
It is if they choose to retain, if they want to retain their authority, it is for them.
Sorry. You were asked whether you have read or listened to speeches by Xi Jinping. You answered yes, you have done that, correct? Is that yes? You need to answer in words.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. You didn't only answer yes to that question when you were asked it before, you explained why you don't believe them. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Have you ever seen any writing or speech by Xi Jinping that suggested that the Tibetan culture should be eliminated? Did he ever say those words out loud that you heard?
I've heard him and I've listened to many of the speeches or written speeches where he has focused on the consolidation and assimilation of Chinese identity. And when we, or if I can say, when I as an expert look into it, it's a threat to various identities, including particularly Tibetan identity that exists today within the occupied territory of China. Because when we are talking about entire assimilation of one identity, how do we go about it?
Let me interrupt you, because what I asked you was a simple question that might have been answered with a yes or a no. Have you ever heard Xi Jinping say, "I want to destroy the Tibetan culture"? Have you ever heard him say those words? And I think you're capable of answering that with a yes or a no.
I choose to answer by saying he's inferred that many times.
You have heard that come out of his mouth many times?
Yes.
Oh, you've inferred that.
Heard him
I see,
in his
I see.
speeches
All right,
infer
all right.
that he was
Sorry,
wishes to
sorry, just to be
consolidate
clear.
one identity.
The witness's response was, he has inferred that, not I have inferred that, just to be clear.
All right. You've heard him say words, and you have concluded that they mean what you say they mean. Is that correct?
I have concluded because of his actions.
I understand what you're saying. And you've read his speeches as well, have you not?
Several, yes.
Yep. And you don't believe the words that he says in his speeches. Is that correct?
I wouldn't believe if I've seen that in practice. I've seen him actually practicing that only benefited himself and his own speeches.
Let me ask this question another way. You've read his speeches, am I correct?
Several, yes.
You don't believe the words that he puts in his speeches. Is that correct?
He's been very clear with some of the intentions that he has. Well, in those cases, I choose to believe here where he becomes a threat, where he is very open about the threat that he could become. So I believe that
Pick and choose in his speeches what you choose to believe. Is that right?
well, I guess that's how we become critics. That's how we read. As a Christian critic, I have chosen to be that.
I don't suggest for a moment that your experience of life in Tibet is wrong or mischaracterized. I don't suggest that for a moment. I don't suggest that your experience is your experience. What I do suggest to you, and for the court's pleasure, I put to you that the words that have come from Xi Jinping do not constitute an actual threat to the Tibetan people or culture.
I believe it does, because he's talking about consolidation and assimilation.
I understand. I completely understand that that's what you believe, and I thank you for your time.
All right, redirect.
No redirection, no reexamination from me, Your Honour.
No questions from me.
From you?
I actually have a question.
Yeah.
Do I need to go there?
Oh.
Go for it.
They need to bring this way. Witness, this is Judge Fonseca. I have a question in terms of what you stated before. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
You mentioned
We
there
lost,
were,
we lost.
oh,
There we are.
can you hear me? Yes.
I can.
You mentioned in your testimony about, and it's in your affidavit, about various torture and forced disappearances. You've listed it in your affidavit. What is the time period you're looking at?
When I'm talking about the torture inflicted, I'm looking into Tibet political prisoners beginning from 1959 till date, whoever especially have been able to come to India through their testimonies.
So it is up to 2024?
Yes,
And you mentioned about more than 1 million children? You said more than 1 million Tibetan children are in boarding schools?
that's according to the research, conclusive research done by individual researchers and reputed organizations.
And this is what's the time period?
We are talking about actual practice in the beginning of that policy, beginning from 2016 up to today,
From
of
2016,
drug
from 2016 to 2024? Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Okay, I have no questions. Thank you. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. And you
Thank you very much. And, well, I hope you make it in time for your meeting.
Yes, I 5 minutes, but thank you for your
All right.
time.
Thank you.
have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Ready to recess for now.
Yeah. How long is the recess going to be for? It's already 1:26.
2:15 maybe?
2:15?
Should we do?
45 minutes, yes.
Yeah.
Lunch for 45 minutes. All rise, please.
Of course.
Yeah, right. I'll leave them here. Go.
If you would excuse me, Consul, for a moment, you recall that just before the break, we had a discussion about the obligations of the defense to put cases to individual witnesses, and the judges have had discussion on that. And it's our consensus view that in this process, there is no obligation on the defense to put questions to any witness about the nature of the defense case. Keeping in mind, however, of course, that the burden of proof in this proceeding, that burden being substantial grounds to believe, is entirely on the prosecution, and there's no obligation on the defense. But I'm also asked by the president to put the question to you as representative of the prosecutor. Do you have, or if you had sight of, or you have access to any information indicating any change in policy in regard to Tibet by the current administration of the accused that has lightened the treatment or reduced the sort of conduct, the oppressive conduct that was alleged in your indictment?
And just one more addition, and if there had been such a statement, is there any possibility that you wouldn't know about it? And I suppose you can assure us that if there had been such a statement, you would definitely have considered it your obligation to draw it to our attention.
Yes, Your Honours. Firstly, evidence will be adduced by the expert witness who is going to be called last today. Her name is Daron Charling, and she will be speaking, she will be addressing those issues in terms of changes in the measures and campaigns between the regime before Xi Jinping and during Xi Jinping's rule of Tibet, as to how that change took effect. And the nature of her evidence is that it's hardened the campaign and policies of persecution, that the prosecution say amount of persecution has become more difficult under Xi Jinping. If there is anything that is known to the prosecution, yes, Your Honours, we will definitely disclose all of that to the defence and to the court.
And I take it that you would have considered it your absolute obligation to draw it to our attention immediately and to withdraw the prosecution, if that had been so.
I don't know about withdrawing the prosecution case, Your Honour, because it's a matter of, on the one hand, it could be a matter of degree as to the extent of abuse that is occurring before or after the reign of Xi Jinping. But the prosecution case is that the abuse that we have charged during the temporal period set out in the indictment amounts to the crimes alleged, and that is the case to the requisite standard for the purposes of the confirmation.
Is there any
hearing.
reason why we should not assume what appears to be a reality, it to be absolutely true, that there has been no change?
That there has been no change to
No
what, Your
change
Honour?
in the attitude of, positive change in the attitude of the accused towards the Tibetan people.
I'm sorry, I just want to understand your question before it gets answered. Do you mean despite what the witness testified to?
Well, despite, doesn't matter which, it doesn't matter, I have no qualifications, but is there any indication that in the attitude towards Tibetan people?
Could we have the witness
Well,
sworn?
If I understand your question,
Sorry?
if I understand your question, before that, I'd like to welcome Mr. Rees, who finally is able to join us. It's good to see you. On other comments. But if I understand your question, are you seeking evidence or are you seeking an opinion from the prosecutor? Because if you are,
I'm seeking facts from the prosecutor.
then perhaps that is the way that the question might be framed. What facts, if any, do you have? And if there's an omission of facts, so be it. And if there's an assertion of positive facts, so be it. But you are asking for an interpretation of a state of affairs in the absence of facts, which I believe does not meet the standard required for you to make a decision.
Well, I'm asking whether there has been in fact been any change. I don't care about what the prosecutor's opinion is.
Well, you're asking for evidence.
You've heard from a
Is there
witness.
any evidence?
You've heard from a witness, Judge, who
Your
said,
Honor.
in fact, there has been a change. I'm a witness to it.
If you're asking for a fact from this individual, I'm asking that she be sworn in first, because you don't want to receive unsworn testimony from the prosecutor. We've had enough of it for the last few days.
Your Honours,
I
can
think
I
we
just
should
make the
proceed with the
position quite
witness.
clearly?
Let's proceed,
Let's proceed.
we can ask the witness. Let's
There-
carry on.
We can ask witnesses,
Yes,
yes.
this is
Carry
not the
on, yeah.
witness, by the way, to ask that question to. It is the next witness. This is a victim fact witness, and she does not speak to these issues. But what I can say, Your Honours, is that whether or not there has been a change, whether or not there has been certain conduct by previous regimes that amount to crimes against humanity or fundamental breaches of human rights or
Right.
deprivations or imprisonment or persecution,
Yeah.
that does not change the prosecution case in relation to the indictment and what's been charged against Xi Jinping. So any changes in the regime's attitudes towards the civilian Tibetan population does not render or equate to crimes not having been committed by Xi Jinping. It may be the case that crimes were committed by others as well prior to Xi Jinping.
Okay.
Thank you. Witness, can we proceed with the solemn declaration? Witness, would you state your name?
We need an interpreter. So, Your Honour,
Oh, sorry,
this
I
witness,
didn't realize we had an interpreter need.
this witness requires an AMDO interpreter, and we have one here. His name is Mr. Norbu Sambal. If Mr. Sambal can take the chair here. And we've got the setup at the moment, Your Honour, where the witness is facing Your Honour, so she can see. Yes.
Can she hear you? Is the witness able to hear you?
That's something that we will need to ask the witness.
Okay.
ke kude imlamla. Can I sit?
Yes. First, we will obtain a declaration from you, interpreter. Interpreter, would you state your name?
Norbu Sambal.
And do you affirm, solemnly affirm, that you will well and truthfully interpret the evidence between the court and the parties in question from the English language to the Tibetan, or you call it the AMLO language?
We call it Tibetan.
Tibetan.
Yes.
Tibetan language, and from the Tibetan language to English, according to the best of your skill and understanding.
Yes, my honor.
Okay, thank you very much.
There's just one more thing I would like. Would you make sure that you don't speak too fast when you interpret the witness's evidence, because we need to understand it and we need to make a note of it. So could you be considerate of us?
And now we turn to the witness and ask the witness to state her name.
My name is Nimalamo.
And do you solemnly affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the
Kirangi tiring de la pangda khalichi hemba sangma temba tengyang shegi tamje chigim. Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed, Consul.
Yes. Your Honour, I'll start by saying that the evidence that has been filed in respect of this witness, Ms. Nima Lamo, is located at NFE 2, and the bundle of documents is pages 67 to 115. The documents contain her personal accounts in the form of speeches, her testimony given at the 2008 Olympics before the Congressional Executive Commission on China in Washington, D.C. in 2008, her October 2016 interview by Free Tibet, as well as the transcript of a podcast in which she spoke to a radio, I believe it was, and then some news articles about her story.
And you will, of course, make sure that you focus on, ultimately, you will focus on the period during which the indictment relates, which is from 2013 onwards.
Well, Your Honour, there will be a focus on that, but there will need to be adduced evidence of certain events and facts that took place before that, so that the court can have some context. Ms. Ndima Lamo, can you tell the court where you were born and when you were born?
Nimalamula kira kawadan kaduke wale dijik sumruchi. I was born in Tibet, Kham, on 1990.
And where do you now reside?
Kira tanda kawashuguyu. Currently, I'm staying in America, New York.
All right. Now, you've previously given testimony before the Congressional Executive Commission on China on the eve of the 2008 Olympics. Do you agree with that?
Kirangi nima nidong gigi Olympic sitting that David Kirangi Kijakashi Sheyurwa. Yes.
And you have already previously been interviewed by Tibet Watch in October 2016.
Ni kirang la nima nidong chuchu or jinda chuwe nang la Tibet Watch ki kirang la tinde Tibet nang yura chati. Yes, it is.
You were also interviewed for a podcast with Tibet Unlocked in 2023.
Kirang tanda piyugi piyugi nang lo la tanda podcast tanda nang lo la kirang ki kija sheyurwa. Yes.
And there have also been numerous articles about your story about your uncle, Tenzin Delek Rinpoche, and the circumstances that led you to leave Tibet. These are published online. Do you agree with that?
아니 단다 차도도 라 기랑기 변이 맞출래 당 기랑기 아상 두고 댄스 델레 림부체다 제베 아니 이기만 부지 요 어디 기랑기 시기요. Yes, I do.
Thank you. I want to start by talking about your uncle. Who was your uncle, Tenzin Delek Rinpoche?
나 당봉 안수 기랑기 아상기 토니마 보수기라 기랑기 아상 댄스 델레 림부체 디수레.
네, 아상바.
아상 디수레.
아상데 아마도 뭐래?
Tenzin Delek Rinpoche is my uncle, brother of my mom.
And how was it that your uncle rose to prominence as a holy person or spiritual leader within Tibet?
아니 공 단다 취기 고지도 별라 두스 간디스콜랑 문진 체와데 문진 체당디.
지금 그 마치 뭐 단계보다 자와서래. 근데 지금 그걸 지금 그자 지지자는 여자가 이렇게 자가 취기상을 이렇게 장을 지금 남은 거지서래.
At the age of 7, he became monk. And in 1982, he went to India. And at that time, His Holiness the Dalai Lama recognized him as a reincarnated Lama.
All right. When did he return to Tibet?
Kung pela pa kadu lore.
지금 그때 잘한 거라.
1987.
And how was this status recognized?
Kung pela pa losani ani kongi kandido ujure. Pela.
그는 밖에 사회제가 나만 주들을 야하려나 장을 그냥 가는 생각보다 주를 옆에 가서 그거에서 그런 관계에 딱 그거에서는 하성만하게 취재하고 뭔가들이야 땅이 가는 주로 있나 이거는 너무나 차리는 거나니 너무 그 달리는 진짜 진짜 제가 무슨 제가 차례.
After study for 5 years in India, once he came back to Tibet, people recognized his good deeds, like establishing the monastery, solving the day-to-day life problem of the people. And from that onwards, people recognized him and started to devote to him.
Now, you said in your previous statements that your uncle Rinpoche was a person of interest to the Chinese authorities. How was he treated by the Chinese authorities?
Kirangi nye la geje shegyo jinang lo la, kirangi ashang tanda gyana shungi kunzu gi na chesami chi cha de la doa. Di tonan che kunzu gyana gi khandes tonan chi yo le kula.
다 루치나 다 쇼쇼 카라데 크리스도 카라데 리전 카라데 다 도바드네 당 달래주지 문제나 다 지도자야 저쪽으로 로고서이디 도바 뭐고 두셔다 다 빼마스로 그 가리스 바이 가스 지도는 요리디 내가 참 굉장히 랑진기 모던이지 아주 차이를 인생들 때문에
Since Tenzin Gyaltsen Rinpoche became a spiritual leader who also concerned about the environment preservation as well as the culture of Tibetan and the situation in Tibet, and he started to have Tibetan people in Tibet. So because of that, Chinese people, Chinese government didn't like him, and then they started to observe his day-to-day life activities.
How was he observed or monitored by the authorities?
Kunzugi kola Kandis tum digido Kandis Kunzugi kola dichigido. Kanatedang.
대전아 루치 최소 그 대본이나 최근에 지송반이나 장부는 친다다 라마카신게 가로송스당 라마카시 장부는 친다 배신 추수를 지 그바하야당 라마문제서야당 뭐지 이거라 히비로스라 나발제사 대야당 루치의 뭔가 전이라 수로 산에 가라 근데 뭔가 저거이나 이게 저서 양주 조치 랑드다 도초 말이다 지도로사 산에 전달이 뭔가 다양 루치 야마키 추수상관은 나나오 토니 도초 말에 그때 되게 쓰는 거지 근데 가지고래.
So when Rinpoche engaged in the dharmic activities as well as like giving teaching to the public and like establishing monastery in different places as well as like going, so when Rinpoche go to some different places regarding the ritual activities and the Chinese government didn't allow him to do it, allowed to do it and they hindrance and always don't let him do it freely.
Could I ask? Yeah. Thank you, Judge. I'm just a little bit confused. The question was, how did the authorities surveil him or watch him? I'm not clear, since she was 12 years old when her uncle went to prison, whether she's reporting what she knows from her own experience and observations, or whether these are things that she was told. And I'm not being critical in either direction, but I'd like to know whether this is her firsthand account or whether this is what she was told as a child had occurred.
You clear that up, will you?
Yes, I will, Your Honor. Was there an answer that needed to be translated first?
That's all. Should I answer?
Okay. Ms. Nimalamo, how did you know that your uncle was being monitored by the Chinese authorities and that the Chinese authorities did not permit him to do his various activities?
Yana shungi kirangi ashang la tende rawa mebe thone kabdom che di kirangi kandis hago son.
저는 이제 중국에서나 무슨 최소 것이다. 뭐만 최소가 뭐라. 그래서 우리 당연히 뭐만 그렇게 루치에 내가 간 샤워 제일이나 주 누가가 말로 좋아. 근데 아마도 다양한 그런 최소나 기회가 되니까 그렇습니다. 근데 나도 돈이 정말 빠야 뭐 열다 나는 빠져서 가요. 하지만 돈을 내주고 그냥 빠져서 열.
I personally witnessed that when the Rinpoche was giving teaching on the stage, in between the teaching, the the people from the Chinese authorities, they come and hindrance in between. And then my parents and the people generally talk like, oh, today it also happened, like they didn't allow us to do practice and do this teaching. And there are lots of pictures as well of this, according this context as well. But currently I don't have these pictures. So I witnessed it personally and I also heard a lot.
All right. The memory that you have about your uncle teaching on stage when the authorities came, how old were you when that occurred?
Kongi sungju nang wake up so kira lo kazu indi kapso.
해칭하고 그 지뢰대학 문제래 땡땡지 문제래 난지의 진들 땡땡지 쓰는들
I can't say exactly, but most probably 7 or 8.
Now, in your previous statements, you said that your family experienced many problems when you were growing up because of your connection to your uncle. What were some of the problems that were faced by your family?
Kirang salong chuwe kapsu, kirang ashang dan, kirang dewa yuwe kingi, kirang su nang mi la, kange mangbu chung yo, kirang gi sung song. Tizo kange kari kari che song.
땅에서 너무 차고 있나 루치에 야나지 많이 칼리는 제에서 가슴 차에 나를 일하는 거네. 나는 아마도 또 차다. 아마도 내가 또 다른 동료가 아마도 자나 그냥 시도다. 되게 여러 상황이 그래서 나는 간이는 그렇잖아. 충분히 아마도 아직 다른 거를 수상을 아마도 상상이 되는 좀 버려야 다. 저도 이렇게 쓰는 아마 아저씨들도 쓰고 생존을 하니 그러다 아마 마시잖아 그래서 아니면 이게 저기 한국에 있는 거 가면 되니까 나도 이렇게 그래서 노다바기 이제 그래서 도슨이다 나무야 딱히 그래도 좀 생존 토를 이나데 엔젤 토를 이나데 그게 중요해요.
After the detain of the Rinpoche, we don't know where he is, and because of that, my mother goes to the authorities again and again to the Kangze in order to know where Rinpoche and know regarding the Rinpoche's situation. So when the mother goes there, since the mother is the head of our family, when she is not there, we always worry where she is, when she will be back, and not only that, additionally, we also have a problem regarding the expenses to traveling to Kangze and coming back. So we have this sort of lots of problems.
In your previous statements, you said that your uncle was charged by the Chinese government with the crimes of causing explosions and inciting separation of the state. What can you tell the court?
What?
Inciting separation of state. Separatism, Your Honour. Are you able to tell the court about the circumstances leading to these charges?
Kirangi khazangi ma ke jeshe kapsu kirangi ashang la tanda bam barzi torwa tang daga nang shingi pemi nang ju ngade nang lo la tuku du la ni jinsung chewa kirangi sung su ani kirangi di khanje me di ko la chik suna tigre ba.
Your Honor, it would save me from standing up more frequently if we could know before she starts answering whether she's answering from her own observation or whether at 12 years old she was told how those charges came about.
Yes, so if she could answer the question I asked, and I will clarify further
Thank you.
how she came to know about that.
Thank you.
So sorry, the question was, what were the circumstances leading to the charges against your uncle being laid? And further, how do you know about that?
Kirangi ashang jinsung chewe kapsu nakzu khari nedang khanje imbata kirangi dinzo khanje
뭔가 양자성을 하고 이 자리에 주나서 사실이 좀
Sorry, please tell me again. I didn't hear properly because of network issue.
You've previously given statements about your uncle being charged with causing explosions and and inciting separation of the state. How did you know about those charges?
Kazangima kirangi shuye chiwaina, kirang ashang tanda barzi dana shingi ngade nanglo, ani yinji yewa chigidu lani, yinji chigidu lani, ashang zinsung chiwa kola kirangi sungsong, di kirangi kandes hago song.
이 일본어의 자나 것은 누구 진정을 이끌었구나. 자나 중기 그래서가지고 아까 카니지와 때 너무 나 그디 지금 진행처리는 근데가라고 방다를 붙이려고 해.
When my uncle was detained on 2002, so this is just an excuse given by the government of China. But they didn't have any proof. They just told to the family. That's all.
All right. So are you saying that the charges themselves were just an excuse by the government, and that they did not happen?
Kirangi sunge chewaina tanda di nyezuk di shungi sewa madoni di ngune maing ba chilam yunzin chigi yuwe.
Je la 가르치는 건데 제일하나 너무 모두기 단어로 조사비가 되지 나니 오늘이나 그렇지 플러스 표현을 때문에 지금들은 너무 무지하게 되고 다워 조사를 가리죠. 옛날 때문에 아니 지금 너무 모두게 그렇지 뭐네 그런 바도 되지 마버리나 그렇지 내가 하려면 너무 다리서 이것을 견도다 뭐 그게 저와 시비네 the side of nutritious to the same data, no more between that. No more data, 30 common poverty to the hero and jelly, rather than the show relating to do. Indeed, the same way, Penny, Zamajin, that's a hero of the much higher than same day. Even the Zamajin found out here at NGO, what form to continue.
This is because in 2013, when the Rinpoche was detained by the Chinese government, so the public or the general people of the Tibet, they asked for the reason why he was detained, and they said that we want to hear from the Rinpoche himself whether he did it or not. But they deny, and they also signed a petition for more than the 40,000 people. And asked for the request to give their proper reason, but China denied it. And according with these statements and these circumstances, I believe that this doesn't happen actually.
All right. Now,
Yes, I want to correct that. It is for 13 years that people have been struggling to clarify or clear the allegations made by the Chinese to the Rinpoche. They struggled for 13 years.
All right. Do you know what happened after he was charged with these offences?
Which year?
So you said that he was detained in 2002. How long was he detained for?
Rinpoche was detained on 2002, and they changed the statement and make a sentence for the life in. So he was detained till 2015, which means like for the 13 years he was in prison.
During those 13 years, did you ever get to visit your uncle in prison?
Lojoksum di lingala kira asang tuwa dwe kugab chungswe.
네 고거 농고 세이 더시는 세이가 고거 되지 마스 그들하면서
I tried a lot, but I didn't get any chance to meet him.
All right. Now, in your previous statements, you said that your uncle had died in custody. How did you learn about your uncle's death?
Kirangi kazangi mashi kapsu kirang asang kunzogi da zonga nanglo la tongwa kirangi sungsu kirangi kande sago songdi ko zonga na la tongwa imba.
때나 나쇼라 위도서 프로그램 위도서 자 여러분 통과다 말을 줘야다 예당 참 sense 하고서
When I was in Tibet, I heard and I also went there. So based on these circumstances, I know that he was died in prison.
All right. You spoke about a journey that you and your mother took to see him just before he died. Can you tell the court about the efforts that you took to see him with your mother?
Kong manjungye la kirang amada kong wachin doa. Digapso kirangi kande chi di ko la tisunglo chi.
如前你都讲了那个大把的你这大陆地啊，阿妈的阿年给大不足说人听的嘞，今天讲了嘛，今天阿妈就把他们听的伢的，今天看到这个东西，他认识那的，今天还是想我妈他的你我不去，嘛出门可是我我去当的，讲了他出来是别人可以，今天说明是两个的。
On 2015 July 1st, we were informed my mom and aunt went to July 2nd. On 2015 July 2nd, my mom and I went to meet the Rinpoche in prison, and they didn't let us.
Sorry.
Konda. Okay.
Can I just interrupt to say this? Ms. Nemo Lamo, I understand that you do speak some English. I want to let you know that if you feel comfortable to answer in the English language, please do. We have an interpreter here for you, for your use and to assist if you should need it. But if you are able to explain in English and you feel comfortable to do so, please do.
Okay. So 2015 July 2nd, right? My mom and aunt went to meet my uncle, and I went later, and they detained for. They didn't let them meet for 10 days.
Now, did they eventually get to meet your uncle?
Tamadela nikirangi ajang tuwe rayo le kunzo.
No.
Rayo mare, or not at all.
What were they told when they were making attempts to meet your uncle? What were they told by the authorities?
Kunzo kya ajang tuwa joye kapso kunzo ki kari labro yore.
그것은 아마도 아니니까 단어리다 이거는 최고의 전생조들 이제만 전사들 이제만 나와서 무슨 문제 다른이다 그 진행하고 있는 근데 마치 예전에 하나씩 하나씩 갖고 있는 게 좋습니다.
They said that this is a good month to visit, so you should come. But once they reached, they didn't let us meet for 10 days. And after that, they immediately said that Rinpoche was died.
All right. Did they explain how he had died or the circumstances around his death?
kunzogi Rinpoche khandes chongin bada ani chongdangi ko la nizu ke lasnoy. Disease and died because of blood issues.
Now, did you eventually reach the prison where he was in custody?
Kiran tamadela ani Rinpoche jinsun chese chonggan dinala le lasnoy.
那他在那也是不行的，就做的是正好也很不够，因为那不是他们一个人一个说，成都大都的是比赛是怎么的，不是一个人比较难行，因为他今年的，是不是那是在安那还不没。
I'm not sure whether where I seen Rinpoche's dead body for the last time, which was on the Tandu Tadu, but I'm not sure whether this is a place where they detained the Rinpoche.
All right. Did you get any information about his death, or were you able to see his body?
Rinpoche khande chong e me ko la kirangi nezu den de ha go so en da nan shin gi kirangi khong gi phung bo thong so en.
那容器各种结构是嘛，容器的写起难一把当，但是容器的小个是难一把当，但是对你从的让你那个他们的不得了，总是那个精神的那个，你那个容器的各种出的是的，搞不完了，容器的屋的家的屋东个的风格，但是什么相信他们那个的，真的对你。Merging by the Soviet, then they took us this one. They think some ways we did in the line of which is a machine, close the Johnson Aggregation Center.
Yes. Yes, I got opportunity to see his dead body for the last time, and what I have noticed is his face was black as well as lips and toenails, and the footnails were black as well. That's why we believe that Rinpoche was poisoned. And when I keep his head, and we feel that his head was like a hollow. So along with me, people also believe that Rinpoche was killed by poison.
What did you do upon seeing this?
Kirangi di tong du khariche bayin.
Rinpoche kuji go sula mama da mama di ha ni sare da di jampo da kaya da shai ni jampo mo len ji to so di san to sula mama ko la da zo check so ji do a ni shi de na shi sa yue ja ka da ka pa ko ji lo ku ji ma le ni so ko ji san lo ba ni na ni na ma do ko sula da ni ni mo ji ki ka so na na Rinpoche to da bu di yo le lu go da ni ni ji na Even the Disula Neto Batama is a Galo along the road, and then from Kitsia, Tachizaya, and Chivayoma. In a Makudina Pora Sanjo, Yanachito, and that's me, or there is open me. Jana, Kudia, and my Indicoson, we need to condemn me, Mashibadam, so some prayer is a lot, shame.
Okay, so Rinpoche's body when I went to see his dead body, it was like there are like more than 1,000 Chinese soldiers, and where we are not allowed to take our phone, and they check our body. And when I see that, so we are not allowed to do much near the body. So what I have done is like I take 3 circumambulate to the body, as well as I pray, and then I make the promise. Then once I back, I told my relatives and the people that what happened and how it was.
Right. And what happened after you told people about what you had seen?
Kirangi thongwa di kirangi roba din zola jini lawe kapso karichire karichungre. Can I say some statement in English?
Yes. Yes, please.
I told some of my cousin and their relatives what I saw and what happens during the time. That I do all the information, like when I saw Rinpoche's dead body, I saw the Rinpoche lips, and the situations there, and how many soldiers and how many priests, what they told us. And when we visited Rinpoche's dead body, they didn't allow us even take a scarf of like Tibetan tradition color and forms all piece. And there's also 3 all that. And
who it was that you told about his death?
All of course, there's like lots of people in my hometown who ask me what is the situation, what happens right now. And also I have a cousin in India who is called Kishinima. Last year he was and I shared all this information to him.
How did you share the information with your cousin in India?
I told him the situations, what is the situations during the time, and what I saw in Rinpoche's body, and how his face and how his mouth is totally trained black, because in my whole life, I didn't see that body. I think at the first it will be like normal body, but I heard the Rinpoche's, who watched Rinpoche's body before, they told us, his nail and his mouth are black. So that means people thinks he used, the Chinese government give him
On WeChat. Okay. Now, did it become known to the authorities that you had shared this information with your cousin?
Kirangi di nizu dinzo kirangi cousin nimdo she ashang pingya nimdo she cho kunzo gi gani ma ha goyorwe.
I'm not sure.
Right. Did you make any requests to the authorities at the prison after you saw your uncle's body?
Yes, dear.
아샹기 풍부 통사회 진이 기랑기 단대 종간나의 유긴기 망미당 dinzola kirangi shiwadin teimbe.
Sorry, can you repeat that one? My phone is like the connection is a little problem.
kirangi 단다 디요라 풍부디 통사회 제라 종간난기 망미당 고변 dinzola kirangi 리규당 shiwadin teimbe.
Oh.
Yes, I did.
What were the requests that you made to the authorities?
kirangi shubuk rewa kari shubain.
We did some requests because they asked what requests your family have, and according to the Tibetan tradition, we want to keep Rinpoche's dead body for 10 days, and according to Chinese law, I think they have 10 days keep Rinpoche's body before family, so he's in prison. But I think, sorry, for me it's comfortable to say into that.
Yes, please proceed as you feel comfortable.
나 Rinpoche 거라 저와 다시 재미기 가리리에 나는 손대 Rinpoche 그동 마사 공만제 부분에
Before I see Rinpoche's dead body, the Chinese government asked me, what requests do you have?
근데 나는 이게 저와 나한테 저와 나한테 가리리에나 저와 동부지 Rinpoche 동부에 바이나 그거가 비슷하다 재미기 한번 이거를 Rinpoche 그동안 다시 제도를 저와 이거에 Rinpoche 그동안에다 그거가 주를 리중을 라마티 진사베이 하면서 당을 고등부들을 다치야마다 되는지 하면서 당을 고등부들이 자로 주요. So yeah.
My family made 5 requests regarding the Rinpoche's body. The first one is like we asked them that if Rinpoche was not poisoned, then we want to check the Rinpoche's dead body from both the Tibetan medical and as well as the international medical, and investigate the reason why Rinpoche and how he was died. And then the second request was we asked them to keep the Rinpoche's body at least for 10 days, where in the Tibetan Buddhism they believe like once they stay in samadhi for a long time, but they didn't accept this. And Sunda.
Roma Samba de Rinpoche, Nami, Rinpoche, Madam, Mula, two media, the chain for Netana, Nami, how to come out the rock, the chain, Jersum, Bene. Roma Samba de Rinpoche, could be Nami, that it is over in now, Mama, Nami, Karen is in the air, Jamila, children, yes. Yawa amna beta mundu chilu kudu ya mate karina ta jani beta tu ju the same the proper year.
The third request was, with accordance with their own Chinese policies and the constitution, one can keep the dead body at least for 10 days. So please do according to that. And the fourth one is return of the body. We agreed that if the body of the Rinpoche return to their family, then we won't make any trouble. We won't bother anymore. And the fifth one is returning of the ashes of the Rinpoches. And then if they refuse to do so, then we will consider it as a poison.
And what was their response to your 5 requests?
Kunzogi dila ka liang khari kya wale.
Ko zum goma ko small town de java dia shido la chute ni jela Rinpoche de kudu te ni ji ni sa town de java chila te chila java sam chuse town de Bon,
can you please give me 1 minute? I need to go to washroom.
Yes, I think, Your Honours, may the witness have a little break.
Witness wants a small break.
Did it? She stated that in response was they said that we will consider about it, but after 2 hours the body was cremated and they didn't follow what they have accepted.
All right. I'm going to stand up and move around. Friend in the middle.
See anybody lifting up his sleeve? You see me lift up his sleeve.
No. It's really dangerous.
Your Honour, whilst the witness is away, I'm going to refer to a document that is on the case file. I've asked the registry to place this on the screen, but there is some difficulty because there are 2 computers being used at the same time. So I'll just let the court know that the document I'm going to refer to is at NFE 2, Section A, page 80.
In which one?
Did you say 1-8 or 8?
NFE 2, Section A, page 80.
1-8.
1-8 or 8-0?
80.
8-0, okay.
What's the document
The
entitled?
document, Your Honour, shows a photo. The document itself is the 2016 Tibet Watch interview, a report that was done after Tibet Watch did an interview.
Sorry,
with
there's
me.
too much noise. The document is what? I heard too much
It's
noise.
called Tibet Watch.
Oh, all
The
right.
document itself is an interview with the witness, a report made by Tibet Watch about their
Okay.
interview with her. But specifically, the page that I want to turn her attention to is a page that shows her mother holding a document with some writing on it and a thumbprint on it.
Okay. And I'm sorry, some what on it?
Thumbprint.
Oh, there's just something on it. Oh, a thumbprint, gotcha. Okay, thank you. Do you know whose thumbprint it is? Oh, okay, all right, you'll get to it. Okay, that's fine.
All right, Ms. Nima Lamo, can you hear us?
Imalamala Kudwe.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Now, I want to turn to the Tibet Watch report that was done after an interview with you. You've seen that document before, haven't you?
The Mazutanda Tibet Watch Kaji, Kirangi Shiguzura, didn't do Kizati Shigi, Kirangi di Examining Tongu Yue. Yes, I do.
Yes. Now, at page 6 of that report, this is NFE 2, Part 3, Section A, page 80, there is a photo which you've given evidence about or given a statement about previously. It's a photo of your mother holding a piece of paper with some writing on it and her thumbprint. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yes. Can you explain to the court what this photo depicts?
This picture is the one what we request, and we write down the request, and we took a single point, and we did this on the person's
To the authorities, to the related authorities.
Okay.
Could you just repeat for me what the witness said, what the document depicts? I didn't follow.
The documents are regarding the 5 requests which were made by their families, and they have written down everything, the 5 requests, and then they give a thumbprint, and they gave it to the related authorities.
All right. Now, who took this photo?
It's me.
You took the photo. Was anything done with respect to this photo in terms of its distribution or sharing it with others?
I just take a picture. I send my uncle Kishimala. That's the all I did, I think.
All right. Now, sorry, just a minute. Was any of the requests that you made actually responded to?
Kirangi Shuwatewa, Shuwanga Jitedwa, Shuwanga Dida, Nga Kangrung La Kunzugi, Lane Jorsome.
After 2 hours, we submitted the request, and they denied all the requests, and they said from the authorities' orders, and then there must be burned Rinpoche's body in the morning 7 o'clock, and they denied all the requests up to 2 hours.
All right. Now, you said that you shared the photo with your uncle. Is this the same uncle in India that you spoke about earlier?
Yes.
And what happened as a result of you sharing the photo with your uncle?
I'm not sure. I don't have any idea.
All right. Well, in your previous accounts, you said that yourself and your mother became arrested by the authorities. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you tell the court how it was that you came to be arrested with your mother?
We are arrested in morning and in July 16 in the morning, and they told police come us, and they said the authorities from the regime ordered to arrest us, and they took all our phones from us. And before that, I said to my uncle that the Chinese police is the phone because they can hear. I told my uncle because I wanted to, before the police arrest us, I told police I need to go bathroom. Then I shared this information to my uncle who's outside the cinema. And then when we arrested, and the police keep us in like secret place and took all my phone, and they didn't say what, when, how long, and everything. They didn't share any information why they arrested us.
All right. Did you later come to know why you were arrested?
Kirang kharijin zinzun chiwa kirang gi jeni habo sumai.
Yes, they said the plan is we sharing the information outside the world. If we do, it's fine. If you are not doing what everybody consider you did it, your family did it. So that's why we go to do life sentence in prison.
What happened after your arrest? Were you detained?
We were detained 18 days.
And where were you detained?
At first, we detained in Yangon for, I think, half a week, 1 week and a half, and then they bring us to the Rikang. It's saying half with like 7 days or something.
All right. And what happened to you and to your mother during that period of detention, during those 18 days?
We are very sad, and we don't know what's Rinpoche's action or body reaction or not. We don't get any information. Even we asked them, they didn't answer any questions. And they keep us like they didn't allow us to go any place, and they didn't allow us to connected to anyone, even my family. And even we go to bathroom, police comes to check, and 24 hours keep us. And we are very angry, and we didn't eat. And during the time, my mother got very sick, and sometimes, she had disease, and then the police need to bring the doctor often, and sometimes she need to bring with us like oxygen.
Yes, oxygen.
Yeah, oxygen because she had disease, and also during the time before Rinpoche, during the time when Rinpoche was killed by the government, we are protesting outside of the jail in Batu, and she's how to say,
She hit her hat on the wall.
And also she's like lying on this ground, and she said, there's no way to talk. One problem for us, and we are protesting. We're asking to January to come report us. There's no fear for us. And we did lots of protest because that whole his body has
Bruce.
Bruce, yes. And maybe because of that, and otherwise would be like very sick because he's good healthy.
All right. Were you and your mother released after you were detained during those 18 days?
Yes.
What happened for you and your mother to be released?
During we are in the arrested the police become vice president, and they came and told us you have to sign something document. And my mother answered, according to the Rinpoche case, Rinpoche case, I couldn't sign this. Because the Rinpoche is not only my brother, but he is also a spiritual leader, and he is the somebody who cares not only this country, but all over the world. So his case must be clarified in the future. Even not me, there will be somebody. So I can't sign about his case. Even you point a gun on the line, so I can't do this. And they say.
All right, can I just stop you there?
I will tell the vice president, I will tell the president, he said that he back, and after 2 days, they came, and the vice president said, you know, I sent for instead of your family, and now we're going to release you and your daughter, but once you go outside, you can do, talk about Rinpoche's stations outside the world. The second thing is you can request any case about Rinpoche to the government. And the third is you can share any information during what happens during when you see Rinpoche body and the information what you saw during the when she died. This too you can do up to release. If you do in your family, and your rest of your family will be in prison forever.
Okay. I just want to take you back. If I may just take you back, please, to the document that you said the police asked you and your mother to sign. What were the terms of that document? This is the document that your mother refused to sign, all right? So what was in that document?
The document says the three things we can allow or we can do is, one is when after release, can share any information outside the world. The second is we can share like every situation, every things what we say what we saw during the which he died to our neighbor or like anybody. And third thing is we can request any more about Rinpoche's case again to the government.
Okay. So if your mother refused to sign that document, then how was it that you and your mother were ultimately released? If you feel comfortable, answer this in in your native language, just as you feel comfortable.
Kesi dikira ama gisa sendakyo mewaina ani kira kandes tuin tuwale dingem du kira kesi dili pyoge na tewaina pyoge na sumbuchi. This was signed by the religious officer on behalf of us.
Okay. Now, after you were released, was there continuous surveillance and monitoring of you by the Chinese authorities?
Kira luju tang sawe ji ni kena shungi yang kira kari chigi me dinzo takship chi de dinito chungswe kira ngi jela.
Yes, before or after the release, the president brought the policeman and told us this is the man who keep watching you, and right now after you release this person, the person, whatever you go, without permission, you can, we didn't allow you to go even from Vietnam to Hindu.
All right. And can you describe your living conditions after you were released? Did you go back to your village?
Yes. The main thing I'm very sad when I release, people are afraid to talk with us. I feel very sad during the time. And also the CC cameras outside of my door. And I feel like we are house arrest. And even I go to without permission, it's really hard to get around, even in Tibet.
All right. Why was it difficult for you to get around within Tibet?
For example, I want to go to buy some stuff and then come back to sell in my hometown. But without permission, it's really hard to do all those things. Even I want to do just like small business, I'm afraid to do this, And another thing is, with the neighborhood, and even we talk with them, they are afraid to go to talk, to share everything, because the government told them, don't talk So I feel like very sadly, I feel, you know, the experience that I have.
All right. And you also said that people were avoiding to talk to you. Why were they avoiding talking to you?
Because the government, 처다서입니다. 타카 모부지 전체 농업을 조충하려면 처다 제외 특히는 처다 제외 이게 방에 모든 사람 이게 큰 안절이 그저 인상만 제외.
Because the government propagate and regarding based on the 7 forbidden activities through the media as well as the spreading pamphlets. That's why people are afraid of this thing.
All right. Now, you've made a reference to the 7 forbidden activities. Your Honours, for the record, this is part of the same document, the Tibet Watch interview, and appears at NFE 2, Section A, at page 86. Ms. Nima Lamo, have you seen this document before?
Yes.
Where did you see the document?
When I released, one of my neighbor kept the document, and he said, "These are like the policemen and come here to ask to send or to give us to read it." And I kept it one for future like evidence. I was like shocked. That's really useful.
Now, in the Tibet Watch 2016 report, there is a photo in Appendix 1, which is titled The 7 Forbidden Activities. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Kerangi tanda di judge nanglo la kakdom di kor la parchi dua di kerangi tanda hagu yue parti ngi khari kor la shigyo.
Yes, I just said before that.
Yes. I'm just saying that to you because I can't show you this image, so you know what I'm talking about. Now, you said that you took a photo. Is this the photo of the document called The 7 Forbidden Activities that you referred to?
Tanda kerangi par gay la jura on di par di dagara kakdom di dirang lewe.
Yes.
Now, what were these 7 forbidden activities as written into this document?
But rambutchi kola da kemisaya. Rambutchi kola da chula bosudan chu na zobu chu da mon. Niba de da rambutchi ye jun ami chu ye de ondre kola shi de chu. Sabe de rambutchi ye chu de kola rambutchi dosu chu da kola ya de hita Johnson da Bingo de Hita Chura. Yega Romatin Kuhun da Kuhun Soba and Jerry to get a conversation. Mother Rich Bola, that message what they are children among the photos of the Romachola. To what they are fine. 그 속에 있는 들려야 풍마는 그 기억 정도 양가들다 다른 것이 중들 때문에 뭐게 돼야 다음 야 상례 정말
7 forbiddings are like the first one is no work or unit or individual can join funeral rites or hold any memorial ceremony unless it is approved by the county government. And the second one is a form of collectiveness and the present petitions or to apply for audiences with the higher authorities. And it is third one is to forbidden to release and circulate any information regarding the Rinpoche. And the fourth one is forbidden organized plan and to instigate the masses together in assemblies. And the fifth one is to forbidden organized Buddhist activities for Rinpoche to raise funds for him. And the sixth one is to forbidden to make trade or give others or worship Rinpoche's picture and as well as audio visual products. And the last one is not allowed or forbidden to disrupt normal festivals and production in the name of the remembering of the death of Rinpoche.
All right. Now, at page 12. It says here, and I'm going to read it to you. You can tell me if this is your understanding of the text. Communicate about 7 forbidden activities in relation to Aung Sazi's case. What's the reference to Aung Sazi?
Ang Zazi di kharire dinal Ang Zazi lan phejuchidwa.
Ang Zazi la the Azin the chumi the chudu kosminde lama main ko.
Is Aung Tashi, and Aung Tashi is the name of Rinpoche before he noviced and became a monk.
All right. Now, the notice in the Tibet Watch report says, to the workers and nomads of the entire vast county, on the 26th of January 2003, Aung Sazi was charged by Sichuan High Court for exploding a bomb and attempting to split national unity, and was sentenced to death. His death sentence was suspended for 2 years and commuted into life imprisonment with deprivation of political rights. This criminal died of illness on the 12th of July 2015 at 4 p.m. Is that your understanding of what that notice says? Okay, and just for the record, the witness is nodding. It goes on to say, according to the relevant laws and regulations, Aung Sazi is not a religious figure or teacher, and he is not a living Buddha recognised by the government. Is that your understanding of what the notice says?
Yes.
And further, in order to avoid illegal gatherings of people initiated as a consequence of Aung Sazi's death, disturbing the public social order, the county government is issuing the following communique, and then follows the 7 forbidden activities that has just been translated. Is that your understanding of what the notice says?
Yes.
Now, how widely was this notice circulated?
Kepda shukshi jung kagam stoyore di.
Then personal haklar to be also personally netang the haklar take up the travel the basically marina go no ni no ki tam de kula de rawa collection mashjo de chilana jana jana the chingi chue chingkang kori chingkang la jihi ju de na de rawa mo de ne ku na chue sa de para no mo de chang ko je
I'm not sure like how widely it's spread out of Tibet, because at that time it's not easy to gather information regarding the outsiders. But in Tibet, it's because of the Tibetan request to appeal for the higher authorities regarding the death of Rinpoche. So so many Tibetan engaged into this activity, and that's why I guess it was widely spread outside of Tibet as well.
All right. Now, if somebody did any of these 7 activities that were forbidden, what would happen to them?
Kesi mi kangrungi ora dinang lo la gagdom doing the gewai na ani kharchi le midala. They will detain that person.
Do you know what level of authority this document came from?
The kawan le ore kiran shige. It came from the central government, because most of the activities are command from the central government.
Okay. Do you how do you know that it came from the central government?
Whatever they say, they always say that we came from the center. It is commanded from the center. That's why I know that it came from the central government of China.
When you say the central government, do you mean that it came from Beijing?
Central government la thanda kapsu kirangi Beijing la lagi huए. Yes.
All right. Now, are you aware of how the government represented to the general community about how your uncle died?
Kiran yana shungi khande chila ngunzi chigyo de kira ha gu yo.
Can you repeat that, please?
What did the Chinese government say publicly about how your uncle died?
Kira ashang khande chong yo me yana shungi mimang la khadi lagi yo ba kira ngi shigi yo be.
Jana jundu ajin kari dulu nasa ai leadership mechanism Johnson ta nasa da ni nasa da Johnson that sama de which bola into the mendu the page me which is the law of jana jundu kya mane is very catchy law of the
As I told earlier that they publicly said that Rinpoche died because of heart and the blood disease, and they are not allowed to protest regarding the death of Rinpoche, and not allowed to do anything, any activities regarding to that.
All right. Now, in the Tibet, yes, please.
Yes, and they said they didn't recognize Rinpoche as a Lama by the government, and also he's like the person who are separate person.
Separate the state.
Yeah, can you do that?
Now, there's a China Daily Report article that appears in the Tibet Watch report on page 13. This is NFE 2, section A, page 87. Have you seen that document?
Yes.
And I'm just going to read from a passage of it, and I'll be asking you whether this is what you had seen circulating. If Tenzin Delek Rinpoche had really believed in Tibetan Buddhism, he would not have incited assisting Lobsang Dondab to stage 5 bombings in Sichuan province between 2000 and 2003, which killed 1 person and injured 11 others. Is this, do you recall reading this?
Yes, I do remember.
It goes on to say, and if Tenzin Delek had really acted as a living Buddha, as the Dalai Lama recognized him in 1986, he would have had many opportunities to develop social, medical, educational, and religious institutions for Tibetan people, as well as to protect the environment. Instead, he instigated several separatist movements in China after he was recognized as a living Buddha and walked that road until the last day of his free life. Do you remember reading that?
Yes.
Then it says, it is a pity that none of these ifs existed before the afternoon of July 12 when he died of sudden cardiac death at 65 as a prisoner for life. It's ashamed that he had used, and the clique behind him is still using, all these ifs as facts to criticize the Chinese government's unfair treatment of the religious leader, in quotation, while simply turning a blind eye to the irrefutable evidence that put him on the wrong side against the people and history. Do you remember reading that?
Yes.
And then it goes on. He was sentenced to death, suspended for 2 years for the 2 crimes on January 23 and 2003 in Sichuan, with a penalty commuted to life imprisonment.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you've skipped a sentence which begins with, if killing the innocent.
I was trying to get through the document just to the main parts that I had wanted the witness to, but I will read the whole thing.
Thank you.
The article says, if killing the innocent can be overlooked for a religious leader, the questions that his supporters have to answer are what kind of religion the leader is preaching and what the future would be like if he really became a leader. It goes on, he was sentenced to death, suspended for 2 years for the crimes on January 23, 2003 in Sichuan, with the penalty commuted to life imprisonment 2 years later. His trial was conducted according to Chinese laws. He was convicted of the bombings and splitting the state. Before entering his cell, he was diagnosed with high blood pressure, coronary heart disease, and other illnesses. Do you remember reading that?
Kirangi dillo atingidwe. Do I need to translate? I didn't hear properly.
I'm reading from the article that appears in the Tibet Watch report, and I'd like you to comment either whether you remember reading this or hearing about this.
Nye tanda Tibet watch na tigi tiwa the law at the tingi to it.
I'm sorry, are you going to continue? Are you going,
Would you like me to?
I would certainly.
Yes.
Okay, if you don't, I will.
Yes, okay, I will read it.
Is it being
Which-
translated?
It has.
It's in English.
It's in English, Your
Right,
Honor.
but is it being translated so she can hear what it is, or can she understand
She
it?
understands.
Can I just ask you, Ms. Neiman Lamo, can you understand the passages that I'm reading to you?
Yes.
Okay, I will continue to read from where I read before. Let me know if you do not hear me by raising your hand, okay? If killing the innocent can be overlooked for a religious leader, the questions that his supporters have to answer are what kind of religious leader, what kind of religion the leader is preaching, and what the future would be like if he really became a leader. He was sentenced to death, suspended for 2 years for the 2 crimes on January 23, 2003 in Sichuan, with a penalty commuted to life imprisonment of 2 years later. His trial was conducted in accordance with Chinese laws. He was convicted of the bombings and splitting the state. Before entering his cell, he was diagnosed with high blood pressure, coronary heart disease, and other illnesses. So do you remember reading or hearing about this news?
Yes, I do.
All right, now I'll continue. The article goes on to say, according to Chinese laws, only criminals sentenced to a set term are entitled to medical parole. Tenzin Dalik, a lifer, was not entitled to medical parole. Do you remember reading or hearing about that?
Yes.
And then I continue. Despite this, the prison sent him 14 times for checkups and treatment to the county hospital in Dazhu and once to the centre hospital, Dazhu City. Doctors from local hospitals consulted about his condition 10 times, but he refused treatment or to take medicine. His health was not stable. The authorities tried in vain to save him when a guard discovered him suffering from respiratory failure at 14:35 on July 12. Do you remember reading or hearing about that?
Yes.
And then it says, Tenzin Dalik's pseudo-identity as a religious leader does not make him any different from others. Instead of mourning his death, it is the innocent people killed and badly injured in the bombings he planned and his blindness and deafness to realities that are more worthwhile to lament for the human rights guardians while reviewing his life. Do you remember reading or hearing about that?
Yes.
And what are your thoughts about what the Chinese government has spread about your uncle?
Kirangi Ashan Gola, the Nagana Shungi Kepta Chewajura, Digana, Kirangi Samzu Kariyu.
Jana Jun Chara, Zocha, some of the Zeman and Janri, then the cherry, on the cherry, and that any Hanakan is the Josa and the mountain, Kale, should be there.
All the news spread by the Chinese government is totally fabricated and the fake. That's the reason that in 2013 people have been appealing for and requesting for the higher appeal to the higher authorization.
All right. Now, since you have, you made earlier statements that after you were released from custody, you were prohibited from visiting your uncle's monastery. Can you tell the court about that, please?
Kirang Lodi Shesavi ni Kirang Ashangi Gombala, Joella Kirang Katum Chiwarawa, Kirang Yama de Nisunda, Digo Latisumuchi.
아직 뭔가 제가 그래서 문제에 공부지 뭔가 공부 보잖아. 실은 제가 아마 방법과 이제 저는 짜고.
Konisunda, can you please repeat?
공부지 공부하다는 성질과 문제들을 제가 방식 말에 저는 버치지.
We want to go to his monastery, but we are not allowed to go to his monastery and as well as his own room where he stay. So they restricted us to enter there.
Okay. Now, when did you leave Tibet and what prompted you to make the decision to flee?
Kana ni ma phene su khadulle bai 디다 아니 레고에기 소와단 김센도데 가르치기요래.
이런 사람은 이분 지주리다 이제 나한테 좀 내기 아무래도 이제 센터보다 너무 심해요. 그런데 아까 나만 책임지라 그냥 좀 많이 가요. 나도 사실은 제 맛이 많이 가요. 여기 하나도 뜨거워서 좀 많이 생각을 많이 못해요. 쇼를 너무 많이 나. 이 코스다 예습이 나서 원래 주제로 간단 말로는 이제 저를 했습니다. 어떤 데야가 도대체 그분이 방전 그게 괜찮은 세 가지 이제는 갈래 가르쳐 지금 저희는 시간 마시지네 어디에 근데
I fled from Tibet on July 20, 2016. The reason why I fled is like Rinpoche was falsely accused by the Chinese government, which is unbearable. And I made to the dead body of Rinpoche that I promise I will reveal the truth to the world. And by keeping that promise in mind, I came out to reveal and to the world what happened to the Rinpoche, and I will always work on it unless he will get the truth and he will get the justice for justice.
Thank you for that. Now, since you've been overseas, residing overseas, have you had any difficulties contacting your family who still reside in Tibet?
Ta kiran tingsa chige la shugi yudu gala kiran nangmi la dewa chegi kali duwe.
예, 다 자자라는 정도에는 자자라는 데고 원래 하고 이나 저 제가 때문에
Yes, actually nowadays internet is very easy to access, but for me it's very difficult to contact my family.
Why is it difficult for you to contact your family? What are the obstacles?
가리치니 낭밀라 dewache kabuto parje kalidu.
그다음 제가 여러 제사
Sorry, does something need to be translated?
No, generally, I'm sorry.
지난주는 여러 제사 얘기하고 내가
Just take your time, Ms. Nimalamo.
Sorry, I was English so bad. It's easy for to connect to anybody, but it's hard for my family.
All right, just take your time. Take a deep breath. How has it been hard for your family?
간데스카레 카부도 kiran nangmi dewache la.
내가 마음이 좋아진다 그래서 오늘 진짜 모르게 내가 그래 좋아졌다.
If I try to contact my family, they have risks to their life. That's why I'm unable to contact my family.
Now, since you are residing overseas, are you aware of any surveillance or monitoring of you by the Chinese government?
Kiran tingsa chige la shugi yudu gala thande neda la gyana shungi kiran la tus kiran gi klega kharichi me kiran gyablo la tus taya dan dende chigi du yo kiran ha gu yube chigi yume.
왜 아마도 미국 같은 세도 저는 하나 저와다 부채는 가는 조임에 거나 라이스에 근데 그래서 가르치는구나 이 유지에 고소 가르치는구나 그 문제에 한번 뛰어맞죠 살짝 말하면서 딱 좋아 가르쳐요 저도 나 가는 조에 연습하는 뭐 시에 간주만을 시에나 코스 데키 제콜 나 너가 지금 너도 근데 이 코스 코스나 세잖아 개인만의 고증 zambuli는 제고 다 토시도 차대 차로래 근데 네 가로는 고증 nie도가 그 땅으로래 근데 이제 많은 걸로 소년 가면서 소소를 중요한 미신발 중요한 스키게 같이 제도 제말에 그래서 나도 그치라 그래도 대만시 일이란 참 못해 이거 때문에 아무런 난 저와 같이 제일 랑 보면 저와 제일 근데 괜찮다는 것이 많은 걸로 소년 가면서 그것은 데이트를 해야지 그래서 zambuli는 다이나로 그것을 내일 가지고 같이 상담하고 있어요.
Kirangi Amadan Susimare. In 2002, my mother and my brother was detained, and they asked about
22.
Okay, in 2022, my mother and my brother was detained, and they questioned them regarding my fleet, how I escaped from Tibet, and they have been saying that your daughter is like an obstacle for us. He is a threat for our country. That's why you should not contact her. Since she is your daughter, definitely she will going to contact you. But you must be careful whatever you say, because we have spy all over the world. And if you say something which could be harmful to our country, your life will be on risk, and we won't be take responsibility for that.
How did you become aware of this news that in 2022 your mother and brother were detained and these things were told to them?
Kirangi idong nyesangi lo la kirang amala da jojo jinsung chewa da dindel lai ba kirangi kande ha go song.
나 이제 커서 지금서라 니한테 지주는 뭐 니한테 지주는 모습을 내서
When they detained, I heard through one of the police.
니한테 생긴 나도 말해
But I'm not allowed to say the name of that police, so I won't say.
Okay. The police that you heard this from, is he or she a police person who is inside Tibet?
Yes, it is.
And how did this police person communicate with you about this news?
Nizu didan TV ani ndoba di kirang la jawa khande chi song.
지금 아마 그것도 나가시 디세 네 사마지아 생기듯이 저와 내수지 않는 분들이 나 생기듯이 다니는 상태네 그냥 이 지지도전에 대해서도 내가 같은 대차 가르치면 아마 지도 가르치면 대체적인 상황이 있고
Since my mother and brother was detained for 15 days and I didn't heard from them for 15 days, so I was worried and I tried to contact for a few months. My brother and the mother was detained for a few months, so since I didn't heard from them for a few months, I tried to contact through someone in Tibet, and so I asked them what the police are talking about, what is the news, and I get to know through it.
All right.
Even after their release, I first talked with my mom. She even afraid to share those information, and I said, "Why you disappeared for 3 months?" And she told me I was sick. So because of that, I don't have any information like 3 months.
All right. Have you had any further updates about your family since that time?
Tizu denis oni kiran phamako amakor la ni nizu shimba de ha go song DJ la.
DJ를 전달을 하지 않았어요. 이나 이모는 아무도 그것도 그래서 자나는 친구들이나 얘도 그냥 그나들 나나 이 아무 니도 치료가 있어요. 이 시대 치료가 자나는 나는 친구들이 하는 것들을 따오는데 이거들 얘도 그냥 그거네 이제 보면 저 고마치 야치 그래서 돼요.
Not after that, but before that, in 2021, when my mom needs to go to hospital in the Chitung for the test, but the Chinese government didn't allow her to go. But on the second time, they allowed police, and then I let her come back.
Now, when you left Tibet, right? Your daughter.
No, I can't. Since I left Tibet, I never talked to my daughter, and even all my relatives, and including my brother and sister, only my mom.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Nima Lamo. Your Honours, that concludes my evidence, this witness evidence in chief. Now hand the floor to my learned friend for cross-examination.
Let me ask you a question before you. You showed me the document that was posted by the county that she testified about. Does she have that document?
She has its record and the document that is on
It's within it.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah.
So she'll refer to that, she'll know what that is. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Sorry, excuse me. Pardon me. Ms. Lamo, I'm not sure what the time is where you are, but good day.
Thank you.
My name is Daniel Arshak. I'm an attorney. I'm representing the interests of Xi Jinping on the defense side in this confirmation hearing. The prosecution is done asking you some questions, and it's my turn to ask you some questions. Most of my questions, I'm hopeful, can be answered with short answers, but if you need to explain, you tell us you need to explain, and we'll hear you out. Is that okay?
Sure.
Good. So, I listened carefully to your testimony, and I think we were all moved by the difficult issues that you've had to face in your life. The first one of which relates to your uncle, who you knew as a child. Is that correct?
Yes, very listening.
And,
Tambu?
oh, I thought you said yes. No?
Sorry, what's the one I didn't understand?
You only knew your uncle as a child, when you were a child, correct?
Yes, yes, of course.
The last time you saw him was in 2002, 22 years ago.
The last time I saw when he was cast in 2015.
Where did you see him in 2015?
In this Tendulkar prison.
You visited him there?
Yes.
I see. And the authorities permitted you to visit him there?
Now, at the first then, all the state allowed only 15 in prison, but I was trying very hardly to go from Lipang to Chengdu, because during the time they blocked all the road highway from Lipang to Chengdu, so people didn't allow to go to visit the village body. But I was trying to be like motorcycle to Fernal, across the border. They have 3 borders from Lipang to Chengdu. So I'm trying very hardly to get to see my uncle's body.
So
My family, I got the permissions. Yes.
that I understand. But am I correct, though, that the last time you saw him alive was 22 years ago?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
correct. I was confused.
All right. No, I should have been clearer. My apologies. And as a young child, up until the age of 12, you spent time with your uncle? Yes?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
You have to give verbal answers.
Yes.
Yeah. And as you observed him, and because it was explained to you as a child, the kind of work that he was involved in. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you repeat?
kongi lega shigyo jora di kor la kirangi soso nyune thongwa thang dana shingi shimba nyune koa tingi gi gyune kirangi hago warwa.
Wow, okay.
Yes.
In fact, you describe him as your teacher, and that he taught you how to be a true Tibetan Buddhist.
Right.
And those are teachings that you hold dear to you even today.
Right.
So, when you heard that he had been charged with bombing and inciting your cousin to place a bomb, you did not believe that.
Yes.
And you didn't believe it because your understanding of him and who he was not consistent with somebody who would do that. Is that correct?
Yes. Right.
Understood.
Yes.
I understand. No, we haven't really spoken about your cousin Labsang Dandup. Was he close to you as well as a child, when you were a child?
He's not really close to me, but I saw few times because we are living in different places. That's why.
All right. Part of your family, but not a close member of your family.
Right. Right.
And he was somebody that your uncle spoke to and was a teacher to as well. Is that correct?
He's a relative, and he's also kind of teacher because he divorced it because of that. He don't have place to go, and he stayed sometimes with the and goes near the temple.
Okay.
I think, yes, I heard that story from my mom.
Right. So you were not present during the conversations that your uncle may have had with Labsang, were you?
Sorry,
So,
Can you please repeat?
yeah, of course. Were you present when your uncle and Labsang were speaking to each other?
Kirang
Kirang
kirang ashang da lobsan du ni keje shewe kapsu kirang yuwe tamlakis. Kirang nyam du yuwe. No, I wasn't.
So you have no knowledge of what the conversations were that occurred between your uncle and Labsang.
Since uncle meets so many people in his day-to-day life, so certainly I won't know what he's talk with each other.
Thank you. I'd like to turn our attention to prosecution exhibit NSE 2, page 87. Well, let me do this in order. Page 80 is first. You remember the picture of your mother holding a document with her thumbprint on it? You're familiar with that? And this is,
Yes.
for the rest of us, this is NSA 2, page 80. That document was something that your mother had prepared and wanted to give to the authorities. Is that right?
The first thing the authority asked me, do your family, as a family, do you have any requests to say? So we write down the request and we submit it. Yes.
Understand. And part of what she wanted during her 5-point appeal was to understand how it was that your uncle died and why he was in prison, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but that was on July 15th, and on that same day, printed in the newspaper were answers to all those questions, right? The answers that going to give to you were actually printed on the same day. And that's the newspaper article that was just read to you and that you are familiar with, correct? All right. So you now know, and you knew then, on that same day, what the Chinese answer was to the questions that you wanted answers to, correct?
I'm sorry, I know the days we request, but I don't know these requests are being in the news, because I don't know all the news about social media, everything, because we don't have media in Chinese.
I completely understand that. So you didn't read that in the newspaper on the same day, but you read it at some later point.
No, I'm sorry. My point is, I sharing those pictures to my uncle, and I know the days we request we send it, but I don't know on the same day that these are on the news.
Understand. I think we're saying the same thing. So you came to understand what the Chinese response was to your questions. Is that correct? Yes? Yeah, okay. Now, if we could scroll on to NSE 2, page 87. You have had, I'm sorry, we're going to go to page 86. You've had a chance to look at the interview with you that was in Tibet Watch in 2016 that included a picture of the document that had 7 forbidden activities. Do you know the document that I'm referring to? Do you have that in front of you? Do you have that with you?
Yes, it's with my phone.
Oh, good.
My phone.
Can you look at it while we're speaking so I can refer to it? Thank you.
It's here.
This is on, for everybody else, this is on
Right?
page 8. That's the one. Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. This is on page 86 of the prosecution NSE 2. Can you tell me, please, where Xi Jinping's name appears on that document? Can you look at that document and tell me where his name appears, please?
The one that I showed you, right?
Yeah, well, just tell me where it says Xi Jinping on that document.
Pardon? Your Honor, the witness has never given evidence that Xi Jinping.
I completely understand that. That's not my question.
But the question should probably be framed as, does.
Well, I could frame the question any number of ways. This is my examination. Thank you.
It's just confusing.
Thank you very much.
Are you referring that, show me the document where Xi Jinping name is there? Are you referring to that document?
I'm referring to the document that you're looking at. Does Xi Jinping's name appear on that document?
키랑이 단다다 심이 익자드 나올라 Xi Jinping 기 민두에 라니 디레. Xi Jinping 라니 민두에. No.
Thank you. And does the government of China, does the name government of China appear on that document?
Yes.
Yes. It appears at the top of that document, and what it says is the People's Government of Lithang County. Am I correct about that?
Document of Lithang County
Exactly, Lithang County yogi document tigi kodela tanda yana shunglan tidwa.
Yes.
Yeah. And is there any place in that document that explains that Xi Jinping has ordered the 7 forbidden activities? Does it say that Xi Jinping orders these 7 forbidden activities? Does it say that?
If I could just make, if I could just object to this, this document have access to this
So
document.
this
It's
document,
accepted.
I didn't follow that. This document
This
what?
document has been filed
Yeah.
and your honors have access to it. It is accepted that Xi Jinping's.
I'm sorry, I don't want her to testify for this witness. She elicited it, and the relationship that Xi Jinping has to this document, I'm entitled to cross-examine on this. That's what I'm doing.
Well, your honor, it's on the face of the record.
What's not on the face of the record is how the answers that you elicited on cross-examination appear on this document. That's what I'm doing.
Right, I'm not sure.
maybe Sambala.
Just one minute.
Wait, the question is there a ruling? I mean, she's objecting to the question, just to make sure if you're not hearing.
Okay. What do you say?
I mean, let him proceed to examine the witness as he wishes. but
You
not-
proceed, yes. I think that if you need to redirect, you can do that later.
Thank you. I'll move along, Judge. At the bottom of this document, there are 7 forbidden activities noted, correct? And does it say at the beginning or at the end or any other place in this document that Xi Jinping forbids those 7 activities?
이제되기 고도 주 강론라요라 시진핑기 디 각동 뒤인디 지발렐라니 딘데 통해도에
Tanabi Bitcoin is money, not to require your money, a cap on the Suman, things I'm going to do.
yeah you there isn't like you can't see it, you can hear it, but these are the indirectly command by the center. That's why I'm referring to Xi Jinping.
I understand. And I asked you a question, you gave me an answer. Thank you. So you understand that indirectly. And I note that this is issued by Lithang County People's Government, correct?
디 이제디 단다 리당 코랑기 사규기 종지라 디기 슝비기마 잠교임바 잠교 레벨은 기저리
이 차그 그 정말 까방에 우주는 까방이라 그냥 말 까방이라는 그 내가 제일 그걸 농민이라 가리가면 비자 땅이 얘도 봐도 못 하는 게 사람 못 하는 거지 그걸 다시 말 그걸 내가 제일 까방이 우주는 게
Yes, this document was ordered by the central government because when they published this document, the public protest to the police, like they said, like you police are shameless, and they said that we have nothing to do with it. It is like a command from the center.
Do you know how many counties there are in China?
Yana nanglola tanda shung kurang zongi shung yora. Dende kyundam kazuyo me kirang kengi yuwe. Sorry, I didn't study about it.
If I told you there are 2,851 county divisions in China, would you agree with me?
Yeah.
And if I told you that every single one of those divisions are authorized to issue their own notices, would you agree with me?
그래서 단다 디감 요로 동병이 동기 경험중하지 디 참말로 소소소기 이 작담에기 톱당 요래 디키랑기 킬링기 요에서 건소스.
I think she understood.
예, 무슨 정말 지금 이렇게해서 내가 너무 테스트 미팅을 상하는 지금 저거 지금 테스트 좀 소소로 좀 보는 것들에 친구 되지 무슨이야. 그냥 당시 그냥이야 저라 여러 번 상도 이래요. 그냥 내가 말한 거 보는데 너무 이상해서 이게 요즘 되게 사실 그래. 근데 친구들이 상도
Regarding to other cases, I believe it's true. But with the Rinpoche's cases, I don't think so, because his cases went till the center and is directly ordered by the center the people went to Tongjing to appeal regarding his death. So that's why in this case, I don't think this is given by the county government.
That's your belief. Is that correct?
Not belief, but my experiences.
It's your feeling, all right.
It's hard. But I have experience.
What did she say?
This could be your feelings, but for me, experiences.
All right, but it's not what the document says, is that right?
I believe that in all over the world, or any sort of documented, there isn't any sort of documented which is directly given by the president or the name of the president. So please concern about this.
Thank you. I'm just going to return for a moment. I'm almost done. I'm going to return for a moment to the newspaper article that was read to you by the prosecution, in which it describes the fact that a trial took place before your uncle was convicted of inciting your cousin to plant bombs. Were you present for that trial? Did you go to the trial?
아상 슈두 마칭이라 괜찮아. 아상 슈두 마칭이라 군족이 단다 팀십지 초요레디 팀십디 나로 키랑 두규 정수에.
So if I could just make a comment here, I think the
It's not.
the question
Do you
that
have an
she
objection?
directed
So
to
what's your
that-
objection again?
The objection, Your Honour, is that there's an assumption that the witness accepts that a trial occurred.
No. She can answer yes or no. And if you want to ask her that question, you're free to. Thank you very much.
But she was
Not
asked
now.
whether she attended the trial, right?
I asked whether she attended the trial that's described in the newspaper article.
Right, okay.
And that's predicated upon a presumption.
It has no presumption. There's a trial,
There was a
Look,
trial.
either she attended the trial or she didn't.
Well, she should be asked if she was aware of whether there was a trial, and her answer could be
Oh.
the answer could be anything. Let's get the answer.
yes. But
Thank
let's
you.
get it in an order where.
Judge, can we go forward with the question?
If you have any problems, you can sort it out under redirect, wouldn't you?
Your Honor, I think the issue is that this issue cannot be
Oh,
solved.
This is not an appropriate procedure. This is speaking out of turn.
It's designed to be a misleading question that will evoke an answer that whether it's yes or no will imply into evidence that a trial existed, and that is an error that cannot be
I really
rectified.
must object. Once again, the prosecution, in its speaking objection, gives potential information to a witness which is inappropriate. He has now infected these proceedings.
Your Honor, I'm not
He
giving
shouldn't-
any information
He
to the
has
witness.
infected these proceedings.
She's listening to the whole thing here.
I have not given
No information.
I'm just
Please.
saying, logically.
Oh, please.
Hold on, well, let's proceed, because the issue really is, did she know whether there was a trial of her own knowledge?
Well, that is a question that could be asked. It's not the question that I'm asking. May I repeat my question?
But I mean, she doesn't know whether there was a trial or not.
Well, we don't. Did you read the newspaper article that described that there was a trial at which your uncle was convicted?
키라 아상라 단다 낭니수교 디다 디토라 슈두 체와지 착반나 교유바 키랑기 로임베 착바디.
Did you read that article?
Yes, I read.
And if there was such a trial, did you attend it?
Well, if there wasn't such a trial, how could she?
Well, then, that's a fair question for somebody else to ask, Judge. It's not the one I'm asking. If there was such a trial, as was reported in the newspaper, did you attend it?
If there wasn't such a trial, could she attend it?
That's exactly right, Judge.
Yes, then.
But that's not my question. Thank you.
To your knowledge, was there such a trial?
That's another question that we could ask, Judge. It's not the question I'm asking. You may have a presumption, Judge.
Check the witness.
Judge, you may have a presumption, one way or the
No
other.
presumption,
I'm asking this witness.
You are trying to mislead the witness.
I had in the newspaper, did you attend it?
But listen, if she says, I did not attend it, would you take that as an admission that that there was a trial?
No, Judge.
No, all right.
No.
As long as you make it quite clear that the fact that she attended no trial doesn't mean.
I don't know if that's a fact, Judge. We haven't let this woman answer the question.
No, she will answer it just now, but I want to understand what you mean by the question. Because if there wasn't a trial, she couldn't attend it, so I don't know what you mean.
You don't know what I mean when I say if there was a trial that was reported in the newspaper, did you attend it?
No.
Let me ask a different question.
Two questions.
Judge, please, let me ask.
There was a trial reported in the newspaper. The first question is, to her knowledge, was there a trial?
No, that's not the first question, Judge. Right. So I saw in the newspaper just a few days ago that in the state of New York, there was a county fair. Did you attend that county fair? I'm asking you, did you attend the county fair in New York that occurred several days ago?
So is this question directed at the witness? Because it may be quite confusing for her now.
The question is another judge.
Is that question for me?
No, that was for you, of course. I'm asking you that the newspapers in New York reported that there was a county fair in New York several days ago. And I'm asking you, did you attend that fair? No. Now I'm asking you, the newspaper in China reported that there was a trial at which your uncle was convicted. Did you attend that was reported in the newspaper?
걔랑 단더디 착관날 교교스도 걔랑 아샹기 슈둑다 슈둑기 직차래라니 착관날 교도 디 슈둑데라 걔랑 조회 중송에
아생 슈둑 레고가
슈둑 레고 착관날 교시인
What was it?
she asking is that the regarding the trail regarding his uncle trail which regarding his uncle
The trial.
trial regarding his uncle
Yes, regarding the trial.
근데 걔랑 치인배라니 기저티도
아생 주진한 제가 제일 것을 봐.
나와라 근데 착관날 교시야 교조라디
사방 갈거에는 하고 말해. 야를 제가 제일 것은 맞아 참아 간데 말이 좋지 말이 재미들어 하고 이게 가래 뭐 주지 프로젝트인 거 맞아. 미스키 다른 나마티나 아마단 좋지 말해.
I am not allowed to go anywhere. Not only me, even my mom was not allowed to go. We are restricted to go anywhere.
I understand that. I do understand that, and I appreciate that. In 2000, between 2002, when your uncle was arrested, and 2015, when he passed away, while you were still there, were you permitted to go various places?
이동 니네 정화 아시안 정회 cấp 아니 키랑 조초구리 회사야마. Yeah, I'm permitted to go inside the Tibet. Within the Tibet itself.
Understood. And during that period of time, did you ever attend any trial related to your uncle?
Do you di ringla ni kira asangi shuduk da David the shuduk hangrun la kira doye chungswe? Yes, I did many times.
Well, Judge, does that answer your question?
It does.
Thank you. and perhaps it answers the prosecution's question as well. Where was the first trial that you attended?
Kira shuduk la orda, shuduk thangbo di kira kawal chimbai, shuduk la duha guda.
하고서 나 진도를 들으니 진도가 아마다 아메다 단다 너무 진다 이게 해마 공부 진도를 들으니 인체스는 이 아자 투가지고 이 아장도 제스처를 리드만 나오는데 제로라서
The first time I went to the team to meet my uncle, but I guess she's confused with the trial and to the court trial. Tanda di lao team ki shuduk chi wa tanda ngazu tanda de tu do tanda de la che kyo do kira asang di la de cha yu me. No, we are not trial actually. I'm not allowed to go any trial. So what I mean before, like she referring to the meet the uncle.
No, I mean, since he arrested the judge, the government, they judge,
Trial che maris. After it's decided, from the central or the government, after that she's not the Muj is not giving any trial.
Are you objecting to what I haven't said yet?
I'm not objecting. Can you just have the translator just clarify, because it wasn't clear what she said she had attended earlier, because his translation didn't come through clearly.
Yes.
It's not clear whether she attended a trial or she went somewhere else.
Tangi shudula chik mangu joy la ba. Tik hola joy la. Chimgang joy la ra. Oh, I don't mean the trial, but I went to the prison in order to appeal in the Chitung province.
An appeal? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, to protest and appeal against the.
She went to the prison.
Prison, yeah.
What? I'm hearing two different things.
Did she say I went to the prison, or did she say she went to the court to appeal?
No, not court, not prison. To prison in
To the
Chitung.
prison.
In Chitung,
Okay,
yes.
all right. We thought you said that there were several trials that you attended. Did you mean that to be what you said, what we thought you said?
Sorry, I don't understand what is meaning of trial, that's why I think that we misunderstanding. And I just said I want the request to kill the witching case from any time, even to Chengdu Center prison, and also some of the official office. And since the witching case given by the central government, during the 13 years, many people request to even request to go to higher Super Court, Super People's Court, and people requested to Zhuoqin accept this if he did something criminal. But the Chinese government denied every request. And we didn't get any trial for not only me, everybody about the rich case.
So I think you're telling us now that you did not attend any trial related to your uncle.
Yes, we didn't get any trial.
And you weren't permitted to attend any trial. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you translate this, please?
Kira 조초에게 촉지 요 말이 와는. They didn't give us an opportunity.
We didn't give us
Opportunity.
the opportunity. I understand. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Can I just?
I'm done. Yeah.
Redirect.
Redirect.
I do have one question. What is your present understanding of the word trial?
단다 키랑 이 트라이얼도 갈라 식디 고도 가리 그 레바논 가리고
Then also chamber was like
팀가나시 like law and order tribunal like this.
Are you aware whether there was any trial for your uncle before he was sentenced?
공을 팀다 마칭 라 디도 단다 팀가나시 trial 인데 차 유메키라
那前两天那些个这个你中医有这个知道你平常有去接了，对面去接了，这这边那些刚接那是第一个，现在的路去嘛，咱们从他的接下，他们前大接的，如果去凑前从他们他接下，我们中国的那个接受了接了接了，
你懂几路？
他们如果去的，这就是要放这嘛。
你懂几路？ In 2008, one trial was happened, but not like these. The judges are from the central, and no one was allowed to talk. Rinpoche doesn't have any chances to talk and say any words in that trial. It's not like this.
When was this?
Sorry.
When was this?
You don't get it, 2008, right? It was in 2008.
2003.
It was in 2003, sorry.
2003. So you say there was a trial in 2003.
Chena kirangi ni dong sum lo la dende to timduk ji chung yo kirangi di lagi yuwe.
那了，当天那个如果是他的就是了，开心大米里头了，前他直接等于说的有买。
I'm not sure, but after his detention, after 2 months, there was a sort of trial.
You think there was a trial, but you're not sure.
Kirangi samgi doa ine kiran tende mewe trial chung wala boda.
Did you take a vote on that?
Kirangi tanda di timduk chung yo wa tende imbe gi kirangi samzui tende timduk ji chung yo wa.
监督的那个上山监督节各个节了这有嘛嘞，那是吧？然后那个监督节各个节了这有嘛嘞？ 健康我们经常有的，反正这玩意儿人他从节前年他从的才能过下来的，那么有多个节了这个嘛嘞，如果全部是难得搞的。
There was sort of trial where no family member was allowed to say anything and allowed to go. Rinpoche was just was there in sort of trial, and everything was decided by the judge from the center.
Trial is.
Nothing for me.
Nothing for me.
I think Judge that resolves the issue, eh?
Did you say something?
Kiran chiksu metanda.
Okay.
I just said since he arrested, we didn't get any chance to go to tell by the family or any relative or his student members because during 13 years he detested to go high court or tell anything possible to get killed, like his case to appeal. But, since the Chinese government decided everything, we don't have this power.
I see that my learned friend has taken the podium again.
I apologize. I thought she was answering my question about whether there was a trial and whether she went.
I was answering the judge's question.
Oh,
Yeah.
Fine. I think the witness can be excused, right?
Right, yeah.
Yes, let's go ahead. Witness, I think we've concluded the testimony. The witness can be excused. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nyamshun tojiche.
Your
You have
Honours,
one
I
more
do-
witness, do
I do
you?
have another witness, but if the
I
court
wouldn't be having
requires a
that.
break,
That's okay,
this
yes.
would be a suitable time. It is 4:38.
One more.
And I understand you have, tomorrow is overfull because we have the Sophie Richardson testifying on the Tibet matter, correct?
Tomorrow is the beginning of the Xinjiang case, but Sophie Richardson will be inserted out of order because of her availability. She was only available on Thursday, And so she is part of the Tibet case, but after the witness this afternoon, the Xinjiang case will begin.
We're just concerned that we could, knowing that all the witnesses have taken longer than anticipated, how long do you think this witness will take? And if we take too long a break, we'll be here till after 7 o'clock tonight.
Your Honor, the time allocation for the next witness, who is an expert witness, is 1.5 hours, and I'll do my very best to keep her evidence to 1 hour with half an hour for cross-examination.
But fill the full day, so we have to complete it. So I think we skip the break and we go right to this witness. Okay, well, 5-minute break then.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I do apologize. I need a break.
Yeah, I certainly need a break.
And I promise you, after having no discussion with my opponent, Mr. Reese, that we will be brisk.
Okay.
All rise, please.
Overriding. Never happened. Everybody's on their seat. The edge of the seat.
Your Honours, my next witness, Ms. Dardon Sharling, is available on the Zoom link.
What's the name of the witness again?
Dardon Sharling.
Okay.
Charlene, could you please state your name for the record?
Dardon Sharling.
And I now will administer the solemn declaration that you solemnly declare that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, your witness counsel.
Yes, just before I start questioning, Your Honours, I will just mention that the filed materials that relate to the affidavit, CV, and other articles and materials produced by Ms. Dardon Sharling appear in NFE 4, Part 3, between the witness CV is in Section D, pages 303 to 307. Her affidavit is in NFE 5, pages 1 to 16. And then there's various other material that she produces in NFE 4 from pages 66 to 194. Ms. Sharling, can I start by getting you to speak about your education, qualifications, publications, and your expertise in the area of human rights, political prisoners, self-immolation, and Chinese policies and practices in relation to Tibet?
Sure. Lena, I just sent a text on the chat, group chat. If you could be a little louder, your voice is not.
I think we may need to again move the television. Right, but she can't be heard unless she's facing it. And when we look at the sighted judges now need to turn
Okay.
around.
You got enough room?
But you don't have to.
All right, Ms. Sharling, can you see me and can you hear me?
Much better, thank you.
Okay. We've got your CV on file, Ms. Sharling, but I just wanted you to speak to your education, qualifications, any publications, and matters relevant to your expertise on human rights, political prisoners, and Chinese policies.
Sure. I was in the graduate school for I think more than 14 years or something, majorly specializing in communication studies. But apart from that, I have over 19 years of experience in the Tibet advocacy field, primarily focusing on the human rights situation in Tibet concerning religious repression, concerning protection of Tibetan identity, and freedom of expression, and also focusing on the Chinese Communist Party's environmental policies and the damages it is doing to the Buddha ecosystem of Tibet. I've held various leadership positions within the Central Tibetan Administration, which is the de facto Tibetan government in exile, for over, I think, 15 years. And prior to that, as a part of the Tibetan civil society organization based in Dharamsala, a women's non-profit organization. And I've published a couple of incredible scholarly books and articles, specifically focusing on the ground situation in Tibet, amid the background of CCP's Tibet policy, and the primary of which is a book titled Tibet was never a part of China, but the middle way remains a viable solution that kind of culminates in giving a comprehensive response to China's white papers on Tibet. I've also written about President Kuchi's death. We've heard his niece Simanamo testify earlier this evening. And I've also written about international policies on Tibet. But in addition to that, I've also engaged in a series of political advocacy for Tibet at both local, national, and international level. Most important of which I would say was speaking at the UN Human Rights Council about human rights situation in China, speaking at the Geneva Forum, speaking in Darmstadt in Geneva, in Germany about the non-violent resistance movement led by people in Tibet. So essentially, I mean, in addition to organizing experience, political advocacy experience, writing experience, and leadership positions, and years of education at graduate school, I would say I offer a substantial testimony, I would say, through observation, through research, through interviews on the ground situation in Tibet and what China's rule in Tibet has done and undone on ground and for the Tibetan people as a nation.
Okay, thank you very much for that very comprehensive answer. Now, in terms of yourself and your personal background, you were born in India to parents who had fled from Tibet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you ever been to Tibet?
No, I cannot.
What's the reason that you cannot go to Tibet?
I hold the identity certificate, which functions as a travel document issued by the government of India to Tibetan people who are unrecognized refugees, but recognized as foreign residents in India. So the possession of that very identity certificate, or the IC, or the yellow book that people around the world know of, serves a kind of impediment to even entering the premises of China's embassy and consulates across the world.
All right. Now, you mentioned that you had served as an elected member of the Tibetan Central Administration. This was during the years 2011 to 2016, is that right?
Yes.
Can you just outline very quickly what is the Tibetan Central Administration?
The Central Tibetan Administration is the continuation of the government of India in Tibet pre-1959, because given the historical context and the legitimacy that the institution of the Dalai Lama derives from the Tibetan people, wherever he is, there will be the legitimate government of Tibet. And in 1959, His Holiness the Dalai Lama and his cabinet and 80,000 Tibetans were escaped and entered India, set up the government in exile. So today it is in its 65th year, and it functions as the representative of the Tibetan people, both in Tibet, out of Tibet, elsewhere, diaspora elsewhere, and it is essentially the continuation of the government of once independent Tibet.
Okay. Now, what were your roles and responsibilities within the administration during the term that you served?
Sure, I formally began my role as the elected member of the Tibetan Parliament in exile in 2011, and in 2016, I got nominated and appointed as the Secretary for the Ministry of Information and International Relations of the Central Tibetan Administration. So during my time as a member of the Parliament, I was representing the Central Province of Tibet, that's Uyghur, that's the largest province. And my roles were basically divided between advocating for people in Tibet in terms of their human rights, in terms of the religious freedom, in terms of their cultural expressions, in terms of their identity protection, while also taking care of my constituencies in India. And essentially advocating for Tibet in the international platforms, basically making visible the political issue of Tibet.
Now, you mentioned before that you co-authored a book called Tibet Was Never a Part of China, but the Middle Way Remains a Viable Solution.
Yes,
This book was published by the Central Tibetan Administration in 2018, wasn't it?
yes.
Now, why was this book written?
Well, China has issued a series of white papers on Tibet. I think it's 1928, since 1962. Every time there's a white paper out there, it serves as a propaganda machine for the CCP's narrative on Tibet. And we do understand some, for instance, having been in the field for 19 years, I understand very clearly every wording, every effort, every gesture of posturing that the CCP makes to the outside world, what it means, what is the hidden agenda, and the white papers are essentially to lure the international audience into believing that all is well and good and fine and Tibet is flourishing, there is prosperity under the CCP rule. So this book, Tibet Was Never a Part of China, is a collective response to those series of white papers, because if you scrutinize every content of the white papers, you will see the very same argument or the narrative reiterated, and therefore we were able to categorize them into essentially eight topics and offer a counter narrative, offer a response to each of these topics that concerns the lives of people in Tibet. So that book was very much needed. It was timely, it was opportune, but more importantly, it was the official Tibetan government and exiles response to those 15, 16, by 2018, of white paper publications issued by the CCP.
And for the purposes of making this response to the white papers, was it the case that you very carefully studied the China's white papers?
Yes, this publication comes on the heels of 2 to 3 years of intensive research documenting, but 20 years of closely monitoring the situation to witnesses, talking, getting testimonies, want to identify themselves, connecting and liaising with scholars who are on the ground in Tibet again cannot be identified. So this was, I think, 10 years of observation and 3 years of compiling, researching, and putting together a factual response where we were actually, really looking to getting the facts from the supposed truth that the CCP was putting out in their white papers. So yes, it is of a scholarly level that can be vetted and peer-reviewed.
And you were the managing editor and co-author of this publication, is that right?
Yes, and I was also in charge of the entire publication, right from the concept to the content to execution in terms of getting the book out.
All right. Now, there are a few different chapters that you can address in your evidence today, and I'll just list what they are for you. Chapter 1, self-immolation. Chapter 2, human rights in Tibet. And Chapter 3, cultural genocide. Did you have a direct role in the drafting of the content of these chapters?
Yes, very much.
I want to move to the topic of Tibetan self-immolations.
There's an objection.
Objection, yes.
I'd like first permission to mute our microphone so that the witness doesn't hear what I'm about to say. And we can turn it on if is it muted now?
No.
Oh, please. Thank you. I have a general objection to any evidence that the prosecution intends to produce relating to self-immolation. I know that every person in this room and anyone ever watching this is horrified at the concept. There is not, and we will not hear any evidence that anyone in the Chinese government ever suggested that anyone self-immolate. These are voluntary acts of protest by Tibetans. They have been historically in other parts of the world, voluntary acts of protest. It's a horrible thing to observe. It's a horrible thing to do to oneself, not to mention to one's family, but it is a voluntary act of protest. And to suggest that in any way, well, you won't hear a suggestion that in any way the Chinese government has suggested that this is an appropriate method of protest. In fact, what you will hear is that they have outlawed this kind of suicide. Many states in the United States and many countries in the world have outlawed suicide under many conditions, and virtually every country has outlawed the assistance of suicide. And that's what China has outlawed. They've outlawed the assistance of suicide, and like many states in the United States and many countries elsewhere, unsuccessful efforts at suicide can be prosecuted as a crime, as it can be in China as well. So this is offered for prejudicial effect. It has no probative value, and I'm asking you to ask the prosecution to move on beyond perhaps asking the prosecution if they want to elicit the fact that the Chinese government has outlawed self-immolation and outlawed assisting in self-immolation, that's fine with me.
Your Honour, can I just clarify before we go any further?
Yep.
Firstly, the prosecution case does not include any proposition that the Chinese government encourages self-immolation. In fact, the evidence, if it were going to be allowed to be given, is that it is discouraged. The relevance of this evidence, though, Your Honour, is that self-immolation is a desperate form of protest. And the reason for that is because ordinary protest, street demonstrations, will inevitably result in detention and that have very adverse consequences for the individual and their family for a very long time after their release. So I will be trying to adduce evidence from this witness as to why people resort to self-immolation, and it does have probative value because it goes to the very severe restrictions on freedom that people experience, the Tibet civilian population experience within Tibet, and how they do not have a choice to protest in another way without consequences that are just as tragic.
So in other words, you're saying that your evidence is that while this conduct is outlawed, the government has left no alternative but for people to do it.
But Judge, we know that's not so. We know that.
I don't know anything of the kind.
Well, you know, Judge,
I don't know.
you know that people protest regularly in China. There are consequences, as there have been in civil rights protests historically everywhere in the world. You know, Judge, you come from a country which had
no
protests.
idea whether they are compelled to do it, how they do it, what are the circumstances in which they do it. I can quite understand. You may not understand.
I do understand.
People may be, their position may be so utterly miserable. Not that they love to do it. Their position is so utterly miserable that they have no choice. And there's a level of human understanding that is necessary.
That understanding is present on the part of all of us. The notion, Judge, though, that they have no choice is belied by the fact that we know that every person who does it makes a considered decision to do it.
No.
Having no choice and making a considered decision to protest in a certain way are two very different things. And we know that people throughout the world, when they protest, are willing to accept the consequences of their protests. People go to jail, people are beaten by the police, people are tortured. There's a lot of choice involved. And I'm going to touch on this final point, and that is that, as you well know, a central tenet of Tibetan Buddhism is reincarnation. And the notion
At the
that-
moment, my learned friend is giving evidence from the bar table. In my submission, evidence.
No,
of
I'm not giving
self-immolation.
evidence, I'm making an objection, and that's why the sound is off.
You're talking about tenets of Buddhism, but I suggest, Mr. President, that we allow the question and move forward.
Yeah, let's allow the question and then we'll see what happens
So-
after that. I must say, yeah.
It assumes the prosecution argument has validity, and an expert might be necessary here. If I might be saying.
Your Honours, this expert
If I-
witness
if I
could be
might-
cross-examined
For 2
later
seconds.
on the
Yes,
issue that
sir.
the learned friend wishes to agitate.
Your Honor,
2 seconds.
I've had the fortune to represent a woman from Vietnam who was, a matter of fact, charged with terrorism for this precise act of self-immolation. She was not successful. During that trial, without going through the facts of the trial, but for the fact that it was a protest against the North Vietnamese, it was found to be necessary and important for the fact finders to have some information about why an individual would go this way, why an individual would use this, and particularly a Buddhist individual. And there's an assumption that's being made by the prosecution. It's an assumption, I'm not suggesting it's an assumption that you adopted, but it's something that you articulated. Somebody's so desperate that there's a particular kind of behavior. And I think that the underlying assumption may be stretching the reality for a body of people who practice a particular philosophy in our world.
That's it for us, and I do adopt those statements.
Are you done?
Yes, sir.
The objection is noted, the questioning may proceed.
Can we please unmute the witness? Ms. Charling, can you hear me?
Yes.
Now, I wanted to what research, data, profiling work, and information gathering did you conduct about self-immolations, and what were your findings with regards to who would self-immolate and their reasons for doing so?
Yes, so the first self-immolation, it was an isolated case that happened in February of 2009, and I was very much in Venezuela, actively involved, campaigning on a parliamentary seat, because of which I was constantly talking about it and closely monitoring the developments on the ground. A young monk named Tabe, he apparently had disappeared right after that act because we got images of his body in films in Anganaba. And then there is this intermediate, complete communications blacked out from that particular region, because of which we could not hear anything. And a couple of years later, we see a recording from Tabe, which very much looked coerced, where he is repenting for that very act and attributing it to having performed that act under duress. And we also got reports that he had been hospitalized for a couple of months and his legs were amputated. And the second self-immolation took place in March of 2011. That was a very sensitive time for people. A young monk named Puzo at Kigbe Monastery in Anganaba. And then followed a series of self-immolations, which stands at 57 to date. And what I noticed was in 2011, after I became a member of the parliament, I was simultaneously also the co-chair of the International Tibet Network, which was a network of over 150 plus Tibet groups around the world, and we were convening a very important international meeting of the Tibet support groups in Dharamsala in November in 2011, just when the Chinese Communist Party Congress was taking place, during which Xi Jinping's presidency would be declared. We noticed that in that year alone, in 2012, there were 85 self-inaugurations and 27 in the month of November, and 5 in a single week ahead of the CCP Congress, which would mean the ascension of Xi Jinping to the position of China's presidency. And what we noticed as Tibet advocates was where these innovations took place. A lot of them took place in public places, in front of government buildings, in front of police stations, and every innovation that we know of till date has not gone away, as in every innovator were able to make their aspiration the reason for this tragic act visible to everyone. It was either in the form of slogan raising or it was in the form of a suicide note that was left. And every innovation that we know of and have a record of has 2 primary goals. First is freedom, insight, Tibet. Heard of the that's the exact terminology, followed by return of the Dalai Lama back to Tibet. And something like me today, I am a communication scholar, have studied communication for like 10 years now. When I do this discourse analysis, it's very evident that these 2 slogans go in tandem. They are not mutually exclusive. They are together. So what the innovators, each of them, ranging from 19-year-old to 80-year-old, from a simple nomad to a reincarnated Lama, each of them, or a mother of 5, with women being 5 months old, what each of them are saying is there is no freedom in Tibet. We need freedom in Tibet. We have to restore freedom in Tibet so that the Dalai Lama, the precious gem, the soul of Tibet and the Tibetan people, the root group of every Tibetan can come back to Tibet. Because without the Dalai Lama, there's no freedom. Without freedom, there's no Dalai Lama. So it is essentially 2 sides of the same coin. Freedom, Dalai Lama. Dalai Lama, freedom. And that has been uttered either in word or every self-image. When it's declared the President of China in November 2012, in December 2012, there's a new law, right, that criminalizes self-innovators, where the innovators' families are charged, on homicide charges, and to date, 11 of them have either been imprisoned, have been convicted, or never heard of them, and one of them particularly is Donald Trump. That was in 2013, because I spoke about it in 2014 in Geneva at the Rights Council meeting. Donald Trump was charged of murdering his wife, when his wife, Puja Wano, died of self-immolation. So this is the overview I'd like to offer in terms of what the innovators intend to do, what their aspirations are, how it's taking place, and the repressive clampdown, and the eventual results that the innovation, the series of self-innovations have caused, impact it has had, not just in terms of highlighting the ground situation, but also in terms of shaping the global advocacy for Tibet.
Thank you for that. Can you speak to why Tibetans resort to self-immolation as a form of protest?
Well, there is sheer, utter, severe clampdown repression, because of which any other nuanced, subtle expressions of dissent and resentment can have the same implication, can have the same repercussions that a tragic act like this, wherein the other forms of expressions might not have that impact. And that's why I said in the beginning, where they choose to emote also matters in public places, ahead of sensitive ambassies, ahead of the general meeting in Five Nations which is in a week. So I would say, although there might or might not be a coordinated strategic action, but every emotion doing that tragic form of protest independently has thought that this is the only way to get global attention. Because everything that they have been doing for the last 50, 60 years, right, pronounced some forms of expressions can also land in jail, but does not have the kind of impact that an act like this has. And therefore, I would say it is purely calling for global attention to the urgent matter and to the crisis unfolding in Tibet.
Now, do you know about why the rates of self-immolations increased at the time when Xi Jinping came to power?
Well, that is based solely on my observation. I would say the prime reason why such a tragic form of action, or even to call it a drastic measure, is to call for attention, is to call for global attention. And that's why it's timed in such a way that it takes place ahead of sensitive ambassies. And that's why November 2012 was a much observed, a much monitored time period for the CCP, particularly of course China at large. Basically, the CCP's Congress and who would succeed Hu Jintao was very much in the spotlight. It was hogging global headlines. And therefore, to see that these innovations, 85 taking place in that single month and 5 in that single week, I think is very, very telling, right? That yes, there is attention on to China, and also, to bring that issue to Xi Jinping's attention so that he realizes that Tibet is going to be his biggest challenge when he takes over.
What are some of the repercussions for those who do self-immolate?
Yes, as I said, right, a month after Xi Jinping was announced the president in December, they came up with a law which sought to criminalize immolators, where their families were tried under trumped-up charges. A lot of these trials were secretive, for 2 years, and it was based on coerced confession. And even later in a man named Dr. Kunjo faced a suspended death sentence, and his nephew was sentenced to 10 years for the alleged connections to multiple self-immolations, some of which, were even disputed to have taken place. So in addition to that individual losing his or her precious life, especially someone as young as 19, fresh out of monastery, fresh out of school, the families, the repercussions, that the families went through, I think it was too much to take, because in which we do see a dwindling number of self-immolations after 2019 and up until 2023. But I think the key contextual drivers, of the self-immolations is the repressive Chinese policies, which has failed to address the legitimate grievances of the Tibetan people, the rights violations and the marginalization of Tibetans as secondary citizens in their own homeland, and not having to express the devotion or their faith in the Dalai Lama, who is not just an individual and spiritual figure, but is an expression of their identity, needs, and emotion. And to be deprived of that, for Tibetans, there can be nothing worse than that deprivation, and that's why this tragic act, and likewise severe clampdown, and likewise I think the ordeal kind of continues into this day.
Would you agree that an alternative to self-immolation would be to demonstrate in the ordinary way by forming an assembly and associating with others and, say, marching on the street.
They've done that, they've done that since 1959, unfailingly. We've seen it in 2008 during the summer uprisings across the 3 provinces of Tibet, the language rights protest. We've done that, we've seen that, but what Tibetans also know is the impact is very little because there's very less global attention, but the repercussions are as severe as an innovation would do, and that's why at that point in time, innovations was the last resort.
When you say the repercussions are as severe as self-immolation, what are the repercussions for someone who protests in the ordinary way on the streets, say?
Not just protests from the ordinary way. I was heading the information department. A woman in her mid-40s was arrested and detained for sending money to her cousin in Ramsala. And just this year, in 2022, ahead of the Dalai Lama's 87th birthday, a young man was arrested and detained because he had wished the Dalai Lama on his very private WeChat group. So it's not just going out and protesting, for which there's going to be obvious arrest, detention, and sometimes visibly enforced, but subtle things. And that's why I want to come to this is what the CCP is designed for Tibet is not just physical crackdown and repression, but essentially controlling the consciousness of Tibetan people. And that's so rightly, attributed in the 3 Consciousness Campaign, which the TAR Secretary announced 2 years ago. So basically, you cannot live as a Tibetan, you cannot feel as a Tibetan, you cannot be a Tibetan. These are criminal according to the book of CCP. So going out to protest is putting yourself out there, just risking everything. Even within the home, within your home, even within the family, you never know who's a spy, who's reporting, who's monitoring. So basically, I think it's the psychological impact that's deeper and that's more detrimental than the physical arrest and detention.
Right, thank you. Now, I want to turn to the topic of the destruction of monasteries, and this is an area where you have done some extensive research. Can you describe what research or monitoring work you did or specialist knowledge you have about the destruction of monasteries and nunneries in Tibet?
Sure, because in 2016, when I took over as the information secretary, we were constantly hearing reports of phased demolition of one of the largest Tibetan Buddhist monasteries in Sebha in Sichuan province. It's called Yangqing Bar. And so basically, by 2016, it kind of gained a global momentum where it has become the largest learning center for Buddhists and where Buddhists outside of Tibet, all over the world would go there. This has become a learning center, and the Chinese army saw that as a threat, and under the guise of a phased development where they said there is overcrowding and safety measures, they need to demolish parts and aspects of that monastery. We saw that by December 2016, it had become a massive, large-scale destruction, demolition of that institute. So we were closely monitoring it, keeping tabs on the sources on the ground. Thankfully, they were even able to risk their lives to send the footages in real time, because of which we were able to offer both written and video stories out on time. But one of the, I think the tragic repercussions of that demolition is the suicide of 3 nuns. It was on July 19, 2016, Marina, Dorma, and Senga. They died by hanging in their quarter. A day later, on July 20, another nun, also died by suicide. And Winston actually left a suicide note written into that, and we have a copy of that where she says, there cannot be a sadder day than this. I'd rather die, be happy. I'd be happy if I die. So, and then there were footages of nuns who refused to vacate that monastic dwelling. They were forcibly ushered into state-sponsored buses that had come to bring them, and we saw images and footages of nuns who were passing out, just unable to bear what was happening, and then some other nuns offering water, spilling water onto their faces, something were unwatchable, especially for me as a woman myself. Similar kind of campaign also took place in Yangqing Gar, another monastery in the same province. So, what I think these, demolition drives, and also very recently, I think in 2021, that was like 7 years after the demolition of Yangqing Gar, whereas in Kham Thapa, again in Sikkim province, we saw the destruction of the 99 feet Buddha statue, right? That around 40 to 50 huge prayer rolls. And what is also alarming is monks from the local monastery and other residents were forced to witness this destruction, and alongside the burning of prayer flags. So what we see is religion definitely is on the fault lines of CCP's larger design or larger assimilation and simplification design. And we are also aware of the fact that the efforts have been beefed up in the last 10 years, because China definitely wants to control the Dalai Lama succession plan. There's a lot more that's happening. Right after Xi Jinping's visit to Lhasa in May 2021, which was started as the first, a visit happening after 30 years. A Reuters reporter, it was actually a state-sponsored media tour, and when he was in Lhasa at the Chokham temple, asked a monk who his spiritual leader was, and the monk said Xi Jinping. And then the Reuters reporter also noticed that at every temple there were these Chinese national flags and posters of Xi Jinping plastered all over, but everything was also, all this interaction with local monks will also take place under surveillance cameras and officials kind of really crying on that conversation. So basically, the destruction of the monasteries in many ways, in 2016, on which I worked closely, again, asked a 40-year history, Stefan Amini back in 2006 is completely demolished, attacked institutes that stands true to the principle practices and precepts of Tibetan Buddhism becomes a threat, but as long as they are able to toe the party line and say Xi Jinping is my spiritual leader and agree to having Chinese national flags and Xi Jinping's pictures instead of other relics, they are completely okay. So I think I would really like to conclude and affirm that, yes, Tibetan Buddhism that has remained very much true to its principles and always come under threat.
All right. Now, in your affidavit, you've said the destruction of monasteries in Tibet, as seen in the cases of Lowen Gar and Yangchen Gar, highlights a deliberate policy aimed at dismantling Tibetan religious and cultural identity. Why is it that Tibetan religious identity is such a threat to the CCP?
Yes, so if you closely monitor CCP's Tibet policy, it was violent, repressive crackdown in the initial years of the CCP rule, and then there is this, of course, this open policy under the leadership of Family Leader, but then Gujarat became the party secretary of TAR, and then began a series of repressive crackdown with martial law, strike out campaign, patriotic education campaign, party loyalty campaign. And what we are seeing is as the laboratory with CCP's draconian designs, because what we can actually see happening in Europe, right, is what happened in Gaza in 1989. So how I look at it is, what the CCP realized very lately, it took them 40 years to realize that no matter the incentives, no matter the crackdown, nothing works as long as Tibetans remain true to their identity. That's why a sense of self for the Tibetan people came from the sense of identity, which was deeply cultural and religious, at the core of which it is Tibetan Buddhism. So Tibetan Buddhism oriented identity became a threat, and likewise measures to combat and to repress that. And that's why you see every design of the CCP, be it through pearls, be it through repressive apparatus, be it through Xi Jinping's speeches, you see that at the very fulcrum is the assimilation of Tibetan identity into the mainland Chinese identity, even to the extent that Xi Jinping in 2009 during his speech at the National Unity Conference also quoted the Tibetan epic ASR and the architecture of recognizing they are very much Chinese. And so basically, as long as Tibetans feel Chinese, the technical term is Sinicization or signification, once that happens, CCP has achieved a lot that they were not able to in their 65 years of tried, tested measures. So that's why right now, everything that's happening on ground in Tibet is taking away that identity, which is rooted in Tibetan culture and which is highly shaped and informed and influenced by Tibetan Buddhism.
Now, you've addressed this in your affidavit in terms of attacks on Tibetan cultural identity and assimilation and Sinicization policies. I just want to take you to paragraph 21 of your affidavit, where you say, since the forcible annexation of Tibet by Beijing in 1959, the eradication of Tibetan cultural identity has been a systematic objective underpinned by various political campaigns and repressive measures. The question I have for
I
you...
apologize, I missed the last part of it you just said. Just the very last sentence.
Underpinned by various political campaigns and repressive measures. Okay, so you're talking about repressive measures and campaigns to eradicate the Tibetan cultural identity since 1959, correct?
Yes.
So I'd like to ask, campaigns and measures to assimilate Tibet into the dominant Han Chinese cultural framework has softened or hardened under Xi Jinping, and how?
Well, I think the repressive apparatus has very much remained same. It's just become more tech savvy. It has become more sophisticated under Xi Jinping's leadership because, as I said, Tibet serves as a laboratory for the CCP, and it's going to be, every measure, every action or every scheme is going to be tested, tried, and then, put to practice. So what I see under Xi Jinping is the larger repressive apparatus has very much remained the same, but in times of globalization and times of the boom of information communication technology, it has become more sophisticated so that it's not glaring and brazenly out there. They have moved all the handles so that the international community can be confused and dazed about it. But it has become more sophisticated. It has become more severe in terms of its sophistication. For instance, what you see today, happening post labor camps in 2020, when the whole world was grappling with the COVID pandemic, in the first half of 2020 alone, over 500,000 young Tibetans were forcibly sent to labor camps under the guise of patriotic education campaign. And now we know that children from 16 to 18 years of age, around 1 million, have been separated from the families and sent to colonial style boarding schools. The DNA harvesting that is very much pertinent since 1980s has kind of taken a new shape, become more sophisticated, become more prevalent. The genome sequencing and the facial recognition using this high-end technology, I think it is definitely, it is a part of that larger design that fits well into the new socialist Tibet that CCP under Xi Jinping's rule seeks to achieve in a very non-sophisticated way, without attracting criticism, without attracting hearings like this, where people are learning to believe that there is development, there's growth, there's a good life model, but deep within what is actually happening is an assimilation drive, an expansionist strategy, and technically a simplification, and minority groups like Tibetans, they are made an easy target, and that's why China's ethnic theory and ethnic policy, which Xi Jinping of late seems to really tout, has become a soft launch pad for solidification of national minorities, and in particular that of Tibetan people.
Okay, is that what you mean when you say that Tibet serves as a laboratory, that Tibet is some sort of experiment that the CCP can carry out in relation to its treatment of other ethnic minorities?
Yes, very much.
Now, in terms of the more sophisticated measures taken, you've mentioned the measures concerning colonial boarding schools. How do you say that the sending of children to colonial boarding schools is a sophisticated measure? What's involved in it?
As I said, sophistication, education observes you of any distribution, right? As long as any design, is implemented through education, because the general consensus is that to educate is to empower. So that's why, like religion, education has also become a fault line for the CCP. So what we see is right now kind of political indoctrination, right? That's happening through a very through the safety net of education and its policies. So, for instance, the same Reuters report from June 2021, when they visited the schools, they were able to see Chinese flags, Xi Jinping's pictures, children singing songs, and child, you're taught a different version of the history. If you don't verify that with your family and your community because you're cut up from them, and then because true education, especially in your primary education, also helps shape your sense of self. It shapes your identity, your whole being, and that has been controlled by the CCP. So that's why the boarding schools are very risky. The demolition of a certain school, again in Kamtrapo, in December 2021, right? The name of the school, if I may say, is Gehenambi School, right? Was taken down. Why would you take down a certain school when your policy is to ensure 100% literacy rate, right? So yes, so education again is a part of the sophisticated technology or the measure that the CCP draws on and uses very, very convincingly without attracting a lot of criticism and attention, where we can, brainwash the ideological construct, where you can reconstitute and construct the Tibetan identity through a simplified lens, and schools, I think, serve as the largest field for you to be able to do that.
What's the impact on language and culture in terms of the imposition of these colonial boarding schools?
Right, so at these schools, Mandarin is taught as a primary language. Of course, there are Tibetan lessons, but Mandarin is the primary language. And likewise, when you are taught a different version of the history, history kind of shapes your sense of self, shapes the present. So these young kids, from the very young age, are taught to believe something else, a different version from what their parents and their forefathers lived through. And that's why the separation and very little contact that they are allowed with family. And when your sense of history shapes your sense of self, your identity also becomes fluid, right? So that's where, through education and through this calculated move of colonial boarding schools, you're able to rename their thinking, their sense of self, their sense of history, their sense of identity, and their sense of culture.
All right, thank you very much for that very comprehensive response. Now, China often characterizes Tibetan religious and social practices under the concepts of national security, terrorism, extremism, and such language. Can you comment about how China characterizes religion as a security issue?
Yes, as I said, Tibetan identity is shaped by a culture which is informed by Buddhism. So therefore, you can take a Tibetan out of Buddhism, but you cannot take a Buddhist out of Tibet, if I may say, if that makes sense. So essentially, the Tibetan identity is drawn from Buddhism. And that's why, as I said, religion is such an important fault line in CCP's efforts to build its political and social legitimacy over Tibet. Because if there's one thing lacking, despite 65 years of China's consistent efforts, its legitimacy, Tibetan people have not to this day given them the legitimacy. And that's why they know that religion is a false line and they need to control and to rule religion. And that's why you see that since 2019, the whole idea of securitization and simplification, which the city kind of shied away from being public and from identifying themselves, they became brazen about it. It's become now a part of the party thinking, So essentially, they kind of remove the veil of pretense about this whole idea of securitization and simplification, because they understood that if area where they could achieve, that is going to be Tibetan Buddhism, and that is going to be religion. And that's why every time you see Xi Jinping visiting Tibet, his first visit, his first stop is always a monastery, be it the Chogyam in Lhasa or the monastery as recent in March 2024 in Ambo. So now what they want to do is Tibetan Buddhism, it's a 2,500-year-old ancient tradition, right? Right now, what they are trying to do is simplification of Tibetan Buddhism, adaptation of religion to the society, the CCPization of Tibetan Buddhism, right? Where they want to make Tibetan Buddhism a socialist with Chinese characteristics.
Now, I just want to talk to you about that phraseology. Socialism with Chinese characteristics is something that often appears in Xi Jinping's speeches. What is he referring to there?
Yeah, so basically, yes, socialist thinking, Marxist thinking is very well received in the world, but then they want to put in a caveat or an embargo saying this is not the socialism that the West kind of celebrates and basks under. This is socialism under the Chinese characteristics, which means stamping the CCP, C, or the brand or the logo onto it, giving them enough leeway to maneuver and manipulate that version of socialism the way they want to, right? So what we're seeing is after Xi Jinping came to power, after he, of course, took over presidency in March 2013, in less than 3 years, China formally launched an online database where every Tibetan Buddhist reincarnation in Tibetan Buddhism is an 800-year-old tradition. As I say, it's an ancient cultural tradition. And now CCP has again simplified it, and they need every reincarnated or a lama or a kadma to be approved by the CCP. And so now there is this whole political recognition of the sacred, ancient, unique tradition of Tibetan Buddhism. And so I think China is largely designed of simplification and sensitization, right? Where they see that with the Tibetan case, it's cultural identity, right? That's their core identity shaped by Tibetan Buddhism. And that's why we constantly now hear Xi Jinping or the top 5 secretary or the vice premier saying that the Chinese culture is the culmination of all ethnic cultures, right? So Tibet is a national minority, is now reduced to an ethnic group and very much akin to the Chinese culture. So China away from that and deviating from that, because they're using securitization rhetoric of the framework, can amount to becoming criminal or can amount to becoming acts of subversion. So securitization, how I look at it, is definitely a political weaponization deployed to serve China's grand design of their expansion strategy.
Right. If I can just move on to a question that links in with what you're talking about now. This goes back to Xi Jinping's speeches and the phraseology that he uses. He uses, for example, phrases such as national unity of the motherland or maintaining the unity of the motherland or strengthening it. Can you explain as succinctly as you possibly could what is meant by that?
Yes, so basically all, I'm using double quotes, ethnic groups, one of which is Tibetan people, where Tibet and Tibetan people, they're not an ethnic group. All ethnic groups are very much a part of the larger Chinese culture. You know, you should reflect the Chinese culture. That's why the CCP's ethnic policy and ethnic theory has taken center stage to this day. And so when you talk of unity, they're actually talking about uniformity. When they talk of motherland, every ethnic group, every national minority, the CCP line,
Excuse me. The question was, what does Xi Jinping have to say about ethnic groups? And the first third of her answer actually answered that question. Now she's answering a different question, which is, what do I think he really meant by that? Which is a different question. And if we want to spend, it's now almost 6 o'clock, if we want to spend the rest of the time understanding what this person believes Xi Jinping meant when he said there should be ethnic cohesiveness within the entire China culture, I suppose we can do that, but I haven't had an opportunity to cross-examine.
Your Honor, I've got another question after this, but just to clarify the record, the question was, what is meant by the phrase national unity of the motherland? And that is precisely what this witness is addressing in her evidence now.
No, she's talking about what she thinks he, as she said with quote marks, what he must have really meant when he said these things, which is different than answering that question, Judge.
It's her interpretation.
And she's called as an expert. So she's
That's not
allowed, she's permitted to give opinion evidence as an expert. Now, Ms. Sharling, my final question to you is, again, in relation to phraseology used by Xi Jinping in various speeches, where he talks about stabilizing Tibet and lasting stability. What do those terms mean?
Definitely, these are political rhetoric offering legitimacy to Xi Jinping and his party to further repress, to further clamp down on any expressions of Tibetan identity, Tibetan sense of self, and the devotion to the Dalai Lama.
All right, thank you very much. That concludes the evidence in chief of this witness, and I'll leave the floor to Mr. Arshank. Thank you, Your Honour.
Okay, thank you. Defense.
What? I'm fine. Sorry, this is falling apart a little bit here. Ms. Sharling, my name is, can you see me?
Yes,
Oh, good.
I can.
My name is Daniel Arshak. I'm a defense attorney, and I'm representing the interests of Xi Jinping here, although he's not here. And I have some questions for you that I hope, given the hour, you're able to answer succinctly, as the prosecutor had previously asked you to do. You have been described as an expert on a number of subjects. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you also described yourself as an advocate and an activist. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you understand that often experts are expected to be impartial and unbiased? That does not describe you. Is that correct?
That's not correct, still, because years of advocacy and activism has made me an expert. So my expertise follows my 20 years of experience as an activist and advocate.
Well, I understand that, but for instance, if I were to ask you, as the prosecutor just did, what do certain terms in Xi Jinping's speeches mean, you would answer, as you did, by what you think they mean through the Tibetan lens, don't you?
Not necessarily. I've been in graduate school for over 12 years, specializing in communication and discourse analysis. My dissertation is in studies of political also shapes my identity.
So when Xi Jinping talks about stability and inclusiveness, you roll your eyes as you just did, because you think he means something very different than the words that, may I finish my question? Than the words that he put on the page.
That's my years of experience as a comm scholar, wearing that lens and that hat.
Isn't that lens your advocate lens? Your activist lens?
No, that's a communication expert lens, which a Tibetan advocate who hasn't done a PhD in communication will not have.
Your engagement with Tibetan issues started, sadly, with both your grandmother and your grandfather being oppressed by their engagement with the Chinese government quite a long time ago, correct?
Yes.
And that was followed up by your mother and father experiencing some repression as well. Isn't that correct? that was the beginning of your embrace of study of the Tibetan situation, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And in fact, not only are you describing yourself as a objective expert in Tibetan, in the Tibetan experience, but you hold, you have held, or I'm not sure if you still do, official positions in the Tibetan government in exile. Is that correct?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
And do you have any sense at all that holding that position, while at the same time holding yourself out as an impartial expert, is perhaps a bit of a conflict?
Not necessarily, because when I
Thank you. You've answered my question. You don't see the conflict there. You understand how others might see a conflict there, though, don't you?
So that I cannot control how others see me. How I see that I know.
Objection.
She's been asked a question, and the question is this a conflict? She said not necessarily, and she should be allowed to answer more fulsomely, Your Honour.
I'm happy to have her answer the question if she needs more time to explain concerning how somebody might understand her not to be impartial, given her background.
Yes, because when I was in charge of the information ministry at the Central Tibetan Administration, every work, every publication, every material we produced were vetted, were peer-reviewed, were of scholarly standard. So these were not propaganda publications. We were not deploying propaganda machinery, but something that we can proudly take to universities, to the courts, to the European Council, to the General Assembly. So every work we put out, especially from the Tibetan government in exile, they were of scholarly standard, which means there's very little room for emotional and personal implications.
You might understand that the CPC might not agree with that.
That again, sir, is not in our control.
No, it's not in your control, but it is perhaps within your expertise to know that they would disagree with that.
I cannot control how they should agree or disagree with me. I have made my position clear where there is very little room for biases.
I understand that's your position. Part of your testimony has been your description of the psychological makeup of people who self-immolate. Do you remember talking about that? The extreme anxiety that they must experience. You have no expertise whatsoever in psychiatry, do you?
I don't, but I
Thank you.
closely observing,
Listen to
monitoring
answer, please.
every communication from the immolators from 2009 until 2020.
Based on 15 years of field work, you believe that you've developed an expertise in psychiatry.
This is not psychiatry. Someone burning himself in front of a Chinese police station, calling for freedom and return of the Dalai Lama does not require a psychiatrist to decipher what this means. It's common logical sense.
Thank you for that.
Objection.
No, Your Honour, I will withdraw the objection.
Thank you for that. You know, I'm sorry. How many people live in China? I'm sorry, did you hear the question? How many people live in China?
You mean in mainland China, or in Tibet, or in Uyghur, or Southern Mongolia, if you want to make it more clear?
When I say China, I mean everything that the CPC believes is China.
Yeah, so the people people in mainland China and in all other regions under the Chinese regime, I believe the population, although the census is very colored all the time, is close to 1.2 million.
All right. I'd suggest to you that as of 2022, it was actually almost a billion more than that, at not a billion, a half a billion more than that, 1.4 billion people. That's a billion is a million people, right?
1,000 million.
1,000 million people. It's a very large number. And do you have any ability to estimate the percentage of those people who self-immolated?
I am talking about close to 6 million Tibetans in Tibet, of which 157 have self-immolated.
157 out of 1.4 billion people, correct?
No, 6 million. Of the 6 million, if you can do the math, 157 of 600,000.
You're talking about Tibetans, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm talking about everyone in China.
No.
I'm asking you, of the 1.4 billion people in China, including Tibet, 160 have self-immolated. Is that correct?
I would correct and again say of the close to 6 million Tibetans, 157 have self-immolated. That is known to us.
Thank you.
As I said, we are not biased because we only go by each case of which we have proven evidence of. There could be more which we are not aware of. What we are aware of is 157 till date of the 6 million Tibetans, representing a wide range of age groups, demographic, and professions.
It's a very, very small percentage of the people in China. Would you agree with that?
It's not about the numbers, sir. It's
Okay,
life.
all right.
If I.
Do you disagree with me when I say it was a small number?
Not at all, not at all.
Thank you.
because
Thank you. The next question, ma'am. Then,
Wait
a minute, let her finish. All right, thank you, Judge.
If a substantial number, 157, every life is precious. In France, 3 people get killed and becomes a global headlines for a week. So why is a life in the West more important than 157 put together? In Tibet, I question your prejudice in this matter, sir. And second, it's not about numbers, it's the lives that matter.
Thank you for that. Are you aware that in March, on March 13th of 2012, the Telegraph, a well-known newspaper, reported that the Dalai Lama has said that while he doesn't encourage self-immolation, he's praised the courage of those who do. You know that quote, don't you?
I do, and during that period that I was to this day, we the Dalai Lama specifically comment it is a very, very sensitive topic. He condemned it, nor has he condoned it. But when journalists who dissented in Ramsara forced him or prodded him on the question of self-immolation, he said, I have no comments on what this is about, what they should do, they should not do. They are acting on their own will, and it is using, they're expressing their own agency. But the courage and the determination to risk and sacrifice your life for the larger collective goal and in pursuit of that goal, that is courage. I think that's common sense.
I understand that. And in your description of that, which I embrace wholeheartedly, confers a choice on the people who make that decision. Isn't that correct?
You mean on the self-immolators?
Yes, ma'am.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you. There had been some question about that at an earlier point, and I wanted to make sure we were clear on that. You talked about the destruction of monasteries, and historically, in both in Tibet and throughout China, some monasteries have been destroyed over the course of time, given their age. Some have been destroyed more recently, and some have been rebuilt and continue to be rebuilt. Isn't that correct?
The oldest monastery in Tibet, I think, is 2,000 years old, and it's still there intact. So any demolition that takes place under the guise of the aging of that particular monument and building, it's hard to believe.
So you may be familiar with the, I'm going to mispronounce this, the Lo Man Thang monastery. Was built in 1380. Mm-hmm. And it is, to this day, I'm looking at a BBC report from May of 2024, to this day, being rebuilt by Tibetans in Tibet. You're aware of that fact, aren't you? I see you shaking your head, yeah. And and the fact that that's occurring is not an act of repression by the administration of Xi Jinping. It's embraced by both the country and the Tibetan culture. Isn't that correct?
I'd like to bring to you a witness testimony we received in 2016. He is a deputy named Serene in early 20s, back in 2016, who was in Larangar at the time the demolition had begun. We met him a year after the demolitions had begun. It was complete by then. The whole political reasoning for the demolition of Larangar, which the Chinese officials said was because of overcrowding and some buildings ran out of time. He said this was definitely not the case because he had been a resident of that building. So if buildings were to be renovated, why isn't Larangar renovated, and why aren't the dislocated, distraught monks and nuns back in the residence? It's been how many, 8 years now?
I understand. Am I misunderstanding you, or does that have nothing to do with the renovation of this monastery in Tibet?
Yes, that's exactly my point, sir, because one is a renovation and one is a demolition.
Yeah.
With a political agenda.
That's also what you read into that. Isn't that correct?
No. Destroyed, it's been demolished, its residents dispersed, many of them disrobed, some of them risked sending footages out imprisoned. So that definitely is not a renovation of a certain monastery that you're talking about.
You spoke at some length as well about the boarding schools that are used for teaching children in Tibet. Are you aware of the opportunity for those children to leave the school and visit their homes?
Yes, but they're very, very limited and highly scrutinized.
Would you agree with me that they're permitted to leave the school for 8 days every 20 days?
No, I can agree with you on that because.
If you heard that out of the mouth of a Tibetan who brings children home 8 days out of every 20 days, would you then agree with him?
Not really, because just as I.
Fair enough. My question is whether you would agree with him. You wouldn't, and so we understand how you draw distinctions. I have no further questions. I'm done.
As long as it's state arranged.
Oh, then there's an objection.
Oh.
The objection is really just to allow the witness to give her full answer to the
Yes.
question.
I think there's no pending question, and I'm finished, Judge.
No, that's all right. I mean, she can complete her answer. Please complete your answer. Do you want to say anything more before, in response to the last question? If you want to, please feel free.
I think she's done.
Are you done?
No, sorry.
When I'm saying, do you want to amplify, you were stopped in the middle of your answer. And I'm just saying to you that if you want to amplify your answer and you want to say anything more, you will not be stopped. So please proceed and finish your answer.
So I do not believe someone representing the CCP as a mouthpiece telling us that children are allowed to visit their family after 20 days. I would not believe that, just as I would not believe the monk at the Chokan temple who, in front of prying officials' eyes and security cameras, told the Reuters reporter that Xi Jinping is a spiritual leader. So it's very much the same propaganda tool that's being deployed.
I understand your skepticism, and I think the court may be in a
There's
position.
a reason behind it.
I think the court may be in a position to look at this testimony differently. Thank you, Judge. I'm done.
You're done. And have you completely finished your answer? You have?
Yeah.
Right. Redirect.
Examination from you, Your Honour.
Hmm?
I don't have any re-examination.
No, you? You?
No.
Right. And we have no questions either. So I believe, Madam Prosecutor, that this is the end of another easy day.
It is the end of the day, Your Honour.
May we thank the witness for her testimony
Yeah.
and allow her to leave. Thank you very
Thank you very much.
for joining us today. Thank you. You're very helpful.
Madam Registrar, we adjourn until what time tomorrow? Thank you.
Till 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Until 9 o'clock tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honour, I think it's a 9 o'clock start.
So tomorrow morning, there may be a little bit of an issue with some outside background noise, which I've been trying to negotiate with the venue. I don't know how loud it's going to be, and I don't know how much disruption it's going to cause, but I'm providing
What are they doing?
prior warning.
Am I to understand from that there's construction?
It's not actually construction and it's not drilling, it's a vacuum.
A vacuum.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, well, we
Lots of
we-
guys that we were sitting
Yeah.
and couldn't hear a word.
Maybe they could sell it
Just
here.
to add to the
Okay, thank you.
court rise, please. Hey, it's not closed.